Welcome, dear listeners, to a tranquil evening of enchanting tales. As you settle into your cozy spot, know that these stories, free from interruptions on our Patreon, are here to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Tonight, let us transport you to magical and peaceful places, perfect for these serene spring nights. Embrace the soothing journey ahead, and allow your imagination to drift into whimsical worlds where relaxation and restful dreams await. Story 1. The soft hum of the Stardust Weaver was the only sound as it drifted through the velvet expanse of the Carina Nebula. Inside, bathed in the gentle blue glow of navigation panels, sat Kaelen. His long, slender fingers danced over holographic controls, adjusting their course. Kaelen hailed from Veridia Prime, a world of crystalline forests and beings whose skin shimmered with faint, internal light like captured moonlight. He valued precision, logic, and quiet contemplation. Beside him, bundled in a thick, woven thermal blanket that clashed spectacularly with the ship's sleek interior, was Sorin. Sorin was a Rumblekin, stout and sturdy, covered in dense, moss-green fur that rippled with subtle emotions. His home, Gnarled Root, was a low-gravity world of colossal, singing fungi and deep, warm caves. Sorin loved stories, hearty laughter, and the comforting rumble of communal feasts. They were unlikely partners on a deep space mineral survey mission. Kaelen's analytical mind, paired with Sorin's intuitive understanding of planetary resonances. Their journey began with polite distance. Kaelen found Sorin's constant humming and the earthy scent clinging to his fur slightly overwhelming. He preferred the sterile quiet of the ship's systems. Sorin, in turn, found Kaelen's long silences and precise movements unnerving. He mistook Kaelen's quiet focus for cold disapproval. Why does the shiny one not speak? Sorin rumbled softly to himself one evening, watching Kaelen meticulously calibrate a sensor array. Does he dislike my songs? On Gnarled Root, silence is for listening to the great fungi breathe, or for sadness. Their first real challenge came not from asteroids, but from a misunderstanding. While investigating a mineral-rich asteroid cluster, Kaelen detected a unique energy signature. Sorin, he stated, his voice calm but devoid of inflection, I require your resonance scanner on coordinate sector Gamma 7. The readings are anomalous. Sorin, eager to help but misinterpreting Kaelen's tone as impatience, hurriedly grabbed his scanner, a device resembling a gnarled branch embedded with glowing stones. In his haste, his thick paw brushed against a delicate control panel. Sparks fizzed and the main environmental regulator sputtered offline. A sudden chill swept through the cabin. Kaelen's internal light flickered rapidly, a sign of distress. The thermal regulator, that unit controls life support stability. Why were you not more careful? The accusation, sharp and logical in Kaelen's mind, landed like ice on Sorin. Sorin's fur flattened. I only wish to help, Shiny One. You sounded urgent, like the wind before a rockfall on Gnarled Root. He hunched his shoulders, a deep, mournful rumble vibrating in his chest. I have broken your beautiful machine. Kaelen saw the genuine distress in Sorin's posture, heard the sorrow in his rumble. The flickering light slowed. His initial frustration cooled. The machine can be repaired, he said, his voice softer now. But we must work quickly. The temperature is dropping rapidly. Come, hold this stabilizer crystal steady while I reroute the power couplings. Shivering, Sorin lumbered over, his large paws surprisingly deft as he held the humming crystal. Kaelen worked with swift precision, his slender fingers moving like light through water. He explained each step as he worked, the sterile terms replaced by simpler descriptions. This conduit is like a frozen river. We need to melt the blockage here. Sorin listened intently, his rumbles shifting to a low, encouraging purr. He saw their intense concentration on Kaelen's face, the way his light pulsed with focused energy. This wasn't coldness, it was deep care for their survival. Like thawing the ice roots back home, Sorin murmured, understanding dawning. You are tending the ship's heart. Together, huddled near the sparking console for warmth, they repaired the regulator. As warmth slowly seeped back into the Stardust Weaver, a different kind of warmth bloomed between them. Kaelen offered Sorin a thermal gel pack for his chilled paws. Sorin, in return, produced a small, intricately carved wooden box from his pack. Inside were dried, sweet-smelling petals from a gnarled root fungus. For calm, he explained, placing one near Kaelen's console. The subtle, earthy fragrance filled the air, surprisingly soothing. Their next challenge was cosmic in scale. While navigating the outer rings of a gas giant, Ionis V, they were caught in the fringes of an unexpected gravimetric surge, a tidal wave of distorted space-time. Alarms shrieked. The ship bucked violently, throwing them against restraints. Lights flickered erratically. Outside the viewport, space itself seemed to twist and warp like taffy. Navigation is offline, thrusters are destabilizing. Kaelen reported, his voice tight but controlled, his light a steady beacon in the chaos. We're being pulled towards the gas giant's upper atmosphere. Sorin gripped his console, his fur standing on end. Fear was a cold stone in his stomach. Then he remembered the stories of his elders, tales of navigating the treacherous singing whirlpools of gnarled root using instinct and resonance. Kaelen, he bellowed over the din. Can you give me raw sensor data, the feel of the surge, not numbers, the song of it? Kaelen, trusting the urgency in Sorin's voice, bypassed the damaged interpretive systems. Raw data streams flooded Sorin's screen, chaotic lines representing gravity waves, radiation spikes, and magnetic distortions. To Kaelen, it was noise. To Sorin, it was a cacophonous symphony. Closing his eyes, Sorin placed his broad palms flat on the console. He began to hum, a deep, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate through the deck plates. He wasn't just listening, he was feeling the rhythm of the surge, the discordant notes of the gravitational waves. Hard starboard thrust now, 70%, he rumbled, his voice resonating with certainty. Then down angle gentle, like settling into soft moss, 30 degrees. Kaelen acted instantly, inputting the commands. The ship groaned but responded, carving a path through the turbulent energy like a leaf finding an eddy in a raging river. Sorin guided them not with coordinates but with instinct, interpreting the chaotic data as a Rumblekin would interpret the tremors of their world. Ease off thrusters, feel the current shift, yes, now forward steady. For agonizing minutes, they danced on the edge of destruction. Kaelen executed Sorin's intuitive commands with flawless precision, his analytical mind translating the rumbling guidance into exacting control inputs. Sorin, eyes still closed, swayed slightly, his deep hum a counterpoint to the ship's straining engines. They were two halves of a single mind, logic and intuition, precision and feeling working in perfect, desperate harmony. Finally, the Stardust Weaver shuddered free of the surge's grasp, emerging into calmer space. The alarms fell silent, replaced by the blessed, steady hum of the engines. Exhausted, they slumped in their seats. Sorin opened his eyes, his fur slowly relaxing. Kaelen's internal light pulsed a slow, warm gold, a color Sorin hadn't seen before, like the first sunrise after a long night. You listened to the storm's song, Kaelen said, awe softening his usually precise tones. You understood its chaotic heart. And you, Sorin rumbled, a deep warmth in his voice, you flew the dance perfectly, shiny one. Your hands knew the steps my heart could only feel. In the quiet aftermath, sharing ration bars and warm, sweet fungus tea brewed by Sorin, they talked. Kaelen spoke of the crystalline harmonies of Viridian logic patterns, how silence was a canvas for deep thought. Sorin told stories of the great fungus choirs on gnarled root, how sound and vibration were the language of connection. They learned that Kaelen's flickering lights expressed emotions words couldn't capture, and Sorin's rumbles and fur ripples were his true feelings laid bare. Their differences weren't barriers, they were instruments waiting to be played together. The mission continued, filled with discoveries. They found the rare minerals, glittering like captured starlight in an asteroid cavern. But their greatest discovery wasn't geological. It was forged in the chill of a broken regulator, in the terror of a cosmic storm, in the quiet sharing of stories under the nebula's glowing canopy. One evening, as the Stardust Weaver cruised peacefully, the Carina Nebula painting the viewport in swirls of luminous pink and violet, Sorin was humming a slow, complex melody. Kaelen, instead of retreating into silence, listened intently. Then tentatively he began to tap a slender finger on the console in counterpoint, creating a soft, crystalline rhythm that perfectly intertwined with Sorin's deep tones. It was a simple sound, yet profound. A conversation without words. A harmony born of understanding. Sorin's rumbling hum deepened with contentment, a sound like stones warming in the sun. Kaelen's internal light glowed with a steady, peaceful amber. They had journeyed across stars, navigated cosmic storms, and overcome the vast distances between their worlds. But the truest distance they had crossed was the one between two hearts learning to speak the same quiet language of trust and care. The universe outside was vast and cold, but inside the Stardust Weaver, warmed by shared challenges, mutual respect, and the quiet melody of newfound friendship, there existed a perfect, cozy sanctuary. They were no longer just colleagues from different planets. They were companions, their unlikely bond a brighter beacon than any distant star, guiding them safely home through the velvet dark. Story 2. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where fireflies danced like fallen stars, and the river hummed soft lullabies over smooth stones. It was a place where cobblestones glowed faintly after dusk, moss grew in velvety patterns on cottage roofs, and the air always smelled faintly of honeysuckle and warm bread. At the heart of it stood a cozy bakery run by a kind young woman named Clara. Her cinnamon buns were legendary, their sweet, spicy scent weaving through the streets each dawn, promising comfort and cheer. But one misty autumn morning, Clara awoke to a puzzling silence. The usual warm aroma was absent. Hurrying downstairs, her heart sank. The large, polished copper bowl she used for her special dough was empty. Not just empty, the carefully measured sack of golden flour beside it, the jar of precious, fragrant cinnamon, and even her grandmother's carved wooden spoon were gone. Vanished without a trace. Goodness gracious. Clara whispered, her breath puffing white in the chilly kitchen air. Who would take flour and cinnamon? She searched high and low under the sturdy oak table, behind the crackling hearth, even in the cool pantry lined with jars of preserves, but found nothing. Just an unsettling emptiness where her baking essentials should be. The mystery deepened the next day. Clara had borrowed flour from her neighbor and set out a small bowl of risen dough to proof overnight. Come morning, the dough was gone too, replaced only by a faint, shimmering dust on the countertop that vanished when she blinked. A prickle of unease, soft as a spider's thread, brushed her spine. Strange things were afoot in Willowbrook. News of Clara's missing ingredients spread like dandelion seeds on the breeze. Old Finn, the village apothecary whose shop smelled of dried lavender and wisdom, listened gravely as Clara recounted the events. His eyes, the color of mossy stones, twinkled kindly. Vanished flour, disappearing dough, and shimmering dust. Sounds like you might have some unexpected guests, Clara. Not thieves, I suspect, but perhaps visitors with different appetites. Finn suggested patience and keen observation. The smallest details, he advised, handing her a tiny vial filled with glittering powder that smelled faintly of moonbeams, often hold the biggest clues. Sprinkle a little of this moon dust near where the things vanished next time. It might reveal what ordinary eyes miss. That night, Clara prepared a simple loaf of dough, just flour, water, and a pinch of salt, and placed it in her copper bowl on the scrubbed pine table. Before bed, she carefully sprinkled a whisper of Finn's moon dust around the bowl's base. She left the kitchen window open a crack, the cool night air carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke. Sleep was fitful. Sometime in the deepest velvet hours, a faint, musical tinkling sound like tiny bells drifted up from the kitchen. Clara crept silently downstairs, her bare feet cold on the wooden steps. Peering around the doorway, she gasped softly. The moon dust glowed with a soft, silvery light. And within its ethereal circle, illuminated like actors on a miniature stage, were 3 tiny creatures. They were no bigger than Clara's thumb, their bodies woven from shimmering dust motes and starlight, with wings like spun sugar that hummed gently. Their eyes were bright points of topaz light. They were frantically, adorably, attempting to bake. One tiny sprite, wearing a minuscule chef's hat made from a curled leaf, was trying to drag a grain of wheat flour larger than itself towards the bowl. Another, its wings buzzing furiously, struggled to lift Clara's thimble, which it had apparently borrowed, filled with what looked like a single drop of dew. The third was attempting to stir the air inside the vast copper bowl with a sliver of pine needle. A faint, chaotic sprinkle of shimmering dust, the same dust Clara had seen before, puffed from their wings as they worked. Clara watched, her initial alarm melting into warm amusement. These weren't thieves, they were clumsy, enthusiastic bakers. They must have mistaken her kitchen for their own magical pantry. They hadn't stolen her ingredients, they'd been trying to use them, scattering dust everywhere in their tiny efforts, perhaps even accidentally dusting the flour and cinnamon into their own shimmering dimension in their excitement. The dough likely vanished when their chaotic stirring somehow absorbed it. She stepped softly into the kitchen, trying not to startle them. The sprites froze, their topaz eyes wide with surprise, wings stilled mid-buzz. They huddled together, looking like guilty dust bunnies caught in a sunbeam. "Hello there," Clara whispered, her voice as gentle as the crackling embers in the hearth. "I see you've been trying to bake." The sprite with the leaf hat puffed out its chest dust motes. A series of high-pitched chimes and whistles filled the air. Clara couldn't understand the words, but the tone was unmistakable, a mixture of apology and earnest enthusiasm. The sprite pointed a tiny, shimmering arm towards the enormous copper bowl, then at itself and its companions, then mimed kneading and stirring with frantic energy. "I understand," Clara smiled, kneeling down so she was closer to their level. "You wanted to bake, just like me, but my things are a bit too big for you, aren't they?" The sprites nodded vigorously, sending little clouds of iridescent dust into the air. The one with the thimble offered it to her with a hopeful chirp. Clara had an idea. "Wait right here," she said softly. She fetched her smallest thimble, a tiny porcelain teacup from a doll's set, a thimble-sized wooden spoon she'd carved years ago, and a pinch of flour, a speck of cinnamon, and a drop of honey. Carefully, she placed these miniature baking supplies on a smooth leaf she brought in from her herb garden, creating a tiny workstation next to her own copper bowl. The sprites watched, utterly mesmerized. As Clara began to measure a tiny amount of flour into the doll's teacup, their wings started buzzing with excited energy again. They fluttered closer, their tiny forms casting dancing shadows in the silvery glow of the remaining moon dust. Clara showed them how to mix the speck of flour with a drop of water and honey, creating a sticky paste. The sprites took over with glee. The one with the leaf hat directed operations, the strongest flyer carried the water droplet, and the third stirred the mixture in the teacup with the tiny wooden spoon. Shimmering dust still puffed from their wings, but now it simply added a magical sparkle to their efforts, settling harmlessly onto the leaf. They worked in focused, silent harmony, their earlier chaos replaced by joyful cooperation. As dawn painted the sky with streaks of rose and gold, the sprites finished. They had created 3 minuscule, slightly lopsided but perfectly golden-brown buns, each no larger than a pea, shimmering with their magical dust. They presented one to Clara on a petal platter with a chorus of proud, bell-like chimes. It tasted like warm sunshine and starlight, dissolving on her tongue with a burst of impossible sweetness. The mystery of the missing ingredients was solved. The strange occurrences were simply the earnest, if messy, efforts of 3 magical dust sprites who admired Clara's baking and wanted to join in. Finn chuckled warmly when Clara told him, explaining that dust sprites were harmless, curious creatures drawn to warmth, creativity, and the scent of baking. Their dust wasn't malicious, it was just part of their being, like breath or laughter. From then on, Clara always left her kitchen window open just a crack on cool nights. Beside her large copper bowl, she placed the little leaf platter with the miniature baking tools. Every few mornings, she'd find tiny, shimmering creations waiting for her, a dust-sprinkled crumb of bread, a miniature berry tart made from a single currant, or sometimes just a delicate pattern drawn in stardust on the countertop. And occasionally a faint musical tinkling would drift through the quiet kitchen, a comforting sound that told Clara her tiny friends were nearby, practicing their craft in the peaceful glow of the hearth. The village of Willowbrook soon buzzed with the tale of Clara and the dust sprites. Children left out tiny offerings of crumbs or flower petals on their windowsills, hoping for a glimpse. The strange disappearances became a cherished part of Willowbrook's magic, a gentle reminder that sometimes what seems like a problem is just a misunderstanding, waiting to be solved with kindness, careful observation, and perhaps a pinch of moon dust. And as Clara pulled her legendary cinnamon buns, now sometimes sporting an unexpected, delightful sparkle, from the oven each morning, the warm, sweet scent carried not just comfort, but the quiet magic of an unexpected friendship found in the soft glow of the night. It was a mystery resolved not with shouts or fear, but with a shared love for creating something warm and good, proving that even the smallest bakers and the gentlest of mysteries could fill the heart with wonder and the world with a comforting, golden light. The hearth crackled softly, the scent of cinnamon and starlight hung in the air, and all was deeply, peacefully well in the valley of Willowbrook. Sleep now, little one, wrapped in the warmth of a mystery solved with kindness. Story 3. The evening mist curled around the village of Willowbrook like a sleepy cat, settling over thatched roofs and cobblestone lanes where fireflies began their gentle dance. Inside her grandmother's cottage, young Cora traced the worn cover of an old book, feeling a familiar ache, a quiet longing to understand where she truly belonged. Her parents had passed when she was small, and though Grandmother Eloin's love was a warm blanket, Cora often wondered about the roots that anchored her family tree. "Why do we always hang these woven leaves in autumn, Grandmother?" she asked softly, pointing to the dried garlands framing the hearth. Eloin smiled, her eyes crinkling like parchment. "Ah, little one, some answers sleep deeper than winter seeds, but when the time is right they bloom." Years drifted like falling leaves. When Eloin's voice grew frail, she pressed a small wooden box into Cora's hands. Inside lay a pendant, a smooth river stone threaded on a silver chain, etched with spirals that shimmered like starlight on water. "Our legacy whispers in this stone," Eloin murmured. "Seek the Heartwood grove where the oldest oaks remember. Listen with your heart, not just your ears." That night, as Eloin's breath stilled, Cora clasped the pendant, its cool weight a silent promise. Guided by the pendant's faint glow, Cora journeyed into the whispering woods at dawn. Sunlight filtered through emerald canopies, painting dappled gold on mossy stones. The air hummed with the scent of pine resin and wild thyme, and a brook's melody accompanied her steps. Deeper she wandered until ancient oaks rose like sentinels, their gnarled roots cradling a clearing carpeted in bluebells, the Heartwood Grove. At its center stood a stone archway, draped in ivy and carved with symbols matching her pendant. As Cora approached, the pendant warmed against her skin. She placed it gently into a hollow in the archway's keystone. The grove sighed. Light bloomed from the arch, weaving into shapes that danced like sunbeams on a pond. Before Cora, visions unfolded, women with kind eyes and hands stained with earth, weaving garlands under these very oaks, children learning songs that mimicked the wind's secrets, elders sharing stories by firelight, their laughter echoing through time. They were her ancestors, the keepers of the grove, who tended not just the land but the stories and wisdom woven into it. Cora saw droughts weathered with shared water, storms faced with linked arms, and joy found in simple things, a harvested apple, a well-told tale. The lessons shimmered clear. Their strength lay not in grand deeds but in tending connections, to each other, to nature, to the past. A soft voice, like rustling leaves, spoke within her. "We are the roots that hold you, Cora. Our hands are yours. Our breath is the wind that carries you." Tears traced warm paths down Cora's cheeks as understanding washed over her. The garlands, the songs, the stone, they weren't relics, but living threads binding her to a tapestry of resilience and kindness. She belonged. Not just to Alolan, but to generations who had loved this earth and each other fiercely. As twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, Cora reclaimed her pendant. The archway's light faded, but warmth lingered in her chest, soft as hearth embers. Kneeling, she gathered fallen oak leaves and bluebells, weaving them into a garland with hands that now felt sure and steady. She hung it on the archway, whispering thanks to the grove and the grandmothers who guided her. Walking home, fireflies lit her path like tiny lanterns. The village glowed ahead, windows flickering with candlelight. That night Cora sat by her own hearth, the pendant resting over her heart. She opened Alolan's journal, blank pages she'd once thought daunting, and began to write. Not just the old stories, but new ones, of a girl who found her roots in a sun-dappled grove, and the quiet truth that love, like ancient oaks, grows stronger when tended across generations. Outside, the wind sighed through the willows, carrying the scent of rain and rich soil, a lullaby of belonging as old as the hills and as deep as the stars. And as sleep gently claimed her, Cora smiled, knowing she was never alone. Story 4. The rain whispered against the window pane of the old stone cottage, a soft, rhythmic lullaby that seemed to echo the quiet sigh of the ancient oaks outside. Inside, young Finn sat curled on a worn velvet armchair by the hearth, the firelight painting dancing shadows on walls lined with shelves of well-loved books and curious, dust-kissed trinkets. A feeling, soft and persistent as the rain, had settled in Finn's heart lately, a quiet wondering about the roots that anchored them to this misty valley, to the family whose faces smiled from faded photographs, but whose stories felt as distant as the stars. Grandmother Alara, her silver hair catching the firelight like spun moonlight, glanced up from her knitting. Her needles clicked a comforting counterpoint to the rain. "A thoughtful silence tonight, little leaf," she murmured, her voice as warm as the hearthstones. The rain often stirs old memories in these hills. Finn traced a finger over the intricate carving on the chair's arm, a pattern of interlocking leaves and spiraling vines. "It's just I know we've lived here for ages, but sometimes I feel like I'm only seeing the top layer of a very deep painting. What lies underneath, grandmother? Who were we before?" A gentle smile touched Alara's lips. "Ah, the soil remembers, even when we forget. Perhaps the attic holds whispers for a curious heart on a rainy night." Her eyes twinkled towards the steep, narrow staircase in the corner. Intrigued, Finn climbed the creaking steps into the attic's hushed, cedar-scented gloom. Moonlight, pale and filtered through the rain-streaked skylight, illuminated motes dancing in the air. Dust lay thick on forgotten furniture and trunks. But tucked beneath the eaves, half hidden by an old quilt, lay a small wooden chest Finn had never noticed. It wasn't grand, just sturdy oak bound with tarnished copper bands, carved with the same leaf and vine pattern from the chair downstairs. It felt familiar. Carrying it down carefully, Finn placed it on the rug before the fire. Alara's needles stilled. "The keeper's chest," she breathed, a soft reverence in her tone. "I thought it lost long ago. Your great-great-grandmother Rowan was its last keeper." With trembling fingers, Finn lifted the heavy lid. Inside, nestled in folds of faded indigo velvet, lay 3 objects that shimmered with a quiet, inner light despite the dust. The first was a smooth river stone, dark as midnight but shot through with veins of silver that seemed to pulse faintly. The second was a simple circlet of braided willow twigs, surprisingly supple, adorned with a single, perfectly preserved acorn. The third was a slender book, its cover made of birch bark, bound with twisted vine. "Touch the stone first, child," Alara urged softly. "Let it speak." Finn picked up the cool, heavy stone. Instantly, warmth bloomed in their palm. Images flickered behind their eyes, not sharp pictures, but sensations. The deep, grounding coolness of the earth, the rushing song of the Vale's river, the immense, patient silence of the oldest trees. A feeling of deep connection, of being part of this place, not just living in it, washed over Finn. "It feels like home," Finn whispered, tears pricking their eyes. "But deeper." "That is the Heartstone," Alara explained, her voice a low murmur blending with the crackling fire. "Carried by the first who settled this valley older, it reminds us that our strength comes from the land, that we are stewards, not conquerors. Its magic is the magic of belonging, of roots that hold fast even in the strongest storm." Next, Finn lifted the willow circlet. As their fingers brushed the supple wood, a faint scent of fresh leaves and damp earth filled the air. The acorn gleamed. Finn felt a surge of youthful energy, a playful resilience, and a vivid image formed. A young woman, laughing, weaving willow branches into protective charms for seedlings during a harsh frost, her determination shining bright against the cold. "Rowan," Finn breathed, recognizing the spirit in the faded photograph on the mantel. "The willow's promise," Alara nodded. "Rowan wore it. It symbolizes resilience, the ability to bend but not break. She taught us that kindness is our strongest shield, that helping others grow strengthens our own roots. The acorn, hope, always hope, sleeping within, waiting for the right moment to sprout." Finally, Finn opened the birch bark book. Instead of dense script, the pages held delicate paintings in faded inks, swirling patterns depicting the changing seasons, constellations mapped onto mountain peaks, careful sketches of plants and animals native to the valley. Interspersed were short verses, simple yet profound, written in a flowing hand. "Listen to the wind's ancient song." Finn read aloud, the words resonating in the quiet room. "It carries the wisdom where you belong. Tend the soil, respect the stream, cherish the land, fulfill the dream." "That," Alara said, her eyes misty, "is the songbook of seasons." Each keeper added their understanding how to read the weather in the clouds, which herbs heal, when to plant and when to let the earth rest. "It's not just instructions, Finn. It's a conversation with the past, a promise to the future. The dream is harmony, balance, living gently within the embrace of this valley." As Finn turned the pages, absorbing the painted wisdom, the Heartstone pulsed warmly in their lap, the willow circlet seemed to hum with quiet energy, and the songbook's verses echoed in their mind. The separate artifacts weren't just objects, they were threads, weaving together into a tapestry of belonging. The deep grounding strength of Alder's stone, Rowan's resilient kindness, and the accumulated, practical wisdom of the songbook, they weren't dusty relics. They were the living legacy, the very essence of who Finn's family was. The rain outside softened to a gentle patter. The fire crackled contentedly. The restless feeling in Finn's heart dissolved, replaced by a profound warmth, a deep, anchoring peace. They understood now. The legacy wasn't about grand deeds or forgotten kingdoms. It was about connection to the land, to each other, to the quiet wisdom passed down through generations. It was about stewardship, kindness, resilience, and listening to the ancient song of the place they called home. "I see now," Finn said softly, tracing the leaf pattern on the chest, identical to the one on their chair. "We're not just from this valley, we are part of it, like the river, like the oaks. The roots are deep." Alara placed a warm, wrinkled hand over Finn's. "Yes, little leaf, and now you are the keeper. You hold the Heartstone's grounding strength, Rowan's resilient hope, and the wisdom of the seasons. Carry them gently, tend them, add your own verse to the song." Finn carefully placed the artifacts back into the velvet folds, closed the keeper's chest, and nestled it securely beside their chair. Outside, the clouds parted, revealing a sliver of moon that silvered the rain-washed leaves of ancient oaks. The valley breathed a sigh of deep contentment. Finn curled back into the armchair, the weight of the legacy not a burden, but a comforting cloak woven from starlight, river song, and the enduring love of those who came before. The fire's glow painted peaceful patterns on the walls, the scent of cedar and old paper mingling with the damp earth drifting through the slightly open window. In the quiet, Finn listened not just to the rain's lullaby, but to the older, deeper song of belonging carried on the night breeze, whispering through the leaves, echoing in the steady beat of their own heart, finally home. Sleep, when it came, was deep and dreamless, cradled in the profound peace of roots finally felt, stretching deep into the nurturing earth of time. Story 5. The old spyglass felt heavier than it looked in Oliver's small hands. Its brass casing, once gleaming, was now weathered and cool to the touch, etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke under the lamplight. It had belonged to his grandfather, a quiet man who spoke of whispering woods and dancing lights only children and dreamers could truly see. Tonight, Oliver felt a peculiar pull towards it, a thrumming against his palm that echoed the restless wind, rattling the shutters of his attic bedroom. Outside, the ancient oak tree groaned, its branches scraping the eaves like bony fingers. Summer was fading, and the world felt full of secrets rustling just beyond sight. Oliver wasn't a particularly brave boy. He preferred the quiet corners of the library, the company of books where adventures were safely contained on pages. The sprawling woods bordering his village, known as the Whispering Pines, held a reputation for strange sounds and fleeting glimpses of things best left unexamined. Yet the spyglass seemed to hum with an invitation he couldn't ignore. Pressing the cool metal rim to his eye, he peered out through the grimy attic window pane, past the thrashing oak, towards the dark tree line. The world through the ordinary lens was just a blur of rain-lashed darkness. But as Oliver twisted the stiff, focusing ring, something extraordinary happened. The blur resolved not into sharp trees, but into a shimmering curtain of light. It hung between the pines, gossamer thin, woven from strands of silver moonlight and deep, forest-green shadows. It pulsed gently, like the slow breath of the earth itself. The Vale, his grandfather's voice, seemed to whisper in his memory. The boundary between the seen and the unseen. Before Oliver could lower the spyglass, a frantic flicker of light darted across the Vale. Not a firefly, but something brighter, more purposeful. It zigzagged desperately, pursued by deeper, shifting patches of gloom that seemed to ripple with cold malice. A tiny, terrified chime, like the shivering of a crystal bell, echoed faintly in Oliver's mind. Without thinking, driven by a sudden surge of protectiveness he didn't know he possessed, Oliver pointed the spyglass directly at the nearest patch of gloom and willed it away. A warm pulse of golden light, faint as a candle flame, flickered from the lens. The shadow recoiled, hissing like steam on ice, and dissolved. The little light darted through the veil and vanished into the safety of the Whispering Pines. The next morning, dawn painted the world in soft pastels, the storm forgotten. The spyglass lay heavy on Oliver's bedside table, silent now. Yet the memory of the little light and the chilling shadows felt more real than the breakfast porridge. An inexplicable urge tugged at him. He needed to go into the woods. He packed a small knapsack, a crust of bread, a flask of water, his worn copy of a field guide to mosses and lichens, and almost as an afterthought, the brass spyglass wrapped in a soft cloth. Stepping into the whispering pines was like entering a different world. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in dusty shafts, illuminating emerald moss carpets thicker than any rug. The air hummed with unseen life, the drone of insects, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the creak of ancient trees shifting their massive weight. The scent was overpowering, damp earth, pine resin, decaying leaves, and something sweet and wild, like unseen flowers. Oliver walked cautiously, the forest floor soft beneath his boots, the silence deeper than any libraries. He hadn't gone far when he saw it again. Perched precariously on a dew-jeweled fern frond, trembling violently, was the little light. Up close, Oliver saw it wasn't just light, it had form. It was a tiny creature, scarcely taller than his thumb, woven from spun sunlight and shimmering air. Its wings, like delicate dragonfly gossamer, glowed faintly blue. Large, luminous eyes, the color of forget-me-nots, were wide with residual fear. It wore a tunic of woven leaves and moss, and its tiny hands clutched a miniature satchel made from a folded acorn cap. Oliver froze. The creature flinched, its light dimming momentarily. Slowly, carefully, Oliver knelt. He remembered the golden pulse from the spyglass. He didn't reach for it, but instead he spoke softly, the way he might to a frightened bird. "Hello, are you all right? I saw you last night, through my spyglass." The tiny creature tilted its head, antennae twitching. A series of musical notes, like wind chimes played underwater, tinkled in the air. Oliver felt a faint understanding bloom in his mind, not words but impressions, cold shadows. Lost. Afraid. Thank you. You're welcome, Oliver whispered, amazed. What were those shadows? More chimes. Images flickered, tall, graceful beings like walking trees with bark skin and eyes like knots, shimmering pools reflecting starlight, the cozy glow of homes hidden within giant mushrooms, and the creeping darkness, the gloom spawn feeding on light and warmth, born from neglect and forgotten places. The creature, whose name Oliver sensed as Flicker, was a Lumina, a spirit of light and warmth. She was a gatherer, collecting morning dew infused with sunlight to nourish her hidden village deep within the whispering pines. But the gloomspawn were growing bolder, stronger, draining the forest's vital energy. She'd gotten separated from her gathering party during the storm and been pursued. Lost, Flicker chimed sadly, pointing deeper into the woods with a tiny, glowing hand. Home. Gloomspawn blocked the way. Oliver felt a knot of fear tighten in his stomach. He wasn't an adventurer. He liked moss guides. But Flicker's fear was palpable, and he remembered the warmth he'd felt when he'd helped her. "Can I help you get home?" he asked hesitantly. Flicker's light brightened considerably. She zipped off the fern and hovered excitedly before Oliver's face, chiming a joyful cascade of notes. Yes. Kind light bringer. Follow. Their journey began. Flicker led Oliver along paths only a creature her size could see under colossal fallen logs carpeted in velvet moss, across stepping stones made from giant toadstools, through tunnels woven by roots thick as his arm. Oliver used the spyglass often. Peering through it, the hidden world unfolded in breathtaking detail. He saw woodkin shy, bark-skinned creatures with eyes like polished river stones, tending glowing lichen gardens. He glimpsed naiads, water spirits with hair like flowing streams, laughing in hidden waterfalls. He saw the intricate network of glowing mycelium threads beneath the forest floor, the forest's very nervous system. The spyglass revealed the vibrant energy currents, streams of soft gold and green flowing through the trees and earth. But it also revealed the gloom spawn. Through the lens, patches of forest that seemed merely dim to his naked eye writhed with inkai tendrils, cold and sucking. They clustered around ancient, decaying stumps near stagnant pools, places where the forest's natural magic felt thin and tired. Flicker would grow dim and fearful near them, urging Oliver to take wide detours. Once a larger patch of gloomspawn, sensing the warmth of Oliver's presence or perhaps the gentle power of the spyglass, detached itself and flowed towards them like spilled ink. Oliver's heart hammered. He raised the spyglass, his hands shaking. He thought of the forest's beauty, of Flicker's light, of the warmth of sunlight. He poured that feeling into the lens. A stronger pulse of warm, golden light burst forth. The gloomspawn shrieked silently, recoiling and dissipating like smoke in a breeze. Flicker chimed triumphantly, her own light flaring brightly. "Whoa," Oliver breathed, staring at the spyglass with newfound awe. It wasn't just for seeing, it was a conduit for his own intention, amplified by its inherent magic. He wasn't just Oliver the shy bookworm anymore, he was Oliver, the Lumina's light bringer. Their path grew steeper, leading towards a part of the forest Oliver had never dared explore, the Raven's Crag, a place of sharp, dark rocks and gnarled, wind-sculpted pines. The air grew colder, the light dimmer. Flicker's chiming became anxious. "Here," she projected, pointing towards a sheer cliff face veiled by thick curtains of ivy. "Home." Gloomspawn thick, blocking the veil path. Through the spyglass, Oliver saw the problem. The entrance to the Lumina village wasn't a door, it was a shimmering portal woven into the ivy itself, a smaller, more focused version of the veil he'd seen from his attic. But swirling around it, thick as storm clouds, was a mass of gloomspawn, pulsing with cold, dark energy. It was far larger than any they'd encountered before. Tendrils lashed out, trying to seep through the weakened veil path. Oliver could feel the despair radiating from it, a chilling void that threatened to swallow hope itself. Flicker trembled on his shoulder, her light flickering weakly. "Too strong," she chimed, a sound like breaking icicles. "Cannot pass." Oliver felt a wave of cold dread wash over him. This was too much. He was just a boy with a spyglass. He looked at the sheer size of the gloomspawn mass, the palpable malice emanating from it. He thought about turning back, finding an adult, anyone braver than him. But then he looked at Flicker, her tiny form radiating fear, but also a fierce, desperate love for her home. He remembered the woodkin tending their gardens, the naiads laughing in the falls, the intricate, beautiful network of life he'd witnessed. This wasn't just Flicker's home. It was a vital part of the Whispering Pines, a source of light and warmth that kept the darkness at bay. If the gloomspawn broke through. He took a deep breath, the scent of damp earth and pine filling his lungs. He wasn't alone. He had Flicker. He had the spyglass. And he had something else now, something he hadn't possessed before stepping into the woods. A quiet, growing courage born from friendship and responsibility. He remembered his grandfather's words, "True courage isn't the absence of fear, lad. It's feeling the fear and choosing to act anyway, especially when someone else needs you." "Okay, Flicker," he whispered, his voice surprisingly steady. "We need to get their attention, all of it. Can you make your light really, really bright, brighter than you ever have?" Flicker chimed a questioning note. "Trust me," Oliver said, raising the spyglass, focusing it not on the gloomspawn, but on Flicker. "Shine as bright as you can. I'll be right here." Flicker hesitated for only a second. Then, taking a deep breath, or so it seemed, she launched herself from Oliver's shoulder. She zipped towards the swirling mass of darkness, climbing higher and higher until she hovered just above its densest core. Then she shone. Her light exploded outwards, not the soft glow of before, but a brilliant, piercing beacon of pure, incandescent white. It was like a tiny star bursting into life within the gloom of the Raven's Crag. The sheer purity and unexpected power of it made the Gloomspawn recoil momentarily, hissing in outrage. Every tendril, every swirling patch of darkness, snapped towards the audacious little lumina, drawn irresistibly to the source of light they sought to devour. They surged upwards, converging on Flicker like a living storm cloud. Now Lightbringer. Flicker's thought was strained, her brilliant light flickering as the darkness pressed in, threatening to smother her. Oliver didn't hesitate. He swung the spyglass away from Flicker and focused entirely on the mass of Gloomspawn converging beneath her. He didn't think of fear or failure. He thought of the warm sunlight on his face, the comforting crackle of a fireplace, the gentle glow of fireflies on a summer evening, the resilience of moss on stone, and the fierce, bright spark of his tiny friend. He poured every ounce of warmth, hope, and protective love he felt into the lens. The spyglass didn't just pulse, it roared with light. Not a destructive beam, but a vast, expanding sphere of pure, golden radiance. It washed over the cliff face, flooding the clearing with a warmth that felt like the first day of spring after a long winter. The light didn't burn, it cleansed. Where it touched the Gloomspawn, the darkness didn't just retreat, it dissolved. The thick, sucking tendrils vaporized, the cold malice evaporated like mist under a hot sun. The mass convulsed, letting out a final, silent shriek of negation before disintegrating entirely, leaving behind only the faint scent of ozone and damp stone. The golden light faded slowly, leaving the Raven's Crag bathed in ordinary, yet suddenly much brighter, daylight. The ivy curtain shimmered, the Vale path restored, pulsing with healthy, vibrant light. Flicker, her own light dimmed but steady, fluttered down weakly, landing gently in Oliver's outstretched palm. She felt warm, like a sun-warmed pebble. "You did it, Lightbringer," she chimed softly, her musical voice filled with awe and profound gratitude. "You saved us." Before Oliver could respond, the shimmering Vale path within the ivy rippled. Figures emerged, tall, graceful lumina, their forms glowing with soft light of various hues, their wings shimmering like stained glass. They had eyes like Flicker's, wide and luminous, filled with relief and wonder. They gathered around Oliver, their collective light casting a warm, comforting glow. Gentle chimes filled the air, a symphony of thanks and welcome. An elder lumina, taller than the others, his light a deep, warm amber and his wings etched with patterns like ancient tree rings, stepped forward. He bowed deeply to Oliver. "Welcome, Lightbringer, friend of Flicker, friend of the Whispering Pines. You have restored the Vale path and banished the great gloom. Our home is safe because of your courage and your bright heart." Oliver felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the lumina's light. He had been scared, terribly scared, but he had acted. He had helped. He had made a friend unlike any other. I just wanted to help Flicker get home," he said simply. "And in doing so you helped us all," the elder chimed. The Gloomspawn fed on forgotten places and fading warmth. Your act, fueled by friendship and hope, was a beacon stronger than any shadow. Remember this, Lightbringer, even the smallest spark of kindness, ignited by courage, can banish the deepest darkness. The Lumina invited Oliver into their hidden village. It was nestled within a vast, ancient cavern behind the cliff face, illuminated not by sun or fire, but by the Lumina themselves and by glowing crystals embedded in the walls. Homes were carved into giant, luminous fungi, or woven from living vines and leaves. Pools of crystal-clear water reflected the soft light. It was a place of profound peace and gentle magic. Oliver was treated with reverence, offered nectar that tasted like sunlight and dew, and shown wonders that made his heart sing. But the greatest wonder was the feeling of belonging, of having forged a bond that crossed the boundaries of worlds. As twilight began to paint the sky outside in hues of lavender and rose, Oliver knew he had to return. The elder Lumina presented him with a small, smooth stone. It was warm to the touch and pulsed with a soft, internal light, the exact color of Flicker's glow. "A heartstone," the elder explained. "A token of our bond. Hold it and you will always feel the warmth of friendship, the memory of courage, and know that the light of the whispering pines watches over you. And you, Lightbringer, will always watch over us." Flicker flew close, chiming a bittersweet melody. "Thank you, Oliver. My friend. Visit." "Always," Oliver promised, his throat tight. "Through the spyglass, and maybe someday I can find the Vale path again." "When your heart remembers the way, the path will open," the elder chimed kindly. Oliver stepped back through the shimmering Vale path, the heartstone warm in his pocket. He emerged into the familiar woods near the Raven's Crag. The journey back to the village edge felt different. The forest wasn't just trees and moss anymore. It was alive with a presence he now understood. He saw the hidden world not just through the spyglass, but felt it in the rustle of leaves, the scent of the air, the pulse of life beneath his feet. He wasn't afraid. He felt connected. He arrived home just as the first stars began to prick the dusky sky. His parents, mildly concerned about his long afternoon exploring, were reassured by his calm demeanor and the simple explanation that he'd gotten lost watching the moss grow. Up in his attic room, Oliver placed the heartstone on his windowsill beside the brass spyglass. The stone glowed softly, a tiny echo of Flicker's light. He picked up the spyglass and peered out towards the whispering pines. Without focusing, he saw only trees. But when he concentrated, twisting the ring, the shimmering veil reappeared, a curtain of silver and green light. And there, hovering just on the other side, was a tiny, bright blue spark Flicker. She chimed a soft, familiar greeting that resonated warmly in his heart. Oliver smiled. He wasn't just the boy who liked books anymore. He was Oliver, the Lightbringer, friend to the Lumina, guardian of the Vale. He had journeyed into the hidden heart of the world, faced chilling darkness, and discovered courage and friendship in the most unexpected places. The whispering pines no longer whispered of fear, but of ancient magic, gentle spirits, and a bond that stretched beyond the scene. As he climbed into bed, the warm glow of the heartstone bathing his room in soft light, the distant hoot of an owl sounded like a lullaby. He held the spyglass loosely in his hand, feeling its familiar weight, a key to a world of wonder. He had grown not just in courage, but in understanding. He knew now that magic wasn't just in fairy tales. It was woven into the very fabric of the world, waiting to be seen by those who dared to look with an open heart. And with that comforting thought, the gentle pulse of the heartstone, and the memory of a tiny, brave light, Oliver drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, ready for whatever quiet adventures the dawn might bring. The forest whispered outside, a sound full of secrets now shared, a lullaby of leaves and light guarding his dreams. Story 6. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like silver cobwebs each dawn. It was a place of quiet rhythms, where the turning of the seasons was marked by the blooming of moon petals in spring and the deep slumber of the ancient whispering woods in winter. At the edge of the village, where the first tall trees began their watch, lived a young woman named Sylvie. Sylvie loved her routines. Every morning she rose with the sun, brewed a pot of lavender chamomile tea in her small, ivy-covered cottage, and tended to her modest garden. She knew each pebble on her path to the village well, the exact creak of her gait, and the comforting sigh of her rocking chair by the hearth. Change, however, rustled Sylvie's spirit like an unwelcome draught. When the baker tried a new recipe for rye bread, Sylvie stuck to her familiar oat loaf. When the village elders proposed widening the path to the river, Sylvie worried it would disturb the sleepy badgers who lived nearby. She held on to things tightly, afraid that any shift would unravel the delicate peace she'd woven around herself. One crisp autumn morning, as Sylvie swept fallen leaves from her doorstep, she noticed something peculiar nestled amongst the crimson maple leaves. It was a seed pod unlike any she'd seen before, shimmering with a faint, opalescent light, shaped like a tiny, closed fist. It hummed with a warmth against her palm. Intrigued despite her wariness, Sylvie planted it in a small terracotta pot on her windowsill, whispering, "Well, little stranger, let's see what you are." Days passed. The seed pod remained stubbornly closed. Sylvie watered it faithfully, talked to it about the weather, and felt a flicker of disappointment each morning when it showed no sign of life. Her frustration mirrored a deeper unease within her. The village was preparing for the annual Harvest Moon Festival, a time of vibrant change, new decorations, unfamiliar dances, and the influx of travelers from distant valleys. The very air buzzed with an energy Sylvie found unsettling. Then, on the night of the full harvest moon, as Sylvie sat by her fire listening to the distant sounds of fiddles and laughter, the seed pod stirred. With a soft crack, it unfurled. Not into a stem or a leaf, but into a miniature tree, barely taller than Sylvie's thumb. Its trunk was smooth like polished moonstone, and its branches were delicate traceries of silver and deepest blue. At its crown glowed a single, perfect crystal, pulsing with a gentle, internal light that cast shifting patterns on Sylvie's ceiling. She named it the Lumina Tree. The Lumina Tree, Sylvie soon discovered, was no ordinary plant. Its crystal reflected not light, but feeling. When Sylvie felt content, tending her garden or sipping her tea, the crystal glowed a warm, buttery gold, filling the cottage with a comforting radiance. But when anxiety tightened her chest, perhaps at the thought of joining the festival crowds, the crystal dimmed to a troubled gray, and the silver branches seemed to droop. When frustration flared over a misplaced tool or a broken routine, the light flickered a sharp, agitated red. The tree was a mirror, casting her inner landscape into the quiet air of her home. It was impossible to ignore. Seeing her inner turmoil made visible unsettled Sylvie deeply. She tried hiding the tree in a cupboard, draping a cloth over it, but its light seeped through, a persistent, silent commentary on her state of mind. One particularly gray afternoon, as the Lumina Tree pulsed a dull, leaden gray matching the storm clouds outside and Sylvie's own low spirits, there came a soft knock. It was Old Man Hemlock, the village woodcarver, known for his deep patience and eyes that saw more than most. He carried a small, beautifully carved bird feeder. "Thought this might suit your garden, Sylvie," he rumbled, his voice like stones gently tumbling in a stream. He glanced at the Lumina Tree, its gray light reflecting in his kind eyes. "Ah, the Heartwood sapling. Rare indeed." "You know what it is?" Sylvie asked, her voice small. Hemlock nodded slowly, settling into her rocking chair with a comfortable groan. "Aye, they grow only where a heart is ready to listen, even if it doesn't want to hear. Shows you what's stirring inside, plain as day. Can be a fierce teacher, that one." He didn't offer advice, simply sat in companionable silence as the gray light slowly softened, warmed by his calm presence. Another friend was Alara, the weaver whose fingers danced with colored threads. Alara noticed Sylvie lingering at the edge of the festival preparations, drawn by the music but held back by invisible threads. "The colors feel too bright." Alara asked gently one day, holding up a skein of deep indigo wool. "Like they might pull you right off your feet." Sylvie nodded mutely, watching the Lumina Tree shimmer a nervous violet. Alara smiled. Change is like dyeing wool, Sylvie. You start with the familiar, the plain white skein, then you dip it into the new color bit by bit. It takes time for the dye to set to become part of the wool. It might look messy and uncertain at first, but eventually it transforms into something new and beautiful, still strong, just different. She handed Sylvie the indigo skein. Hold this, feel its strength. The color doesn't weaken it, it deepens it. Slowly, tentatively, Sylvie began to engage. She didn't plunge into the festival square, but she sat on a bench under the old willow tree, listening to the music, watching the unfamiliar dances. The lumina tree pulsed a soft, tentative blue. She accepted a small piece of the baker's new honey spice cake, a flavor explosion that startled and delighted her. The tree glowed a surprised, warm orange. She even offered a quiet suggestion when the village debated the river path, proposing a slight detour to protect the badger set. Her voice trembled, but the elders listened. The lumina tree shimmered a proud, steady green. The true test came with winter. A fierce blizzard howled down from the mountains, thicker and colder than any in memory. Snowdrifts buried Sylvie's cottage halfway up the windows, trapping her inside. Her carefully stocked pantry dwindled. The familiar paths were obliterated, the comforting routines impossible. Fear, cold and sharp, gripped her. The lumina tree plunged into a deep, frightened indigo, its light feeble. Then through the howling wind came a rhythmic thump, thump, thump against her door. Peering out, Sylvie saw Hemlock, Ilara, and others from the village, bundled against the storm, digging a path towards her cottage. They brought firewood, warm stew, and sturdy blankets. No one weathers a storm alone in Willowbrook, Hemlock stated simply, stamping snow from his boots. Huddled by the replenished fire, sharing food and stories as the blizzard raged outside, Sylvie felt the icy knot of fear inside her begin to thaw. She looked at the lumina tree. Its indigo light was softening, swirling with threads of gold and green, the gold of shared warmth, the green of community, the relief of being seen and supported. She hadn't faced the change alone. Her friends were her anchors. As the long winter wore on, Sylvie learned resilience. She learned to find comfort not just in rigid routines, but in the shared strength of her neighbors, in the quiet beauty of snow-laden branches outside her window, in the necessity of adapting. She learned that change, even the harsh, unexpected kind, could reveal hidden reserves of courage and connection. The lumina tree reflected this journey. Its colors became richer, more complex, blending and shifting like the aurora borealis. The crystal grew larger, its light steadier, illuminating the cottage with a serene, multi-hued glow that seemed to breathe with calm assurance. Spring finally arrived, timidly at first, then in a rush of green and birdsong. The snow melted, revealing the world transformed. Sylvie opened her cottage door, breathing in the damp, fertile earth scent. Her garden needed tending, paths needed clearing, and the village was buzzing with plans for spring planting. The thought of so much newness, so much doing, would once have made her retreat. Instead, Sylvie looked at the lumina tree on her windowsill. It stood tall now, its silver-blue branches strong and supple, the crystal pulsing with a serene, encompassing light that held all the colors she'd felt: gold, green, blue, violet, even the indigo of fear now transformed into depth. It wasn't just reflecting her anymore, it was a testament to her journey. She picked up her gardening tools, a different set than she'd used before the storm, gifts from grateful neighbors. As she stepped outside, the morning sun warm on her face, she noticed something extraordinary. Wherever her shadow fell on the damp earth, tiny, shimmering sprouts pushed through the soil, moon petals tinged with silver, violets with veins of blue light, daisies with petals like captured sunshine. The lumina tree's magic, born from her own struggle and growth, was spilling gently into the world, transforming the ground she walked upon into something touched by wonder. Sylvie smiled, a genuine, peaceful smile that started deep within her. The change hadn't broken her world, it had deepened it, colored it, made it richer and far more resilient. She walked towards her garden, not with trepidation, but with a quiet curiosity, ready to tend to the new life springing forth both in the soil and within her own, beautifully transformed heart. The lumina tree's light, visible through the open cottage window, shone steadily, a silent, comforting companion, a beacon of peace earned through the gentle, courageous journey of becoming. The morning birdsong seemed sweeter, the air softer, and the path ahead, though still unknown, felt less like a threat and more like an invitation to discover its quiet, unfolding beauty. Story 7. The Harmony Hub space station glowed like a captured nebula against the velvet dark of the Orion Spur. Inside its curved corridors, the air hummed with the gentle thrum of engines and carried scents of ozone, alien spices, and recycled warmth. Here, beings from 100 worlds mingled, traders, scholars, wanderers, all seeking connection beneath the simulated starlight of the grand atrium. Yet for all its promise of unity, the station still held pockets of loneliness. In the quiet artisan's nook, nestled between hydroponic gardens whispering with leafy secrets, Kaelen worked. Small and covered in soft, silver-blue fur that shimmered like moonlit water, he hailed from the forest world of Verdantia. His large, luminous eyes, the color of twilight moss, focused intently as his delicate claws wove strands of captured starlight into a sculpture. It pulsed softly, casting dancing shadows that reminded him of home of bioluminescent vines and the gentle chitter of his kin. Kaelen communicated not with words, but with melodic chirps and the shifting hues of his fur, a language of color and song few outsiders understood. Nearby, beneath the broad fronds of a singing fern, sat Borin. A geologist from the mineral planet Geodessa, he was a being of living stone, his body a mosaic of obsidian and amethyst facets. He moved with the patient slowness of tectonic shifts, and when he spoke, his voice resonated like boulders grinding deep within a mountain, low and deliberate. Before him rested his most precious cargo, a cluster of geodescent harmony crystals, humming with latent energy, each facet holding a universe of captured light. Borin was studying their resonance frequencies, a task requiring absolute stillness. His kind expressed care through silent presence and the meticulous preservation of precious things. Kaelen, lost in his weaving, took a step back to admire his glowing lattice. His fluffy tail, twitching with artistic fervor, accidentally brushed against the edge of Borin's crystal cluster. A single delicate crystal, balanced precariously, wobbled and fell. It struck the deck plating with a sound like a fractured chime, splintering into iridescent shards. The effect was instantaneous. Borin's stone body stiffened, a low, thunderous rumble building in his chest. To Kaelen's sensitive ears, attuned to the subtle songs of Verdantia, it sounded like an avalanche of fury. Kaelen's fur flashed brilliant scarlet Verdantian alarm, and he let out a terrified, high-pitched chirp, scrambling backwards into a tangle of glowing vines. Borin, seeing the flash of red and hearing the sharp cry, misinterpreted it as aggression, a challenge. He boomed, clumsy disruption, sacred pattern shattered. The sound waves vibrated through the deck, making Kaelen tremble violently, his fur now a frightened, pulsing grit. Hurt and bewildered, Kaelen vanished into the foliage, his soft whimpers swallowed by the leaves. Borin carefully gathered the crystal fragments, a profound sense of loss settling over him like dust. The fragile beauty was destroyed, and the small, vibrant creature seemed hostile. They retreated to their respective corners of the hub. Kaelen to a warm air vent high in the arboretum, Borin to a quiet observation bay overlooking the cold stars, both nursing a misunderstanding that felt like a physical ache. Hours later, the station lights flickered violently. A deep, groaning shudder ran through the superstructure, followed by an ominous silence. Then, a chilling wave swept through the corridors. The main power core had suffered a catastrophic failure. Backup systems sputtered, plunging sections into darkness, and the life-supporting warmth began leaching away, replaced by a creeping, metallic cold that bit deep. Emergency klaxons wailed a discordant, panicked song, echoing the fear suddenly gripping every being aboard. Kaelen, huddled in his vent, felt the cold seep through his fur. He saw panicked beings scurrying below, their fear scent sharp in the suddenly stale air. His Verdantian heart, attuned to the interconnectedness of life, ached with shared terror. He needed shelter, warmth, and the station's central thermal regulator was deep within the now dark and treacherous maintenance levels. His small size made navigating the chaotic main corridors perilous. Boren in the observation bay felt the cold differently. It seeped into the crevices of his stone form, slowing him further, threatening to induce the deep hibernation his species used to survive Geodessa's long winters. He knew the station schematics. The safest, most direct route to the thermal regulator core was through the cramped, unlit maintenance tunnels, a path his large, angular body would find difficult. He needed guidance, light, and speed he didn't possess. The loss of his crystals felt trivial, now compared to the potential loss of life on the hub. Destiny, or perhaps the failing station's layout, forced their paths to converge near a sealed bulkhead leading to the maintenance shafts. Kaelen, shivering violently, his fur a dull, frightened gray-blue, was trying to pry open a service hatch. Boren, moving with agonizing slowness, his facets frosting over, approached the same hatch, recognizing it as the access point. They froze mere meters apart in the dim, emergency-lit corridor. The cold was a physical presence now, stealing breath, thickening the air. Kaelen's eyes widened, reflecting the weak red emergency lights. He chirped a sound thin with cold and fear, his fur flickering uncertainly. Boren rumbled, the sound weaker than before, less intimidating, more like stones settling. Cold, steel's movement must reach core. Kaelen understood the urgency in the deep vibration, the shared need cutting through the fear. He remembered the shattered crystal, the misunderstanding. But the biting cold was a shared enemy now. He chirped again, a softer, questioning note, and cautiously pointed a tiny claw towards the hatch mechanism, then at Boren's large, powerful hands. Understanding dawned on Boren, slow as sunrise on Geodessa. The small one wasn't attacking, he was offering help. Boren lumbered forward, the deck vibrating slightly. With a grating heave, he pried the stubborn hatch open, revealing a dark, cramped tunnel beyond. He gestured with a stony hand, a deliberate, careful movement. Path open, but dark, tight. Kaelen hesitated only a second. He darted forward, not into the tunnel, but towards Boren. With a series of rapid, melodic chirps, his fur began to glow a soft, warm, silver light emanating from within, pushing back the shadows around them like a miniature moon. He looked up at Boren, his luminous eyes wide and earnest. It was his Verdantian gift, weaving light not for art, but for survival. For friendship. Boren's deep-set eyes, like polished onyx, reflected the soft glow. A warmth that had nothing to do with temperature spread through his stony core. He rumbled, a sound that softened into something resembling gratitude. Light guides good. Their journey through the maintenance tunnels became a testament to their burgeoning trust. Kaelen scampered ahead, his fur a living lantern, illuminating dangling cables, blocked vents, and sudden drops. He'd chirp warnings, high notes for danger ahead, a soothing melody for clear paths. Boren, moving with deliberate care, used his immense strength to clear debris, bend obstructing pipes, and create footholds in sheer walls where Kaelen's small claws couldn't grip. When Kaelen grew weary, his light dimming, Boren would gently scoop him up in a large, surprisingly warm, despite the cold, stone hand, carrying him through sections where speed was essential. Kaelen, nestled against the surprisingly smooth, warm facets, felt safe, his fur shifting to a calm, steady blue. Communication blossomed beyond words. Kaelen learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Borin's rumbles, a deeper tone for concentration, a softer vibration for reassurance. Borin learned to read Kaelen's fur like a map, the brightening pulse when he spotted the path, the gentle ripple of green when he felt hopeful. They shared silent moments of mutual awe, Borin marveling at the living light weaver, Kaelen astonished by the patient, enduring strength of stone. Deep within the station's heart, they reached the thermal regulator core. It was a chaotic mess of frozen conduits and sparking relays, bathed in the harsh glare of emergency floods. The cold here was biting, threatening to freeze Kaelen's light and lock Borin's joints. The central control panel required simultaneous input, delicate manipulation of microcircuitry and brute force to realign a massive, frozen manifold lever. Kaelen looked at the intricate panel, then at Borin, chirping instructions translated through urgent color shifts on his fur, blues and yellows indicating specific nodes. Borin understood. He positioned his massive frame near the frozen lever, bracing himself. Kaelen, his tiny claws trembling with cold and concentration, darted across the control panel, guided by his innate understanding of energy patterns, weaving his light into the circuits almost like he wove his sculptures, coaxing, realigning, singing soft, encouraging notes. Now, Kaelen chirped, his fur blazing bright gold. Borin heaved. Stone ground against frozen metal with a deafening shriek. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. Then, with a deep, welcoming thrum, warmth began to radiate from the core. Lights flickered back to life, steady and bright. The oppressive cold started to recede, replaced by a gentle, life-giving warmth that flowed back through the station like a sigh of relief. Exhausted, Kaelen slumped against the warm housing of the core. Borin carefully lowered himself beside him, the frost on his facets already melting. In the restored light, they looked at each other, the small, furry light weaver and the stoic rock being. The fear, the misunderstanding, the cold all melted away. Borin extended a large, smooth hand. Kaelen, without hesitation, climbed onto it. His fur glowed a soft, contented silver blue, pulsing gently. Borin rumbled, the sound deep and warm, resonating through his stone and into Kaelen's small form. Light and strength together, harmony. Kaelen chirped in agreement, a sweet, clear melody that echoed the station's renewed hum. He nestled against Borin's warm chest, his light mingling with the ambient glow of the core. The shattered crystal was forgotten. In its place they had forged something far more resilient, a friendship built not on sameness, but on the beautiful, unexpected ways their differences fit together. Kaelen brought light and agility, Borin offered strength and steadfastness. They had navigated the dark, cold unknown not alone, but side by side. As the harmony hub returned to its gentle rhythm, the two unlikely companions remained by the warm core. Borin held a fragment of his shattered harmony crystal. Kaelen, understanding, took it gently in his claws. With focused chirps and pulses of light, he began to weave, not starlight this time, but strands of the core's warm energy and his own silver glow around the crystal shard. It became a new sculpture, a small, radiant orb symbolizing light born from darkness, strength found in gentleness, and harmony forged through understanding. They sat together in comfortable silence, the station's warmth a blanket, the soft hum a lullaby, two different hearts beating in quiet unison, forever friends beneath the watching stars. The true meaning of friendship, they discovered, wasn't about speaking the same language, but about listening with the heart and holding each other's light in the dark. And that warmth, born in the coldest void, would never fade. Story 8. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills and whispering rivers, where chimney smoke curled like gray ribbons against the evening sky. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Ben. While others rushed through their days, Ben noticed things, the way dew clung to spiderwebs, how sunlight turned dust motes into dancing stars, and the secret patterns in old wooden floorboards. Yet he often felt invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a well-loved story. One rain-slicked afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, Ben discovered a small brass chest beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Inside lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary, a magnifying glass with a handle of worn oak and a lens as thick as a dragonfly's wing. But when Ben lifted it, the attic bloomed with warmth. The lens didn't just enlarge things, it revealed hidden layers. Faded ink on a dusty letter shimmered into glowing words, "Seek where shadows kiss the light, and answer what is kept from sight." Beneath the words, a map unfurled in delicate gold lines across the parchment, showing a path deep into the whispering woods. Ben's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Here was magic, not the roaring, flashy kind from tales, but quiet and patient, waiting to be noticed. That night, as owls hooted outside, he packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and the magnifying glass. At dawn he slipped into the woods, the map glowing faintly in his mind. The journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on mossy stones. But soon the path vanished, swallowed by thorny vines as thick as Ben's wrist. He lifted the magnifying glass. Instantly the thorns shimmered, revealing tiny, glowing runes carved into their stems. Before he could decipher them, a soft voice rasped from below. "Patience, child, rushing scratches the story." Beneath a toadstool sat a tortoise with a shell patterned like aged parchment. His name was Thorn, and he moved with the slowness of melting honey. "Those runes," he wheezed, "ask a question. What grows without rain, shines without flame, and heals without touch? Answer wrong, and the thorns tighten." Ben frowned. He traced the runes with the magnifying glass, watching them shift like living ink. Kindness, he guessed. The thorns remained. Starlight. Still no change. Then he remembered his grandmother's voice, humming lullabies when he was ill. "A smile," he whispered. The vines sighed and unraveled like loosened thread. Thorn blinked his milky eyes. "Wisdom blooms in stillness. Walk with me." For days, Thorn guided Ben, teaching him to read the language of lichen and the songs of streams. The woods deepened, shadows stretching long and cool. One evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, a tiny light zipped past Ben's ear, a firefly named Pip, whose glow pulsed like a cheerful heartbeat. "Lost your way." Pip chimed, her voice a tinkle of bell-like notes. "I know every hidden glade, follow my light." With Pip darting ahead, casting pools of gold in the gathering dark, and Thorn offering slow, steady counsel, Ben felt less alone. The magnifying glass revealed wonders, flowers that hummed melodies only visible as swirling colors in the lens, stones etched with stories of ancient rains, and a brook whose current spelled out riddles in liquid silver. But the map led them to the cavern of echoing stone, where the air grew cold and still. Inside, the challenge wasn't a monster. It was a towering door of obsidian, seamless and silent. Carved into it was a single, enormous rune. When Ben raised the magnifying glass, the rune fractured into 1,000 shimmering fragments, each a different question. Why do stars fall? Where do forgotten dreams go? How do you mend a broken trust? Overwhelmed, Ben sank to the floor. Pip landed on his shoulder, her glow dimming. "So many questions, but no answers fit," she fretted. Thorn nudged Ben's hand with his nose. "The door isn't locked by knowledge alone. Look deeper." Ben closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp stone and earth. He thought of Willowbrook, the baker sharing warm rolls with the hungry, his grandmother stitching quilts for newborns, neighbors tending each other's gardens after storms. He lifted the magnifying glass not to the rune, but to his own heart. The lens warmed, projecting a soft, golden light onto the door. It wasn't an answer that flowed out, but a feeling, a tapestry of gratitude, hope, and the quiet courage of small daily kindnesses. The obsidian dissolved like mist, revealing not treasure, but a garden. Moonflowers glowed with inner light, their petals etched with constellations. At its center stood a figure made of woven shadows and starlight, the guardian who had slept for centuries, waiting. "You woke me not with force," it murmured, its voice like wind through reeds, "but by showing that wonder lives in gentle hearts. My task is done." The guardian faded, leaving behind a simple clay pot filled with seeds that shimmered like captured twilight. "Plant these where shadows kiss the light," whispered the fading voice. The journey back was a blur of joy. Pip lit their path with exuberant loops, Thorn shared tales of stars, and Ben carried the pot like a promise. In Willowbrook he planted the seeds in the village square, where the old oak's shadow met the setting sun. Overnight a garden sprang forth, flowers that sang soft lullabies at dusk, herbs that healed with a touch, and vines bearing fruit sweeter than honey. Ben wasn't invisible anymore. Villagers sought his quiet wisdom, his knack for seeing what others missed. But the greatest change was inside him, a deep, humming certainty that magic wasn't in distant mountains or flashing spells, but in noticing, in kindness, and in the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things. Now, as fireflies dance outside your window and the moon climbs high, remember Ben's magnifying glass. Hold it in your heart tonight. Look closely at the world around you, the fold of your blanket, the shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. Wonder is waiting, patient and bright, in the quiet spaces between dreams. Sleep softly, little one. Tomorrow's ordinary moments hold their own gentle magic. Story 9. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dripped like liquid gold through the canopy, lived a community unseen by human eyes. Here the breeze carried secrets on its breath, and the roots of the world hummed with old magic. Among the hollows and fern-carpeted clearings, a young squirrel named Pip scampered. His fur was the russet brown of autumn leaves, and his eyes held the restless spark of perpetual curiosity. One crisp morning, as Pip chased a spiraling maple seed, he noticed something amiss. The crystal brook, which usually sang a merry tune over polished stones, ran sluggish and murky. Silverfish darted erratically instead of their graceful dances, and the luminous moon petals by the water's edge had wilted overnight. A chill hung in the air, unnatural for late spring, when warmth should have kissed the forest floor. Pip's nose twitched at the sour tang of decay beneath the usual perfume of pine and wild honeysuckle. Guided by worry, Pip sought out Elder Thistle, a tortoise whose shell bore intricate patterns like a map of constellations. Thistle resided beneath the grand willow, whose branches wept shimmering strands of silver moss. The air here thrummed with the willow's low, soothing hum, and the ground felt soft as velvet beneath Pip's paws. "Grandfather," Pip whispered, nuzzling Thistle's weathered neck, "the brook is sick, and the cold bites like winter's ghost." Thistle's eyes, deep as forest pools, grew solemn. "Ah, little one, you sense the season not." He explained how the whispering woods thrived on balance, guarded by the heartstone, a gem hidden in the oldest oak, pulsing with the rhythm of the seasons. When harmony falters, the stone's magic phrase, cold seeps where warmth belongs, life withers where it should bloom. Long ago, Thistle recounted, the forest creatures learned to tend the heartstone together. Fireflies polished its surface with dewlight at dawn, earthworms loosened the soil around its roots, and songbirds fed it melodies to strengthen its pulse. But lately the northern winds had grown fierce, scattering the fireflies and silencing the birds. Without their rituals, the stone's energy dimmed. Determined to help, Pip gathered his dearest friends, Luna, a moth with wings like frosted starlight, and Bramble, a badger whose gentle strength could move mountains. Under Thistle's guidance, they embarked on a quest to mend the season knot. Their journey wove through landscapes alive with magic, fields where bluebells chimed like tiny bells when touched, caves where glowworms painted constellations on damp walls, and meadows where dandelion seeds rode thermal winds like golden chariots. As they traveled, Pip noticed subtle wonders, the way spiderwebs glittered with captured rainbows after a shower, the earthy scent of truffles rising from Bramble's careful digging, the velvet brush of Luna's wings against his ear as she navigated moonlit paths. Each sensory detail was a thread in the forest's living tapestry. Their first challenge came at the Misty Falls. Here the water usually cascaded in liquid diamond sheets, but now it oozed thick and silent. The falls are clogged with sorrow moss, Luna observed, her antennae drooping. It feeds on imbalance. Bramble used his powerful claws to clear the rocks while Pip and Luna gathered bundles of sun-kissed thistledown, a natural remedy Thistle had taught them. As they laid the down upon the moss, it dissolved like sugar in tea, and the falls sighed back into music. Next they faced the silent glade, where the songbirds had ceased their chorus. A bitter frost coated the wild roses, stealing their scent. Luna fluttered to the highest branch, her wings dusting the air with iridescent powder that melted the ice. Pip scampered up, offering acorns filled with nectar from the last blooming honeysuckle. One by one robins and wrens emerged, their voices tentative at first, then swelling into a symphony that shook dew from the leaves. Finally they reached the elder tree, its trunk wide as a hill, roots cradling the heartstone. The gem, usually ablaze with shifting colors, spring grain, summer gold, autumn amber, winter blue, now flickered weakly. Frost crept up its sides. The wind spirits are distressed, Thistle murmured. They feel unheard. Pip remembered his grandmother's tales. Wind spirits danced to the laughter of young creatures. So he did something bold. He scurried to the highest twig and spun in dizzying circles, tail whirling like a pinwheel, chittering a playful tune. Luna joined, looping figure eights in the air, while Bramble drummed a joyful rhythm on a hollow log. Their mirth rang like bells. From the north, a single breeze spiraled down, tentative at first, then whirling into a gale of giggles. More winds gathered, weaving through the trees in ribbons of cool air that smelled of distant snowmelt and alpine flowers. As they danced, the frost on the heartstone melted. The stone blazed anew, pulsing warmth through the roots and into the soil. By the time they returned to the crystal brook, life had returned. Water chuckled over stones, clear as spun glass. Moon petals glowed like captured moons, and silverfish traced liquid silver spirals in the current. The air hummed with the thrum of cicadas and the perfume of awakened earth. Under the grand willow, Thistle smiled. Well done, little guardians, remember this, the forest breathes as one. Every wing beat, every root's reach, every note sung or silence kept, it all weaves the balance. Pip curled beside Luna and Bramble, watching fireflies paint the dusk. He felt the wood sigh in contentment, the rustle of leaves like a lullaby, the damp moss cool beneath him, the taste of wild strawberries sweet on his tongue. Above, the first star blinked awake, reflected in the now steady brook. And as the creatures drifted to sleep, the whispering woods cradled them, whispering ancient truths on the breeze. That harmony lives in listening, magic in kindness, and strength in the gentle bonds that tie root to rain, wing to wind, heart to heart. Story 10. The old oak door in Rowan's attic had always been locked. Its brass keyhole, shaped like a tiny crescent moon, seemed to wink at him whenever dust motes danced in the afternoon sun. One rainy Tuesday, while searching for a misplaced box of winter scarves, Rowan's fingers brushed against a cool, smooth object hidden beneath a velvet drape. It was a key wrought of silver and as light as a feather, its bow shaped into that same crescent moon. With a quiet click that echoed like a sigh, the door swung open. Beyond lay not the expected rafters and cobwebs, but a path paved with cobblestones of polished amber, winding down into a valley bathed in perpetual twilight. The air smelled sweet and green, like crushed mint and damp earth after a spring shower. This was the Vale of Whispers, a place Rowan had only glimpsed in half-remembered dreams. Curiosity, a warm glow in his chest, nudged him forward. The path descended gently, flanked by trees unlike any he knew. Their bark shimmered like mother-of-pearl, and their leaves were tiny lanterns, glowing softly in hues of violet, emerald, and gold, casting shifting patterns on the amber stones. Gentle breezes carried soft, musical sighs, the whispers that gave the vale its name. It felt less like entering a forest, and more like stepping into a warm, breathing jewel. His first encounter came near a pool of water, so still it looked like polished obsidian. Perched on a smooth, gray stone, its spines quivering, was a small creature covered in soft, mossy fur, with bright, bead-like eyes and delicate, twig-like legs. It was weeping tiny, luminous tears that plinked like crystal bells into the water. "Hello," Rowan whispered, not wanting to startle it. The creature jumped, curling instantly into a tight, mossy ball that rolled slightly on the stone. Only one large, wet eye peered out. "Oh, I'm sorry," Rowan said gently, crouching down. "I didn't mean to frighten you. My name's Rowan. Are you hurt?" The ball slowly unfurled, revealing the small hedgehog-like creature again. Lost, it sniffled, its voice like wind chimes. "I am Pip. I was chasing a moonbeam moth and tumbled down the winter slope. Now I can't find my burrow in the autumn glade." It gestured vaguely with a tiny paw towards a path veiled in swirling russet and gold leaves. The autumn glade. Rowan asked, looking at the paths branching off around the pool, one shimmering with frost and leading upwards, one vibrant with blossoms, and Pip's path, drenched in autumn colors. "Which way is home from here?" Pip trembled. "Through the whispering willow woods, but the shadows there murmur things that make my spines tingle, and the stream sings too loudly." Its fear was palpable, a little cloud of cold air puffing around it. Rowan felt a pang of sympathy. He knew the flutter of fear in his own belly well. "Maybe," he offered softly, "we could go together. 2 sets of ears are better than 1 for listening past scary murmurs, and I could help you cross the stream." Pip blinked its large eyes. Together. It considered this, its tiny nose twitching. Slowly, a small smile touched its face. Yes, together sounds less tingle-why. Their journey through the whispering willow woods was indeed filled with strange sounds. The long, silver leaves brushed against each other, creating sussurrations that sometimes sounded like distant warnings, sometimes like forgotten lullabies. Rowan felt Pip shiver against his hand, where the little creature walked beside him. "It's just the leaves, Pip," Rowan murmured, focusing on the path ahead, lit by Pip's faintly glowing spines and the soft lantern leaves above. "Listen beneath the murmur. Can you hear the water? That must be the stream you mentioned." He concentrated, pushing past the unsettling whispers. "It sounds cheerful, like laughter." Pip tilted its head. Laughter, not roaring. It listened harder. A tentative smile returned. "You're right, it is like laughter." The fearful murmurs seemed to soften, becoming just the rustle of leaves in the wind. Courage, Rowan realized, wasn't about not being afraid. It was about listening for the laughter beneath the roar. The stream was wide and swift, sparkling with trapped starlight. Stepping stones, slick with moss, offered a precarious crossing. Pip froze, eyes wide. Too fast, too slippery. "Hold onto my sleeve," Rowan said firmly, though his own heart thumped a little faster. He took a deep breath, focusing only on the next stone. Step, Pause. Step. Pause. He felt Pip's tiny claws grip his cuff tightly. Halfway across, his foot slipped on a damp stone. He wobbled wildly, arms pinwheeling. But Pip, suddenly brave, squeaked, "Steady, Rowan, look ahead." Rowan locked eyes on the far bank, found his balance, and carefully navigated the rest of the way. Helping Pip had helped him find his own steadiness. The autumn glade was a breathtaking tapestry of burnt oranges, deep reds, and shimmering golds. Giant maple leaves formed soft carpets, and the air smelled of wood smoke and ripe apples. Pip squealed with delight, spotting a cozy burrow beneath the roots of a giant, copper-barked tree woven with glowing amber sap veins. "Home, thank you, Rowan." "You're welcome, Pip," Rowan smiled, warmed by the creature's joy. "Safe and sound." "Before you go," Pip chirped, darting into its burrow and returning with a smooth, acorn-like object that pulsed with a soft, golden light. A Vale light, it shines brightest when you remember the way home and friends. It pressed the warm object into Rowan's palm. Feeling braver, Rowan continued his exploration. He followed the frost-kissed path up the winter slope, where the air grew crisper, smelling of pine needles and snow. He encountered silent, pearlescent fish swimming in frozen bubbles suspended midair, their movements creating soft chimes. He traversed the path blooming with eternal spring, where luminous butterflies with wings like stained glass flitted amongst giant, honey-scented blossoms. He climbed the sun-drenched summer hill, where warm breezes carried the scent of sun-baked grass and distant salt, and watched clouds shaped like playful dragons drift lazily above. Each path held gentle wonders, each required a small act of courage balancing on an icy ledge, trusting a path hidden by thick blossoms, resisting the urge to nap forever on the warm hilltop. Each time the Vale light in his pocket pulsed warmly, reminding him of Pip and the path home. As the twilight deepened into a velvety, star-studded navy, Rowan found himself back at the obsidian pool where he'd met Pip. The crescent moon key in his pocket felt warm. He looked back at the enchanting Vale, the lantern trees, the whispering woods, the distant glows of the different seasonal realms. A profound sense of peace washed over him. He hadn't conquered any monsters, but he had calmed fears, crossed streams, and discovered breathtaking beauty. He had learned that courage was a quiet thing, found in taking the first step, in offering a hand, in listening past the whispers of doubt. Exploration wasn't just about seeing new things, but about discovering new strengths within yourself, especially the strength found in kindness. Holding the warm Vale light aloft, its gentle glow illuminated the amber path back to the oak door. As he walked, the whispers of the trees seemed to change. They no longer sighed, they hummed a soft, comforting melody, a lullaby for the returning explorer. He reached the door, the silver key fitting perfectly. With one last look at the starlit valley, he stepped through. Back in the dusty attic, the rain still pattered softly on the roof. The door was just a door again, solid oak with a brass moon-shaped keyhole. But in Rowan's hand, the Vale light still pulsed its warm, golden glow. He smiled, placing it carefully on his bedside table. It wasn't just a light, it was a reminder of the hidden valley, of Pip's friendship, and of the quiet spark of courage that lived inside him, ready for the next small adventure, be it in a dream or a rainy-day attic. As he climbed into bed, the warm glow filled the room, casting dancing shadows that whispered of lantern trees and starlit streams. He drifted into sleep, not with thoughts of the unknown, but with the comforting certainty of wonder found, and the gentle courage to seek it again. The Vale of Whispers wasn't just a place on the other side of a door. It was a secret haven now nestled safely within his own brave heart. Story 11. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley known for its quiet charm, but young Finn always found his gaze drawn to the line of ancient trees marking the western edge. Beyond them lay the Whispering Woods, a place spoken of in hushed tones by the elders. full of strange lights and stranger sounds, they'd murmur, best left undisturbed. But for Finn, with his boundless curiosity and a heart that thrummed like a hummingbird's wing, the mystery was an irresistible call. One crisp autumn morning, with the scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves heavy in the air, Finn slipped away. He packed a small satchel with a crust of bread, a wedge of sharp cheese, a flask of cool water, and his most treasured possession, a smooth, worry stone gifted by his grandmother. Crossing the familiar meadow, he approached the edge of the whispering woods. The trees here weren't merely tall, they were colossal, their trunks gnarled like old hands, draped in velvety moss the color of deep jade. Instead of the usual rustle of leaves, a low, melodic hum vibrated through the air, as if the woods themselves were breathing a gentle song. Sunlight filtering through the dense canopy didn't fall in shafts but pooled in shimmering, warm puddles of golden light that seemed almost liquid. It smelled of damp earth, rich cinnamon, and something sweet and unfamiliar, like crushed moon petals. Stepping beneath the first arching boughs felt like entering another world. The village sounds vanished, replaced by the resonant hum and the soft crunch of vibrant moss underfoot. Tiny winged creatures, no bigger than Finn's thumb and glowing with soft, internal light like miniature lanterns, zipped through the air, leaving trails of shimmering dust that smelled faintly of honey. They seemed curious, darting close to Finn's face, their tiny wings humming in harmony with the woods before flitting away. Finn wandered, enchanted, deeper into the woods. He came upon a clearing where enormous, translucent mushrooms grew in concentric rings, pulsing softly with light that shifted from pale blue to lavender. Sitting atop the largest mushroom was a creature unlike any he'd ever seen. It resembled a plump hedgehog, but its spines were made of iridescent feathers that shimmered in the mushroom light, and its large, liquid eyes held an ancient, gentle wisdom. It blinked slowly at Finn. "Lost little wanderer." Its voice was like dry leaves skittering across stone, soft yet clear. "Not lost," Finn replied, finding his voice surprisingly steady. "Just exploring, it's all so beautiful." The feathered hedgehog tilted its head. "Beauty often guards paths unseen. You seek the heart glade." It hadn't asked a question, it had stated a fact. Finn hadn't known he sought anything specific, but the name resonated. The heart glade. The place where the woods sing loudest, where the oldest stories sleep beneath the roots, the creature explained. But the path is not straight. It requires a listening heart. It gestured with a tiny feathered paw towards a narrow path Finn hadn't noticed, winding between two giant, moss-covered stones. "Beware the singing bridge. It tests not your feet, but your courage to follow the tune." Thanking the creature, who merely blinked again and nestled deeper into its mushroom seat, Finn took the path. It led him to the edge of a ravine, spanned by a bridge that looked impossibly delicate. It was woven from living vines, shimmering silver in the dappled light, and strung with hundreds of tiny, bell-like flowers. As Finn approached, the bridge began to softly chime, a complex, haunting melody that seemed to vibrate in his bones. It wasn't threatening, but it was powerful, demanding attention. He knew instinctively that stepping onto the bridge would mean becoming part of its song. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at him. The elder's warnings echoed. What if the bridge unraveled? What if the song swallowed him? He gripped his worry stone, its familiar smoothness a small anchor. He thought of the humming lights, the feathered hedgehog's calm wisdom, the sheer wonder he'd already witnessed. Courage isn't the absence of fear, his grandmother often said, it's choosing to walk forward anyway. Taking a deep breath of the sweet, cinnamon-scented air, Finn placed one foot on the first woven vine. The chimes swelled, wrapping around him. The bridge swayed gently. It felt less like walking and more like dancing to a melody only the bridge knew. The tune shifted, sometimes joyful, sometimes somber, sometimes playful. Finn didn't try to fight it, he listened, truly listened, letting the rhythm guide his steps. He moved with the sway, trusting the vines, feeling the music flow through him. Halfway across, a particularly deep chime resonated, and a shimmering figure coalesced from the mist below a bridge troll, but not a fierce one. This one was made of swirling light and moss, its eyes kind but questioning. It didn't speak, but Finn understood. The troll was the guardian, asking if his heart was true to the song, true to the exploration. Finn met its gaze, holding up his worry stone not as a weapon, but as a symbol of his own small courage. He smiled, feeling the music lift him. The light troll shimmered brighter and dissolved back into mist with a final, approving chime. Finn reached the other side, his heart pounding not with fear, but with exhilaration. The melody faded to a contented hum. Beyond the bridge, the woods changed. The trees grew even taller, their bark glowing with intricate, faintly luminous patterns. The air hummed with a deeper resonance. He entered the heart glade. It was a wide circle carpeted in luminous blue moss, surrounded by trees whose roots formed natural, arching benches. At the center grew a single, magnificent tree, its trunk silver-white, its leaves like drops of captured moonlight. Beneath its branches, hovering gently, were thousands of the tiny lantern creatures, their combined light creating a soft, ethereal radiance. They weren't darting now, they pulsed in unison, a slow, calming rhythm that matched the deep hum of the glade. As Finn stepped onto the glowing moss, a wave of profound peace washed over him. He felt small but not insignificant. He felt like a welcome guest in a place of immense, ancient gentleness. The fireflies, for that's what they seemed closest to, drifted towards him, not touching, but enveloping him in their warm, golden light. Images blossomed in his mind, not words, but feelings. The slow growth of the trees, the deep roots connecting everything, the joy of the humming lights, the quiet strength of the feathered hedgehog, the harmony of the singing bridge. He saw the woods not as a place of fear, but as a living, breathing entity that cherished quiet explorers, those who came with respect and open hearts. The underlying message was clear, woven into the very light and sound. True exploration requires both courage and kindness. Courage to step into the unknown, to face the unfamiliar song. Kindness to listen, to respect, to move gently through the wonders you find. The greatest discoveries aren't always treasures you hold, but the understanding you carry back. Finn sat on a smooth root, simply breathing it in. He ate his bread and cheese, sharing tiny, respectful crumbs with the curious fireflies that ventured close. He felt no need to take anything, only to absorb the profound serenity. When the light in the glade began to soften, signaling the sun's descent outside the woods, he knew it was time. He stood, bowed deeply to the heart tree and its luminous guardians, feeling a silent blessing settle upon him like warm sunlight. The journey back felt different. The whispering woods no longer felt unknown, but welcoming. The singing bridge chimed a gentle farewell as he crossed, the melody now familiar and comforting. He passed the mushroom clearing. The feathered hedgehog was asleep, its feathery spines rising and falling gently. The glowing lights zipped playfully around him, escorting him towards the edge. As he stepped out of the trees and back into the familiar meadow of Willowbrook, the first stars were pricking the twilight sky. The village lights seemed warmer, closer. Finn returned home, his satchel empty of food, but his heart impossibly full. He didn't speak of the heart glade or the singing bridge or the luminous fireflies to the elders who warned of strangeness. But something had changed within him. He carried the deep hum of the woods in his chest, the memory of the bridge's song in his step, and the gentle wisdom of the heart tree in his quiet smile. He looked at his own familiar world with new eyes, seeing the wonder in the ordinary, the intricate pattern of a spider's web, the determined journey of an ant, the comforting glow of the hearth fire. He had ventured into the unknown, faced a gentle challenge with courage and kindness, and returned not with riches but with a profound understanding. The world is vast and full of enchantment, waiting patiently for those brave enough to explore, listen, and tread softly. And as he lay in his bed that night, the soft glow of his nightlight mimicking the fireflies, he drifted into peaceful sleep, the comforting hum of the whispering woods a gentle lullaby in his dreams, a reminder that courage and kindness are the truest lanterns to light any path. Story 12. Leo had always felt a faint whisper in his bones whenever autumn painted the mountains crimson and gold. It was a soft tug, like a silken thread connecting him to something unseen. His grandmother would smile knowingly as he traced the carvings on their old oak mantelpiece, swirling patterns of leaves and starlight. "Our roots run deep, little acorn," she'd murmur, her voice as warm as the hearth. "Someday you'll understand the song they sing." That understanding began with a storm. Rain drummed against the cottage windows one blustery October night, and Leo discovered a loose stone beneath the hearth. Tucked inside lay a velvet pouch heavy with secrets. Within it rested a pendant, a circle of moon-pale wood etched with the same leafy patterns from the mantel. Strangest of all, it pulsed with a gentle warmth against his palm. "Ah," grandmother sighed, her eyes misty. "The Heartwood amulet, it's time for your journey, Leo." Guided by the amulet's soft glow and a map woven into the pouch's lining, a constellation of rivers and peaks Leo recognized from bedtime tales, he ventured into the whispering woods at dawn. Mist curled around ancient cedars like sleepy breaths. Ferns unfurled velvet fronds beneath his boots, and the air hummed with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. As he walked, the amulet grew warmer, humming like a contented bee whenever he chose the right path beneath gnarled roots arching like cathedral doors. Deep in the forest's heart, Leo found a clearing cradled by silver birches. At its center stood a tree unlike any other, a great willow with bark like braided moonlight, its leaves shimmering with dewdrop rainbows. Beneath it lay a stone pedestal, moss softening its edges. Carved into its surface were symbols matching his amulet. Trembling, Leo placed the pendant into a hollow at the pedestal's center. It fit perfectly. A sigh rustled through the leaves. The willow's branches dipped and light pooled on the stone, weaving into shimmering figures, a procession of people with kind eyes and Leo's own stubborn chin. They moved through scenes of planting orchards under spring stars, weaving tapestries that told of droughts survived, and singing lullabies to saplings during winter storms. Leo saw his grandmother as a girl, placing her own small hand on the pedestal. "We are keepers," whispered a voice like wind through reeds. It belonged to the eldest figure, a woman crowned with ivy. "Guardians who remember that trees breathe with us, rivers dream with us, and stones hold the memories of those who loved this land." The vision shifted. Leo watched as his ancestors faced a great blight, leaves curling black and streams choking. Instead of force they gathered, elders, children, neighbors, singing to the sickened trees, offering honeyed water to the soil, weaving garlands of healing herbs. Slowly, life returned. "Strength grows from tending, not taking," the willow's voice murmured. "When storms come, bend like the willow, listen like the roots, tend what binds you." The light faded. Leo sank onto the moss, the amulet cool against his chest once more. He understood now. The pendant wasn't just wood, it was a seed from this very willow, passed down through generations. Its magic wasn't in grand spells, but in remembrance, a compass guiding keepers back to wisdom written in seasons and soil. The tug in his bones. It was the heartbeat of the forest, the pulse of rivers his great-great-grandfather had helped clear, the rustle of oaks planted by hands that shared his blood. Dusk painted the sky lavender as Leo returned home. Grandmother waited on the porch, her face soft with knowing. Without words he showed her the amulet, now glowing faintly with steady, calm light. She placed her weathered hand over his. "You felt the belonging," she said simply. That night, as fireflies winked like fallen stars in their garden, Leo helped her plant tulip bulbs along the fence. He pressed each bulb into the earth with care, humming an old tune from the willow's vision. The soil felt alive beneath his fingers, humming back, a quiet chorus of roots and rain and generations. Years later, whenever autumn gilded the mountains, Leo would walk his own children to the willow. They'd place their palms on the mossy pedestal, gasping as stories bloomed in the dappled light. And as fire crackled in hearths across the valley, keepers young and old would remember that courage is a seed nurtured in community, that heritage is a forest tended with gentle hands, and that the deepest roots, when honored, make even the smallest heart feel impossibly, peacefully home. Story 13. Leo had always loved the stars, but tonight the sky held something extraordinary. A blue moon hung low, casting an ethereal glow over the sleepy village. As Leo gazed from his window, a shimmering path materialized in the meadow, a trail of moonlit dewdrops leading toward Whisperwood Forest. Heart fluttering like a moth against glass, Leo slipped outside, drawn by the path's silent invitation. The moment Leo stepped onto the dewdrop trail, the air changed. Cool mist swirled around his ankles, smelling of crushed mint and distant rain. The forest parted before him, revealing a hidden valley bathed in blue moonlight. This was the Glimmering Glen, a place where trees wore bark like polished opal, their leaves chiming like crystal bells in the gentle breeze. Rivers of liquid starlight wound through meadows of velvet moss, and fireflies danced in patterns that spelled out secret poems before dissolving into sparks. Leo's first friend emerged from a thicket of singing ferns, a creature no taller than his knee, with fur like spun moonlight and ears that shimmered like spun sugar. "I'm Twinkle," it piped, voice like a wind chime. "You've come for the wishing bloom, haven't you?" Twinkle explained that the rarest flower in the glen bloomed only under a blue moon, its petals holding the power to reveal one's truest courage. But to find it, Leo had to navigate the valley of echoing stones. The stones stood in a maze of obsidian pillars, each humming with memories. As Leo approached, they whispered challenges. "Cross me if you dare, but step only where shadows are kind." Leo hesitated, the path shifted like quicksilver, shadows pooling and retreating. Remembering Twinkle's advice, "Trust your feet, not your fears," Leo closed his eyes. He focused on the cool moss beneath his toes and the scent of damp earth. Step by cautious step, he danced through the labyrinth, shadows guiding him like gentle hands. When he opened his eyes, he stood at the maze's heart, where a pool of liquid moonlight reflected his proud smile. Twinkle cheered, leading Leo deeper into the glen. Suddenly, the air grew cold. Before them lay the Bridge of Sighs, a fragile arch woven from spider silk and stardust, spanning a chasm where ghostly orchids wept glittering tears. The bridge trembled as a sorrowful figure emerged, Lumina, a being woven from fractured light, her form flickering like a dying candle. "I guard this bridge," she sighed, "but loneliness has made it frail. Courage alone can mend it." Leo sat beside her, offering a handful of glowing berries he'd gathered. As Lumina ate, her light steadied. "Tell me," Leo asked softly, "what makes your heart feel brave?" Lumina whispered of forgotten kindnesses, the song of a nightingale, the warmth of shared stories. Inspired, Leo hummed the lullaby his grandmother sang him during thunderstorms. Lumina's flickering form brightened, weaving new threads of light into the bridge. Together they crossed, the bridge singing beneath their feet. At the valley's highest peak, the wishing bloom awaited, a flower with petals like captured dawn, pulsing with soft gold light. As Leo reached for it, the stem resisted. "To claim your courage," echoed a voice like rustling leaves, "you must name it." Leo thought of the echoing stones, the sighing bridge, Lumina's renewed glow. Courage isn't loud, he murmured. It's listening to shadows, it's sharing songs, it's being kind when you're scared. The bloom glowed fiercely, detaching into his palm, warm as a heartbeat. The journey back felt lighter. Lumina guided them, her light now a steady beacon. At the glen's edge, Twinkle pressed a tiny star flower into Leo's pocket. So you'll remember, it chimed. The dewdrop path reappeared, leading home. As Leo crossed the meadow, dawn tinged the horizon pink. The blue moon faded, but the wishing bloom's warmth lingered in his hand. Curled back in bed, Leo watched the first sunrise paint his walls gold. The starflower in his pocket glimmered softly. He realized the greatest enchantment wasn't the glen's magic. It was discovering that courage bloomed quietly within him all along, waiting only to be named. Outside, a breeze carried the distant chime of crystal leaves, a gentle promise that wonder was never far away. And as Leo drifted to sleep, his dreams were full of starlight rivers, kindling shadows, and bridges woven from shared songs. Story 14. In the snug little village of Whistlebrook Hollow, where chimney smoke curled like cat's tails and lamplight glowed like captured fireflies, strange things began happening each midnight. Every morning, villagers awoke to find their woolen socks missing. Not pairs, just the left sock from every drawer, basket, and drying line. Old Man Hemlock's favorite argyle. Gone. Little Juniper's rainbow-striped knee-high. Vanished. Even the thick hiking socks hanging near the baker's oven disappeared without a trace. Young Rowan, whose moss-green socks had been a gift from Gran, decided to investigate. With a lantern shaped like a dandelion puff, Rowan visited Mr. Thistlewick, the village's wise clockmaker who lived in a cottage built around an ancient grandfather clock. "Socks don't just walk away," Mr. Thistlewick murmured, polishing his spectacles. "But they might be borrowed." He handed Rowan a magnifying glass that hummed when touched. Look for whispers, not footprints. That night, Rowan hid beneath a quilted window seat, magnifying glass in hand. Moonlight painted silver puddles on the floorboards. Just as the clock tower chimed 12, a faint rustling came from the fireplace. Not embers, something softer. Peering through the humming glass, Rowan saw tiny shapes tumbling down the soot-streaked bricks. 8 fuzzy dust bunnies no larger than acorns, their fur shimmering with chimney ash. They moved in a silent, bouncing procession toward Rowan's sock drawer. But these weren't thieves, they were rescuers. The smallest bunny, trailing a wisp of blue yarn, nudged Rowan's lone green sock toward the others. They rolled it gently into a bundle and began pushing it toward the hearth. Rowan followed, heart pounding like a rabbit's foot. Up the chimney they went, Rowan climbing carefully behind. At the top, instead of open sky, cobweb arches glittered with frost and starlight. They'd entered the hidden attic, a cavernous space between Whistlebrook's rooftops, where lost buttons became stepping stones and forgotten scarves draped over rafters like banners. In the center hung a colossal dream catcher woven from hair ribbons, shoelaces, and socks. Hundreds of left socks formed a patchwork tapestry, straining under the weight of something enormous. Perched on a teetering stack of books was a silver owl with clockwork feathers. "Ah," it hooted softly. "The sock-webber's masterpiece is collapsing." Rowan learned the owl named Kronos guarded forgotten time. The dust bunnies, whisper woolies, had been gathering socks for weeks to mend the dream catcher, which trapped nightmares before they slipped down chimneys. But the socks were too heavy. "Without balance," Kronos sighed, "the nightmares will spill into Whistlebrook." Rowan studied the lopsided web. Socks stretch, they realized. But ribbons don't, that's why it's sagging. With Kronos' guidance, Rowan and the Whisper Woolies carefully unwove the socks, replacing them with stretchy hair ribbons from the attic stash. For the weak spots, Rowan contributed the yarn from Gran's half-finished scarf. The Whisperwoolies spun the fibers into glimmering threads with their ash-dusted fur. As dawn painted the sky peach, the Dreamcatcher transformed, a lighter, stronger net of starlight and memory. Kronos gifted Rowan a tiny hourglass pendant. For seeing with kindness, it chimed. The socks were returned, each now subtly mended with silvery thread along the toe. Old Man Hemlock found his argyle smelling faintly of cinnamon. Juniper's stripes gleamed brighter than ever. Whistlebrook Hollow never lost another sock. But sometimes villagers would spot a left sock drying near the hearth, a dust bunny curled inside it like a contented cat, guarding dreams one cozy foot at a time. And Rowan, tracing the hourglass at their throat, knew that mysteries weren't problems to be solved, but stories waiting to be understood. Story 15. The village of Meadowhaven lay nestled in a valley where sunlight danced like liquid gold upon the river, and the air always carried the faint perfume of wild thyme. Here lived a young gardener named Sylvie, whose hands coaxed the most vibrant blooms from the earth, but whose heart clung tightly to familiar rhythms. Sylvie loved the constancy of her routines, the precise hour she watered her marigolds, the exact path she walked through the whispering woods to gather herbs, the unchanging melody of her grandmother's wind chimes singing from the cottage eaves. Change, like a sudden frost, filled her with a quiet dread. One autumn, as amber leaves began to spiral earthward, an unusual stillness settled over the whispering woods. The ancient trees, which normally hummed with a soft, melodic magic, grew silent. Streams that once chuckled over pebbles now flowed sluggishly, their waters clouded. Even Sylvie's garden seemed to hold its breath, petals curled inward as if bracing for a storm. Granny Fern, the village silver-haired herbalist, noticed Sylvie's troubled frown as she examined a wilting moonflower vine. "The woods mirror what they feel," Granny murmured, her voice as gentle as rustling parchment. "When hearts resist the turning seasons, magic grows heavy." Sylvie sighed, brushing soil from her apron. But why must things change? The woods were perfect as they were. "Even roots must stretch deeper when the wind blows," Granny replied, pressing a small, luminous seed into Sylvie's palm. It glowed with a soft blue light, warm as a candle flame. "This is a heart seed. Plant it where the woods feel saddest. But remember, it grows only for those willing to grow alongside it." Hesitant yet determined, Sylvie ventured into the muted woods the next dawn. She carried the heartseed in a pouch woven from dried lavender stems, its light pulsing against her hip like a second heartbeat. The deeper she walked, the more the forest resisted her. Brambles snagged her skirt where clear paths once lay, and fog clung thickly, obscuring landmarks she'd known since childhood. Just as doubt began to knot her stomach, a rustle stirred in the undergrowth. A small fox with fur the color of autumn bracken trotted up to her, eyes bright as polished acorns. "Lost your way," he chirped, his voice surprisingly clear. "I'm rusty. The woods whisper about you." Sylvie blinked. Talking animals were rare even in Meadowhaven's magic. "They do." "Oh yes, they say you're fighting the wind instead of letting it fill your sails." Rusty nudged her hand with his nose. "Show me that seed. Granny Fern's gifts are never small." Together they pushed through thickening ivy until they reached the Glade of Echoes, a place Sylvie had always loved for its carpet of bluebells and the way it amplified joyful sounds. Now it lay choked by thorny vines, the flowers withered to gray husks. The silence here was so profound it ached. "This is where the sadness gathers," Rusty whispered. Sylvie knelt, her fingers trembling as she dug a small hole. As she placed the heartseed into the earth, a tremor ran through the ground. The seed's glow dimmed. "It's not working," she breathed, panic tightening her throat. Rusty circled the planting spot thoughtfully. Seeds need more than soil. What's in your heart, Sylvie? She stared at the tangled gloom. I'm afraid that if I let things change, I'll lose what I love. My garden, the woods as they were, it'll all vanish. Tears pricked her eyes, and as they fell onto the barren soil, something extraordinary happened. Where each tear landed, a tiny sprout of silver moss unfurled, glimmering like starlight. Ah, Rusty's ears perked up. There it is. The seed doesn't want your strength, Sylvie. It wants your truth, even the hard, tender bits. Encouraged, Sylvie began to speak aloud to the glade, her voice soft but steady. She spoke of her fear of losing control, her grief for summers past, her longing to keep everything safe and still. With each admission, more moss spread, weaving a luminous tapestry over the thorns. The heartseed stirred, sending up a slender shoot topped by a single bud, the color of dawn. Yet the bud remained tightly closed, and the woods still held their breath. Days turned into weeks. Sylvie returned daily with Rusty trotting loyally beside her, and Granny Fern leaving baskets of herbal tea and honey cakes near the glade's edge. Sylvie tended the fragile shoot, singing to it the lullabies her grandmother once sang to her. She noticed subtle shifts, the way mist now parted like courteous curtains, how squirrels began dropping nuts near her feet as gifts. Slowly she started adapting. When a new thicket blocked her usual path, she blazed a gentler trail. When rain drowned her seedlings, she planted resilient marsh marigolds instead. Each small surrender felt like shedding a heavy stone from her pockets. One frost-kissed morning, Sylvie found the heartseeds bud trembling. Overnight, the entire glade had transformed. Thorns had dissolved into dewdrop-laced spiderwebs, and the silver moss now cradled clusters of glowing bluebells that chimed like tiny bells in the breeze. Rusty danced around her ankles. It's waiting for you. Sylvie sat cross-legged before the plant, her heart pounding. She closed her eyes and whispered her deepest truth. I'm ready to grow. The bud unfurled with a sound like a contented sigh. Inside bloomed a flower unlike any other, petals shifting from deep violet to gold to clear crystal, reflecting Sylvie's own journey, the darkness of fear, the warmth of courage, the clarity of acceptance. As its fragrance filled the air, a blend of rain-soaked earth and apple blossoms, the whispering woods awoke. Trees hummed a rich, harmonious chord. Streams laughed over realigned stones. And where the flower's light touched the last gray vines, they burst into flame-red maple saplings. Granny Fern emerged from the trees, her smile crinkling her eyes. You see, magic isn't about forcing life to stand still. It's about finding the song within the change. Sylvie touched a crystal petal. It felt warm and alive. I thought I'd lose myself if I changed, but I feel more myself than ever. In the weeks that followed, Sylvie's garden flourished with new, resilient flowers born of the heartseed's pollen. She still rose at dawn, but now she paused to watch spiders weave intricate new webs where old ones had torn. She still walked the woods, but her paths meandered like happy streams, discovering mushroom rings and fox dens she'd never seen. Rusty became her constant companion, and Granny Fern taught her how to brew teas that eased transitions, for herself and the villagers who came seeking solace. One evening, as fireflies winked above Meadowhaven, Sylvie sat on her cottage porch. The wind chimes sang a familiar melody, but now they harmonized with the wood's deeper hum. She sipped chamomile tea, watching the heartseed flower glow softly in a pot beside her. Its light pulsed gently, a quiet reminder that growth was not an ending, but a continuous, beautiful becoming. And as the first stars pricked the twilight sky, Sylvie smiled, wrapped in the peaceful certainty that whatever seasons turned, her roots were stronger, her branches more supple, and her heart, like the enchanted woods, forever open to the magic of gentle transformation. The night wrapped around her like a soft quilt, and somewhere in the whispering woods, a single bluebell chimed her to sleep. Story 16. The little town of Willow Creek nestled in a valley, where sunlight felt like warm honey and evenings smelled of wood smoke and baking bread. In a cottage with a crooked chimney lived a quiet boy named Liam. Liam noticed things others missed, the intricate map of veins on a fallen leaf, the way dust motes danced in sunbeams, the particular sigh of the old oak tree outside his window. His favorite place was the dusty, cluttered attic, filled with generations of forgotten treasures. One rainy afternoon, while exploring a trunk overflowing with yellowed linens, Liam's fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. He pulled out a teacup. Not grand or gilded, but humble and sturdy. It was the warm brown of cinnamon dust, with a single chip on its rim, and felt perfectly weighted in his small hands. As he wiped away the grime, something extraordinary happened. The cup began to hum. Not a loud buzz, but a soft, deep vibration, like the purr of a contented cat, resonating gently through his palms. Then faintly at first, like starlight seen through mist, the cup began to glow from within, pulsing with a soft, golden light. Liam's breath caught. He'd found whispers of magic in rustling leaves and shifting shadows, but never held it. He carried the cup downstairs, its soft hum a comforting secret against the drumming rain. He tried filling it with water, then milk, then placing a dried flower petal inside. The hum deepened slightly with the water, quieted with the milk, and the petals seemed to shimmer for a moment. But the true magic, he sensed, wasn't in what it held, but in the cup itself. That night, as he held it by his bedside, the cup's gentle glow painted warm patterns on his ceiling, and he dreamed of ancient forests and deep roots. The next morning, the cup felt different. The hum was fainter, the glow dimmer, like a firefly trapped under glass. A strange feeling settled in Liam's chest, not sadness, exactly, but a quiet sense of longing that seemed to echo from the cup itself. It whispered, not in words but in feelings, images of towering trees draped in moss, the scent of damp earth and wild herbs, the sound of water tumbling over smooth stones. The cup was homesick. It belonged somewhere else, somewhere deep within the whisperwood that bordered Willow Creek, a place adults spoke of with caution and children avoided. Liam knew. He had to take it back. The journey felt less like a choice, and more like a quiet promise he'd made to the humming clay in his hands. Packing a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of water, and carefully wrapping the cup in soft wool, he slipped out at dawn, the cup's faint pulse a guide against the cool morning. Whisperwood lived up to its name. Ancient trees, their bark like wrinkled skin, leaned close together, their canopy weaving a tapestry of green and gold overhead. Sunlight filtered down in dusty shafts, illuminating swirling motes. The air hummed with unseen life, the rustle of unseen creatures, the drip of dew, the creak of ancient wood. It was beautiful, yes, but immense and slightly overwhelming. Liam felt very small. He hadn't walked far when a low voice, gruff but not unkind, rumbled from beneath a tangle of roots. "Lost little sapling." Liam peered down. A large, sturdy badger blinked up at him with intelligent, dark eyes. His fur was grizzled, and he held a small, knobby root like a walking stick. "Not lost exactly," Liam said, kneeling. He carefully unwrapped the cup. Its glow brightened slightly in the forest air. "I'm taking her home. She misses it." The badger sniffed the cup, his whiskers twitching. "Ah, the Heartwood chalice, been gone a long while, belongs deep within, near the singing brook." He tapped his root stick thoughtfully. "The way is not straightforward for small feet. Shadows grow thick, paths twist and turn on themselves. You'll need more than good intentions." He lumbered out. "I am Thistle. The roots remember me. I'll guide you through the tangled ground." Further on, as Thistle pointed out hidden animal trails and safe paths around treacherous sinkholes disguised by moss, a flash of brilliant blue darted overhead. A kingfisher landed on a low branch, cocking her head. "Oh ho, what's this? A sapling and a grumbler, and oh." Her sharp eyes fixed on the cup Liam carried. "It glimmers like sunlight on water. Where do you carry it, little root walker?" "To its home near the singing brook," Liam explained. The kingfisher, whose name was Azure, ruffled her feathers. "The brook a merry place, but the canopy grows dense ahead. The sky paths are clearer. I see what the roots cannot. Follow my flash." And with a whir of wings she zipped ahead, calling back warnings about low branches, patches of thick bramble, and the clearest route where the light still reached the forest floor. The deeper they went, the stranger the woods became. The air grew cooler, damper. The trees seemed older, their branches forming strange, arching doorways. The cup's hum grew stronger, its glow brighter, casting warm pools of light that pushed back the gathering gloom. But the path became treacherous. Thistle warned of missed memory pools, patches of ground that looked solid but were actually deep, sucking mud that could trap an unwary traveler. Azure reported from above that the way was crisscrossed with illusions, paths that seemed clear ended abruptly at thorn walls, while apparent thickets hid narrow passages. Liam felt a prickle of fear. He was just a boy with a teacup. How could he navigate such magic? He sat on a moss-covered stone, the cup cradled in his lap. Its warmth seeped into him, calming his racing heart. He remembered his quiet attic, the way he noticed small things. He closed his eyes, not to block out the forest, but to listen differently. He listened past Azure's chatter and Thistle's low grumbles. He listened to the cup's deep hum, feeling its vibration. He listened to the forest itself, the subtle sigh of the wind through specific leaves, the faint gurgle of water somewhere ahead, the different textures of sound bouncing off solid trees versus deceptive spaces. "Thistle," Liam said softly, opening his eyes. "The cup, it hums strongest when we face that way." He pointed slightly off the apparent path Azure had indicated, towards what looked like an impenetrable wall of ferns. "And the ground, it doesn't sound right over there where it looks clear. It sounds hollow, like the missed memory pools you mentioned." Thistle sniffed the air near the ferns. "The roots here are old and quiet, but the sapling's cup hums true. Trust the clay, I say." Azure zipped down. The ferns, from above, they seemed to bend just there, a hidden arch. She darted forward, vanishing into the greenery. A moment later, her voice called back, "Come, it's a tunnel. It leads towards the water's song." Guided by Liam's quiet attention to the cup's resonance and the subtle sounds of the forest, Thistle's knowledge of the earth, and Azure's sky view, they navigated the illusions. Liam learned to feel the deceptive ground through faint vibrations, to see the slight shimmer in the air where paths weren't real, guided by the cup's increasing pulse of warmth and light. The challenge wasn't fought, it was felt and understood. Finally, the sound of water grew loud and clear, a joyful, tumbling melody. They pushed through a final curtain of weeping willow branches and stepped into a sun-drenched clearing. In the center, a brook cascaded over smooth, mossy stones, singing as it flowed. Sunlight dappled the grassy bank, and wildflowers nodded in the gentle breeze. The air thrummed with peaceful energy. The cup in Liam's hands began to vibrate intensely, not just humming, but singing a soft, deep note that harmonized perfectly with the brook's melody. The golden light blazed, warm and welcoming, illuminating the clearing like captured sunshine. Liam walked slowly to the water's edge. There, nestled amongst the roots of a colossal, ancient willow tree whose branches trailed in the water, was a small, mossy hollow the perfect size and shape for the cup. As he knelt, the water near the bank shimmered, and a figure formed from light and swirling current, a spirit with hair like flowing water and eyes like deep pools. She smiled, a smile that felt like cool water on a warm day. You brought her home, the spirit whispered, her voice the sound of the brook over stones. The chalice of deep roots, she holds the memory of the forest, the quiet strength of the earth. She was taken long ago, a curiosity. Without her presence, the heart of the wood grew dimmer, weaker. Liam placed the cup gently into the mossy hollow. As soon as it touched the earth, the cup's light flared, then settled into a steady, warm radiance, pulsing gently in time with the brook's song. The hum deepened, becoming part of the forest's own heartbeat. Liam felt a wave of profound peace wash over him, a sense of rightness that settled deep in his bones. The longing in his own chest, the quiet ache he hadn't fully acknowledged, eased. He hadn't just returned the cup, he had completed a circle. He felt different. Still quiet, still observant, but now carrying an inner warmth, a quiet confidence like the cup's steady glow. He had listened to a silent song and navigated a magical wood not with force, but with attention, patience, and the wisdom to trust his companions and the gentle magic he held. Thistle nudged his leg gently. Well done, sapling, you listened well. Azure landed on his shoulder, preening a blue feather. A fine journey, the sky path's home will be clear. The water spirit touched his hand, it felt like cool mist. The forest remembers kindness, little guardian. You carry its warmth within you now. Go safely. The journey back felt lighter, brighter. The whisperwood seemed friendlier, the paths clearer. Sunlight streamed more generously through the canopy. When Liam finally stepped out of the trees and saw the familiar chimneys of Willow Creek, dusk was painting the sky in shades of lavender and peach. He arrived home as the first stars blinked awake. His parents, worried but seeing the calm certainty in his eyes, the new quiet strength in his bearing, simply hugged him tight. Liam didn't tell them about the chalice of deep roots, the singing brook spirit, the talking badger, or the kingfisher guide. Some magic was meant to be held quietly, like the memory of the cup's warmth in his hands. That night, as he lay in bed, he looked out at the old oak tree. It seemed to stand taller, its leaves shimmering faintly in the moonlight. He closed his eyes, and in the quiet darkness he could almost feel it, a deep, soft hum resonating from the earth itself, a gentle pulse of light from the heart of the whisperwood, a comforting song carried on the night breeze. He had discovered that wonder wasn't always loud or flashy. Sometimes it was a humble teacup humming on a rainy afternoon, a journey taken with kind hearts, and the quiet, enduring magic of bringing something lost back to where it belonged. And with that warm, golden feeling nestled safely inside him, like a captured sunbeam, Liam drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, dreaming of moss and moonlight and the gentle song of coming home. Story 17. The old grandfather clock in the hall chimed 10 times, each deep bong echoing through the quiet house. Outside the window, moonlight painted silver patterns on the floorboards. Young Leo, tucked under his patchwork quilt, felt a familiar restlessness. The day had been filled with ordinary things, dusty books, a half-finished puzzle, the scent of baking bread. Yet he felt a strange pull, a whisper of something more just out of reach. His gaze drifted to the cluttered corner of his room, landing on a forgotten box tucked beneath the eaves. It was filled with things his grandfather had left behind: tarnished buttons, a bent compass, a collection of smooth river stones. Tonight, however, something new caught his eye, a magnifying glass. It wasn't grand or ornate, its handle was simple, worn wood, and the glass itself was thick, slightly cloudy at the edges. Leo had seen it before, but tonight, moonlight glinted off its surface in a peculiar way, making it seem like a tiny, captured moon itself. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, Leo crept out of bed and retrieved it. The wood felt cool and smooth in his hand. He lifted it, peering through the cloudy glass at his ordinary bedroom. The worn rug became a landscape of intricate fibers, like a miniature forest floor. The chipped paint on the windowsill transformed into a canyon of swirling color. Then Leo gasped. He'd aimed it at a dusty cobweb shimmering in a moonbeam. Through the glass, the web wasn't dusty gray. It was a tapestry woven from threads of pure, liquid moonlight. And clinging to the center wasn't a spider, but a tiny creature made of iridescent light, humming softly as it spun strands of silver. Leo's heart hammered. He slowly lowered the glass, and the world snapped back to normal, just a dusty web. He lifted it again, and the luminous spinner reappeared. The magnifying glass showed hidden magic. Ordinary things weren't ordinary at all. They held secrets, beauty, and life, invisible to the naked eye. Excitement fizzed in his chest, replacing his restlessness. He had to see more. The next morning, dawn painted the sky peach and lavender. Leo slipped the magnifying glass into his pocket, its familiar weight now humming with possibility. He decided to explore the wild, tangled garden behind his house, a place he usually found a bit overwhelming. Today, it felt like an unexplored kingdom. Kneeling by a patch of dewy clover, he lifted the glass. What appeared as simple green leaves now shimmered with tiny, emerald veins pulsing with life. Each droplet of dew was a perfect, miniature world reflecting the sky. A ladybug magnified became a gleaming, armored knight patrolling a vast, green plain. "Lost your way, little observer," a slow, thoughtful voice rumbled near his elbow. Leo startled, lowering the glass. Beside him, on a broad, damp leaf, sat a snail. But this wasn't just any snail. Its shell wasn't dull brown. Through the glass, it was a swirling galaxy of blues, greens, and deep purples, like a captured piece of twilight sky. Its eyes, on long stalks, regarded Leo with ancient patience. You can talk," Leo whispered, cautiously lifting the glass again. The snail's voice seemed to resonate directly in his mind when viewed through their enchanted lens. "Through the lens of true seeing, indeed," the snail replied, its voice like gravel shifting slowly. "I am Silas, we see you, little one. You hold the key to deeper truths, but secrets weigh heavy. Why do you look?" Leo explained his discovery, the moonlight spinner, the pulsing clover, the nightly ladybug. "I just wanted to see what else is hidden," he finished. Silas extended a glistening eye stalk. "The world brims with wonders unseen, but seeing is only the first step. Sometimes what is hidden needs finding or mending." A sigh, slow as honey dripping, escaped him. The night garden, deep within these wilds, is troubled. The stardust sprites are scattered. Their light dims. Without their gentle glow, the dreams of the small creatures grow restless, filled with shadows. Leo felt a thrill mixed with trepidation. Stardust sprites scattered, what happened? An ill wind blew, Silas murmured. A gust of carelessness, perhaps. It scattered the sprites like dandelion seeds far from their home in the heart of the night garden. They are lost, frightened. Their tiny lights are fading without the warmth of their gathering place. They need guidance, a safe path home. But the way is long for such small beings, and the shadows grow bold. "How can I help?" Leo asked, his earlier excitement tempered by the seriousness in Silas's slow voice. "Wisdom, not speed, is needed," Silas said. "And patience, more than I possess alone. You see truly, little one, that is a gift, but you will need another. Seek Thorn. He dwells near the whispering stones where the earth remembers." With a deliberate movement, Silas indicated a direction deeper into the garden, where ancient oaks loomed. "Tell him Silas sent you. He watches the roots of the world." Leo thanked Silas, who retreated into his galaxy shell with a soft click. The journey felt daunting, but the thought of the frightened sprites, their light fading, spurred him on. He ventured deeper than he ever had, past the rose bushes that became towering forests of velvet petals under his lens, past a puddle that transformed into a crystal-clear lake teeming with luminous, minuscule fish. The air grew cooler, damper, smelling of rich earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight struggled through the dense canopy. Soon Leo found the Whispering Stones, 3 large, moss-covered boulders, leaning together like old friends sharing secrets. He lifted the magnifying glass. The moss wasn't just green, it was a vibrant tapestry of emerald, gold, and deep forest green, humming softly. Nestled at the base of the largest stone, half hidden by ferns, was a badger. Through the lens, his usual black and white stripes shimmered with threads of silver and deep, root brown. His eyes, when they opened, were pools of calm, dark earth. Silas sent word, the badger rumbled, his voice deep and reassuring, like stones shifting underground. His name, Leo understood, was Thorn. Trouble in the night garden, the sprites are adrift. He heaved himself up, sniffing the air. The shadows grow restless without the starlight to hold them at bay. You carry the lens, you see the hidden paths. Yes, Leo said, feeling small but determined. Silas said we need wisdom. How do we help the sprites find their way home? The garden is so big for them. Thorn nodded slowly. Force frightens them more, chasing would scatter them further. Noise would drive them deeper into hiding. They respond to gentleness, to quiet light, and to the patterns they know. He nudged a fallen acorn with his nose. Through Leo's lens, it glowed with a soft, inner warmth. The sprites follow the ancient pathways, the lines of starlight that fall on dew, the glow of certain night-blooming flowers, the gentle hum of the earth's own song. But they are lost, so they cannot see the path. You with the lens can see the fragments of the path that remain lit. I know the way to the heart of the night garden where their home glows. We must be their quiet guides, lighting small beacons along the true path for them to follow. The plan unfolded with Thorn's steady wisdom. As twilight began to paint the sky in hues of violet and indigo, they set out towards the deepest part of the garden, where fireflies already flickered like living stars. Leo, peering constantly through the lens, saw what Thorn meant. Invisible to the naked eye, faint traceries of silver light shimmered on certain leaves, along specific veins in petals, and even in the air itself, like ghostly ribbons. These were the remnants of the sprite's path. But they were broken, fragmented, like a scattered necklace. Here, Thorn would murmur, stopping by a cluster of moon-pale flowers Leo knew as night phlox. Through the lens, their centers glowed faintly silver. Their scent is a beacon, but it needs strengthening. A touch of the lens, perhaps, to remind it. Hesitantly, Leo held the magnifying glass close to a flower. He focused not on magnifying, but on the seeing, on the hidden light within it. To his astonishment, the faint silver glow within the flower bloomed brighter, radiating a soft, sweet light visible even without the glass. It was like coaxing a shy ember into a gentle flame. Good, Thorn rumbled approvingly. A beacon, the sprites will recognize their kinlight. They moved slowly, deliberately. Leo found a dewdrop clinging to a blade of grass, perfectly positioned to catch the first starlight. Through the lens, it held a tiny, trapped sparkle. He focused the lens on it, and the sparkle flared into a minuscule, brilliant star point. He found a smooth, dark stone. Thorn explained it remembered the warmth of the sun. Leo used the lens to draw out that remembered warmth, making the stone radiate a faint, comforting amber glow. Thorn, with his deep connection to the earth, would gently hum a low, resonant note near certain roots or stones, and Leo, through the lens, would see vibrations of soft, golden light ripple out, harmonizing with the earth's own song. It was painstaking work. The shadows Thorn had mentioned seemed to gather at the edges of Leo's vision, formless and cold, retreating only from the points of light they created. Leo's arm grew tired from holding the lens, his eyes strained from peering into the hidden world. Doubt whispered, "Is this enough? Are we too slow?" Then, near a cluster of ferns unfurling like green scepters in the twilight, Leo saw it. Through the lens, a tiny flicker of blue-white light, no bigger than a pinprick, hovered nervously near one of their illuminated dewdrops. It was a Stardust sprite. It darted away as Leo gasped, but hovered near the light, drawn to it like a moth. "Patience," Thorn breathed, his voice barely a vibration. "Do not look directly, let the light speak." They continued their quiet work, placing another gentle beacon Leo, focusing the lens on the velvety center of a dark purple bloom until it pulsed with soft violet light. Slowly, cautiously, the tiny sprite flitted towards the new light. Then another flicker appeared nearby, then another. Soon a small cluster of them, like nervous fireflies, hovered near their beacons, their faint light strengthening slightly as they recognized the familiar patterns of safety. Wordlessly, Leo and Thorn moved further along the fragmented path Leo could see, lighting the way step by patient step. More sprites emerged from hiding places under curled leaves, within hollow stems, behind bark drawn by the growing constellation of gentle lights and the comforting hum of Thorn's earth song. The small procession grew. The sprites didn't fly in a straight line, they danced and darted, but they followed the illuminated path, their collective light growing brighter, pushing back the encroaching shadows. The deeper they went, the cooler and quieter the garden became. Giant ferns formed a canopy overhead, and the air hummed with the sound of unseen crickets and the drip of moisture. Finally, they reached a small, natural clearing. In its center stood an ancient, gnarled hawthorn tree, its branches twisted like sleeping dragons. At its base, nestled amongst thick roots that glowed with a deep, inner warmth visible only through the lens, was a hollow space shimmering with an intense, welcoming silver light. This was the heart of the night garden, the sprite's home. As the first sprites reached the hollow, they zipped inside with little chimes of pure joy. Their light flared brilliantly, illuminating the entire hollow and casting dancing silver patterns on the surrounding ferns and the old hawthorn bark. More sprites followed, a river of light flowing home. The clearing filled with their soft, musical hum, a sound like tiny crystal bells and distant wind chimes. The oppressive feeling of shadow lifted completely, replaced by a profound peace and gentle radiance. The hawthorn tree itself seemed to sigh, its leaves rustling with contentment. Leo lowered the magnifying glass, tears pricking his eyes. The sight was beautiful even without it. The hollow pulsed with a soft, ethereal silver glow, and countless tiny lights danced joyously within and around it. The ordinary clearing had become a place of extraordinary magic. Thorn nudged Leo gently with his broad head. "Wisdom lit the way," he rumbled, his voice filled with quiet satisfaction. "Patience guided them, seeing truly showed the path. You used your gift well, young observer." Leo looked at the simple magnifying glass in his hand. It felt warm, humming with the shared effort and the restored light. He hadn't fought anything, he hadn't forced anything. He had simply seen, and with kindness, patience, and the wise guidance of friends, he had helped mend something broken. He understood now that the greatest magic wasn't in spectacle, but in connection, in paying attention, and in gently nurturing the light that was already there. The walk back through the garden felt different. Leo didn't need the lens constantly. He saw the ordinary world with new eyes, the intricate pattern of a leaf, the sparkle of dew, the sturdy beauty of a stone, knowing the hidden wonders they held. He knew the fireflies were distant cousins to the sprites, the rustling leaves sang their own quiet songs, and the earth beneath his feet thrummed with ancient life. He felt connected, no longer restless, but peacefully belonging to the vast, secret life of his world. Silas was waiting near the whispering stones, his galaxy shell catching the moonlight. "The garden sighs with relief," he said slowly. "Well done, little light tender." Leo thanked both Silas and Thorn, feeling a deep warmth of friendship for these quiet guardians. He slipped back into the house as the grandfather clock chimed midnight. He placed the magnifying glass carefully on his bedside table, its surface catching the moonlight just as it had the night before. But now it wasn't just glass, it was a key, a reminder. As he snuggled back under his patchwork quilt, Leo looked out his window. The moon seemed brighter, the stars closer. He imagined the Stardust sprites weaving dreams in their silver hollow, their light strong and sure. He knew the world was full of hidden magic, quiet helpers, and challenges that needed gentle wisdom. And with that comforting knowledge, warm as embers in a hearth, Leo closed his eyes, his journey complete, his heart full of wonder and peace, drifting into dreams as soft and luminous as stardust. The ordinary night held extraordinary secrets, and he was part of their gentle, glowing story. Story 18. On the bustling Harmony Station, where star jellyfish floated through crystalline corridors and gravity shifted like a gentle sigh, lived a lonely boy named Leo. His father, a botanist, tended the Nebula Gardens, a sanctuary of bioluminescent ferns and singing orchids from 100 worlds. Leo often wandered there, tracing the pulsing veins of starlight moss beneath his fingers, wishing for a friend. One evening, as indigo twilight glowed beyond the observation dome, he heard a sound like shattering icicles. Curled beneath a weeping glow-willow tree trembled a creature no larger than his palm. It resembled a cross between a dandelion puff and a sea anemone, with dozens of translucent tendrils that shimmered with panic. This was Briz, a glimmerling from the fog planet of Nimbus 7. Briz recoiled when Leo reached out, emitting sharp, discordant chimes. Leo froze. He'd learned that glimmerlings communicated through light and sound, but this was fear, bright as a supernova. Slowly, Leo hummed a tune his mother once sang, a lullaby about Earth's oceans. Briz's tendrils softened from jagged white to a hesitant blue. Leo offered a petal from a harmony blossom, its scent like vanilla and stardust. Briz extended a single, quivering tendril, brushing the petal. A warm golden light spread across its body, gratitude. Yet when Leo gestured toward the garden's exit, Briz chimed a frantic scarlet no. Misunderstanding bloomed like thorn vines. Leo thought Briz feared the station. Briz feared Leo would expose him to the stern station keepers, who might deem him space debris. For days they met secretly. Leo brought stories sketched on light pads, pictures of Earth's forests, his father's smile. Briz responded with holograms spun from his tendrils, swirling nebulae, his family's floating nest city on Nimbus 7. But their fragile trust fractured when Leo found a lost being alert flashing on a terminal. It showed Briz's species, warning they required methane-rich air to survive. Leo raced to the gardens, shouting, "You'll suffocate here." Briz, seeing Leo's panic and hearing the harsh words, flared crimson. He thought Leo was threatening him. Whirling like a tiny storm, Briz vanished into the whispering vines. That night the station shuddered. A meteor shower pelted the shields, triggering power surges. Lights flickered, oxygen recyclers sputtered. In the sudden gloom, Leo heard a faint, desperate trill. Briz was trapped in a collapsing vine tangle, his light dimming as oxygen thinned. Without hesitation, Leo crawled into the thicket. Vines scraped his arms, but he followed Briz's fading blue pulse. "Hold on," he whispered, though Briz couldn't understand. He remembered Briz's holograms. Glimmerlings calmed chaos by syncing their light rhythms. Leo hummed the ocean lullaby, steady and deep. Slowly, weakly, Briz's tendrils glowed in time with the melody. Together, their shared rhythm loosened the vines, just enough for Leo to pull Briz free. Clutching Briz to his chest, Leo stumbled toward the garden's core. The air grew thinner. Briz's light guttered like a dying star. Then Leo remembered the methane alert. He plunged his hand into a planter of Mars cactus, its sap rich with natural gases, and gently held it near Briz. The glimmerling's tendrils absorbed the fumes, flaring back to life in astonished violet. In that moment, silent understanding passed between them. Leo hadn't been a threat, he'd been trying to save him. Briss nuzzled Leo's cheek, chiming a soft, clear note of apology. Their challenge wasn't over. The power core was failing. If it collapsed, the gardens, Brizz's refuge, would freeze. Briz trilled urgently, projecting a hologram of the core's schematics. Glimmerlings understood energy flows like birds understood skies. Leo nodded. Show me. Holding Briz aloft like a lantern, they navigated steam-hissing corridors. When security drones barred their path, Briz pulsed soothing amber waves, lulling them into standby. When Leo couldn't decipher a fractured circuit, Briz reshaped his tendrils into a living key. Side by side, human hands and glimmerlight worked, Leo turning valves, Briz harmonizing overloaded frequencies into stability. As the core hummed back to life, Station Keeper Rail arrived, her antennae twitching in amazement. Leo expected reprimand. Instead, Rail knelt, her carapace clicking softly. You saved us, little ones. She'd known Briz was missing. His family had been searching from Nimbus 7. But seeing the bond between boy and Glimmerling, she calmed them. There's someone here who needs to see you. Days later, Briz's family arrived, a constellation of Glimmerlings drifting into the gardens, chiming like wind chimes. Briz glowed incandescent gold, darting between them. But he lingered by Leo, projecting a hologram not of nebulae, but of Leo's own smile. Leo's heart ached. You have to go home. Briz chimed a question, light pulsing slow and blue. Leo placed a harmony blossom in Briz's tendrils. You are my friend, always. Briz nestled the blossom into Leo's palm, then wove a tiny, glowing bracelet around his wrist, a map of their shared stars. Now, when Leo tends the nebula gardens, a holo projector by his window flickers. Briz's face appears, trilling updates about fog whales and floating cities. Leo shows him newly bloomed star flowers. No words are needed. Their friendship, forged in darkness and light, taught them that understanding isn't about shared language, but shared hearts. And in the quiet between stars, that bond glows warmer than any sun. Story 19. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where the river sang softly and the trees whispered secrets. It was a place where cobblestones shimmered faintly in moonlight, and every garden held a touch of unexpected magic tulips that chimed in the breeze, carrots that glowed faintly orange at dusk. Young Clara, with eyes as bright as polished river stones, lived in a cottage draped in fragrant honeysuckle. She tended a special garden, filled with herbs that hummed and flowers whose petals held tiny constellations. But lately, strange things had begun to happen. Each morning, Clara would find something missing. Not stolen exactly, but relocated. Her prized silver watering can, polished to a shine, would be found nestled amongst the roots of the ancient oak tree. A bundle of fragrant lavender, tied with blue ribbon, would appear tucked into the bird bath. Most puzzling of all, her grandmother's smooth, worry stone, always kept on the windowsill, vanished one night only to reappear the next morning, perfectly placed on the mossy stepping stone leading to the garden gate. Rustle, rustle, sighed the honeysuckle vines outside her window one evening. Something curious stirs beneath the moon, Clara. Clara wasn't frightened, only deeply puzzled. Who or what was moving her things? She decided to watch. That night, wrapped in a soft shawl the color of twilight, she sat quietly by her open window. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. Moonlight spilled like liquid silver over her garden. She listened to the cheer-up of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. Hours passed. Just as Clara's eyelids grew heavy, she heard it, a soft clink followed by a gentle thump. Peering into the moonlit garden, she saw a small, dark shape near her herb patch. It moved with surprising swiftness, a blur of shadow against the silvery light. It darted towards her grandmother's worry stone, which sat on the windowsill again. But instead of taking it, the shadow nudged it gently with its nose. Then it vanished into the thicket of moonflowers near the fence. The next morning, Clara examined the spot where the shadow had been. Among the velvety sage leaves, she found tiny, perfect footprints pressed into the soft soil. They were smaller than a rabbit's, shaped like little stars. Her heart beat a little faster. This wasn't mischief, it felt like a message. Seeking wisdom, Clara visited Old Man Hemlock. He lived on the outskirts of Willowbrook in a crooked cottage built around a wise, murmuring willow tree. His beard was long and white, and his eyes held the calm of deep forests. He listened intently as Clara described the moving objects and the star-shaped prints, sipping chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "Ah," Hemlock murmured, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "Star-shaped prints beneath the moon, that speaks of a stardust snuffler, my dear. Shy creatures, rarely seen. They gather things that shine, hum, or hold strong feelings not to keep, but to mend." "Mend?" Clara asked, puzzled. "They feel the small imbalances," Hemlock explained, stirring his tea. "A misplaced worry, a forgotten hum, a shine that needs sharing. They try to set things right in their own quiet way. Your watering can by the thirsty oak roots, the lavender near the water for restless birds, the worry stone well, perhaps it needed grounding." Clara thought hard. Her grandmother's worry stone had felt unusually cool lately. And the oak tree had looked a little droopy before the watering can appeared. The lavender near the bird bath. She remembered seeing a mother starling looking particularly frazzled the day before. But why move them? Clara wondered aloud. Why not just fix them? Snufflers work with placement, Hemlock smiled gently. They nudge things into harmony, like arranging stars in the sky. Perhaps it felt the objects needed to be elsewhere to do their work. But they are terribly shy. Startle them, and they vanish like moonbeams. Armed with understanding, Clara devised a gentle plan. That evening, instead of hiding, she prepared. She placed her grandmother's worry stone deliberately on the cool, mossy stepping stone, a place of grounding. Beside it, she left a small saucer filled not with milk, but with shimmering dew collected from spiderwebs at dawn, known to be a favorite of delicate magical creatures. She also left a tiny sprig of humming thyme, its quiet vibration a soothing beacon. Then she sat inside, watching through a crack in the shutter, her breath held softly. The moon climbed high. The garden held its breath. Then a soft rustle came from the moonflowers. A creature emerged, no larger than Clara's hand. Its fur was the deep velvet of the night sky, dusted with tiny, glimmering points like captured starlight. Its eyes were large, dark, and gentle, reflecting the moonlight. Delicate star-shaped paws patted silently on the moss. It was the Stardust Snuffler. It approached the stepping stone, sniffed the air delicately, and nudged the worry stone gently, as if satisfied with its placement. Then it noticed the saucer of dew. It dipped its tiny muzzle, drinking delicately. A soft, contented hum, like a distant wind chime, vibrated from it. It sniffed the humming thyme, its starlight-dusted fur seeming to glow a little brighter. Emboldened by the creature's calm, Clara slowly opened the garden door just a crack. The snuffler froze but didn't flee. Clara spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, as soft as falling petals. "Hello, little mender, thank you for helping." The snuffler tilted its head, its dark eyes meeting hers. There was no fear, only a quiet curiosity. It chirruped softly, a sound like tiny bells tinkling. Then it darted not away, but towards Clara's herb patch. With surprising strength for its size, it nudged a pod of slightly wilting, singing mint into a patch of moonlight. Instantly the mint perked up, releasing a clearer, sweeter hum. Clara understood. The mint hadn't been getting enough moonlight. The snuffler had sensed its need. It wasn't stealing, it was caretaking. The mystery wasn't malice, but misplaced kindness from a shy, magical gardener. From that night on, the strange relocations stopped. But Clara often found small signs of her nocturnal friend. A perfectly round, luminous mushroom might appear near a struggling seedling. Fallen petals would be arranged into intricate, star-like patterns on the path. And sometimes, on still evenings, if Clara sat very quietly with a saucer of starlit dew, she might catch a glimpse of velvet night fur and gentle, starlit eyes, a silent partner intending the gentle magic of her moonlit garden. The mystery was solved not with alarm, but with kindness and quiet observation, leaving Willowbrook in Clara's heart, feeling more cozy and harmonious than ever before. Sleep well, little listener, under the watchful, gentle stars. Story 20. Layla lived in a village cradled by ancient hills, where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight. She was a quiet girl who noticed things others missed, the way dandelion seeds danced in secret patterns, or how old fence posts hummed when the wind blew just right. Her favorite place was the mossy bank of Silver Thread Creek, where she'd hunt for smooth stones while water chuckled over pebbles. One amber afternoon, as willow branches dipped their fingers into the stream, Leela spotted something glimmering beneath the surface. A pocket watch, no larger than her palm, with a casing of tarnished copper. But when she fished it out, she gasped. Instead of numbers, its face held 12 tiny doors, each carved with symbols, a leaf, a raindrop, a feather, and others she couldn't name. And it ticked not with sound, but with shivers of warmth against her skin. That night, as moonlight pooled on her windowsill, Layla held the watch close. To her astonishment, the door marked with a dewdrop clicked open. Out drifted a shimmering mist that shaped itself into a creature no bigger than her thumb, a water sprite named Puddle, with hair like liquid silver and eyes like polished river stones. "You found the whisper watch," Puddle chimed, her voice like raindrops on petals. "It opens when kindness calls, but it's fading. The Heartwood tree, keeper of all forest secrets, is withering. Without its roots drinking deep, magic leaks from our world like sand through fingers." So began Layla's journey. At dawn, she tucked the watch into her apron pocket and slipped into the whispering woods, Puddle perched on her shoulder. The forest welcomed them with dappled light and the scent of pine resin and damp earth. Yet shadows clung thicker as they ventured deeper, and the air grew still and heavy. Soon they met Bramble, a badger whose fur was patched with gray and whose snout bore a scar from long-ago battles. "Heartwood," he grumbled, nudging a mushroom with his paw. I know the way, but the path's guarded by thistle golems, stone beasts tangled in briars. They crush anything that disturbs the silence." Puddle fluttered anxiously. "We must be swift. The watch's leaf door weakens. When it closes, the forest's voice will fade forever." For 3 days they traveled. Bramble led them through fern-choked gullies and over roots gnarled like old bones. Puddle sang to restless streams, coaxing bridges of ice to form. Layla shared her crust of bread with a family of field mice, and in return they whispered of hidden shortcuts. Yet the thistle golems haunted the trail. Their heavy footfalls shook the ground, and their thorny fists could splinter oak. Once, as Leela hid behind a waterfall, she watched one lumber past, its stony eyes empty as dried wells. "We cannot fight them," Bramble sighed. "Strength only makes them angrier." Leela studied the whisper watch. The leaf door's glow was dimming, its edges blurred. She remembered what Puddle said, "It opens when kindness calls." Closing her eyes, she pressed the watch to a nearby birch. A soft pulse traveled up the trunk, and suddenly Leela felt the tree's exhaustion, the ache of parched roots, the fear choking its sap. The golems aren't guards, she breathed. They are mourners. The forest's pain hardened them into stone. On the fourth morning, they reached the Heartwood glade. The great tree stood at its center, but its branches hung limp, leaves crumbling to dust. Around it paced 3 thistle golems, groaning like distant thunder. Bramble bristled. No wisdom can soften stone, child. But Leela stepped forward, the watch warm in her palm. She opened the feather door, releasing a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers. Then she opened the raindrop door again, and puddles soared into the air, weaving ribbons of mist that settled gently on the golem's thorny shoulders. Listen, Leela whispered, not to the beasts, but to the watch. Show them what they've forgotten. The watch trembled. Light spilled from every door, memories of sun-warmed rocks where lizards basked, of bees humming in clover, of saplings pushing bravely through cracked soil. The glow touched the nearest golem, and its stony skin softened like clay. A crack appeared where its heart might be, and from it sprouted a single, tender shoot of wild rose. One by one the golems stilled, their thorns curling inward as moss bloomed across their limbs. They knelt, making a path to the dying Heartwood. Leela placed her palm on the tree's blighted bark. Through the watch she poured every kindness she'd gathered, the field mice's gratitude, the creek's laughter, the badger's gruff courage, the sprite's hopeful song. Sap bubbled like amber tears. Roots dug deep, drinking starlight from the soil. Branches unfurled, heavy with emerald leaves that chimed like crystal bells. As the forest sighed back to life, the Whisperwatch glowed one last time, then dissolved into light that settled in Leela's chest, warm and bright. It lives in you now, Puddle murmured, brushing Leela's cheek with dewy wings. The gift of listening. Bramble nudged her hand. Come, little listener, let's take you home. The journey back was sweeter. Ferns uncurled beside their feet, owls hooted lullabies, and the path bloomed with starflowers that lit their way. When Leela reached her village, dawn was painting the hills peach and gold. She knelt by Silver Thread Creek, where the water seemed to giggle her name. Pressing her hand to the soil, she felt the heartbeat of every root, every stone, every hidden creature dreaming in the dark. That night, as fireflies blinked outside her window, Leela knew the greatest magic wasn't in doors or symbols, but in the quiet spaces between heartbeats, where kindness could heal stone and a listening soul could mend the world. And as she drifted to sleep, the wind carried a new song through the leaves, soft as a lullaby, thanking the girl who'd learned to hear the whispers of wonder. Story 21. Deep within the oldest heart of the Whisperwood, where sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, and the air hummed with the quiet thrum of ancient magic, lived the hidden folk. Moss grew thick and velvety emerald on the north sides of gnarled oaks older than kingdoms, and beneath the tangled roots of a particularly grand willow, a small, arched doorway woven from living vines remained unseen by human eyes. This was the home of Leora, a young guardian whose task was to tend the delicate threads of magic woven into the forest seasons. Leora's days were filled with quiet purpose. Each dawn she'd step barefoot onto the cool, dew-kissed moss, breathing in air rich with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Her fingers, small and nimble, would trace the patterns of light filtering through the canopy, feeling the pulse of the forest. She listened to the conversations of rustling leaves, the gossip of chattering squirrels, and the deep, slow thoughts murmured by the ancient stones cradled in the creek bed. The Whisperwood wasn't just trees and animals. It was a living tapestry, each creature, each plant, a vital thread holding the whole together. The magic here wasn't loud or flashy. It was the gentle turning of the seasons, the predictable unfurling of buds in spring, the heavy drowsiness of summer afternoons, the vibrant paintbox of autumn, and the deep, crystalline silence of winter. But this year, as autumn painted the maples in fiery scarlets and burnished ambers, a subtle discord began to ripple through the Whisperwood. The air, usually crisp and smelling sweetly of decaying leaves and wood smoke, felt strangely thin and listless. The vibrant colors seemed muted, as if dusted with ash. The creek, whose cheerful burble was a constant lullaby, ran slower, its song quieter. Most troubling of all, the great aurora, the annual spectacle where shimmering veils of light, woven from pure seasonal magic, would dance across the forest canopy on the first frosty night, was fading. Its usual vibrant greens and purples were pale ghosts of themselves. Leora felt the imbalance like a physical ache in her chest. Sitting beneath her willow home, she cradled a wilting moonflower, its usually luminous white petals drooping and dim. "Something is wrong, Tamsin," she whispered to the ancient badger who lived in the tangled roots nearby. Tamsin's fur was grizzled silver, her eyes deep pools of calm wisdom earned over countless seasons. Tamsin rumbled softly, her voice like stones shifting in a gentle stream. "The threads are loose, child, the weave is fraying. The magic that dances with the seasons, it weakens." She nudged a gnarled claw towards the fading aurora light visible through the canopy. The forest breathes shallowly. The creatures feel it, even if they cannot name it. But why? Leora asked, her voice small against the vastness of the troubled woods. "What has changed?" "The balance shifts," Tamsin murmured. "Too much taken, not enough returned. The deep wells of earth magic grow thirsty. The whispers from the stone elders speak of disturbance beyond our borders, beyond the ancient wards." She closed her eyes, listening to the deeper song of the earth. The wisdom to mend it lies woven into the forest itself, past root to root, wing to wing. You must seek the heart of the matter, little guardian. Listen deeper than you ever have. Remember the tales of the first snow. Leora knew the old tales. They spoke of a time when the seasons first learned their dance, guided by the gentle wisdom of the first creatures, and the deep magic pooled in the whisperwoods, heart a hidden grove guarded by the oldest spirits. The first snow was said to be a gift of pure balance, a reset woven from starlight and silence. Hope, fragile as a spiderweb, glimmered in Leora. Perhaps the answer lay there. Her journey began at dawn the next day. She packed a small pouch of nourishing nut paste and filled a hollowed gourd with dew-water that tasted of morning sky. Dressed in a tunic woven from spider silk and dyed with berry juice, she set off, her bare feet silent on the mossy path. The forest felt watchful. Sunlight, weaker than it should be for autumn, slanted through the thinning canopy, illuminating dust motes dancing in the still air. The usual chorus of bird song was muted, replaced by an anxious twittering. She passed a family of rabbits whose fur seemed dull, their eyes wide with unease. A venerable oak groaned softly, its leaves falling too soon, landing with dry, papery sighs instead of the usual rustle. Deep within the whisperwood, Leora encountered Fern, a prickly but kind-hearted hedgehog whose spines were dusted with frost crystals that refused to melt. Fern was trying unsuccessfully to gather unusually sparse winterberries. "Too thin the magic is," Fern grumbled, her tiny nose twitching. "Berries won't plump without the deep earth song, even the frost feels hollow." Sensing Leora's purpose, Fern offered directions to the whispering stones, ancient monoliths said to hold the memories of the earth. "Listen to their hum, guardian, they remember the first snow." The path grew steeper, winding past towering sentinel pines, whose needles whispered secrets on the breeze. Leora paused by the creek, now barely a trickle over smooth, gray stones. Kneeling, she placed her palm flat on the largest stone. It was cold, too cold for autumn, and the faint, rhythmic pulse she usually felt within it was sluggish. She closed her eyes, breathing in the scent of wet stone and decaying ferns, and listened not just with her ears, but with her heart. Faintly beneath the silence, she felt a tremor of distress, a deep thirst echoing up from the bedrock. The earth magic was depleted. Reaching the whispering stones as twilight painted the sky in bruised purples and fading oranges, Leora felt a profound sense of age. The three massive stones stood in a clearing, their surfaces carved by wind and rain into shapes that seemed almost alive in the dim light. They hummed a low, resonant vibration she felt in her bones rather than heard. Sitting cross-legged in the mossy center, she closed her eyes and let the hum fill her. Images flickered in her mind, vast glaciers grinding, pure meltwater feeding deep aquifers, roots delving impossibly deep, drawing sustenance and weaving magic, the first delicate snowflake crystallizing in the high, cold air, the slow, patient heartbeat of the planet itself. She saw the interconnectedness, how the rain nurtured the soil fed the trees sheltered the creatures, and the creatures, in their living and dying, returned nourishment to the earth, feeding the magic that danced with the seasons. She saw the subtle tears in this tapestry, places where roots were severed, where the deep waters were drawn upon too greedily from afar, where the natural rhythm was ignored. The fading aurora was merely a symptom. The illness was a weakening of the fundamental exchange, the harmony disrupted. The hum shifted, resolving into a single clear note, like a bell struck deep underground. It wasn't words, but pure understanding flowed into Leora. Restore the gift. Remember the first snow. Tears, cool and clear, traced paths down Leora's cheeks. It wasn't about grand spells, but about reverence, reciprocity, and rekindling the deep connection. The first snow wasn't just an event, it was a symbol of pure, restorative magic born from balance. To mend the aurora, she needed to help the forest remember its own strength, its own interconnected song. Returning to her willow home as the first true frost began to sparkle on spiderwebs like diamond dust, Leora found Tamsin waiting. The badger's eyes held a knowing gleam. "You heard the song," she stated. Leora nodded, her heart full. "We need to remind the forest how to give and receive. We need to weave the first snow magic anew together." Word spread through the hidden pathways of the Whisperwood, carried by the rustle of leaves, the chitter of squirrels, the hoot of owls. Leora didn't command, she asked, she reminded. She visited the rabbit warren, showing them how to gently aerate the soil near the roots of the weary oaks, helping water and nutrients flow. She spoke with the bees, encouraging them to visit the deepest, oldest flowers that held the strongest earth magic in their nectar. She sat with a family of deer, and together they carefully cleared choking brambles from a sacred spring, its waters bubbling weakly. Fern the hedgehog organized the smaller creatures to gather the healthiest fallen leaves and decaying matter, creating rich mulch to nourish the depleted soil around the whispering stones. It was slow, patient work. As the days shortened and the air grew bitingly cold, a subtle shift began. The creek, fed by the unclogged spring, sang a little louder. The remaining berries on the bushes plumped slightly, glowing with a healthier hue. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, their groans softening. The creatures worked not out of fear, but out of shared love for their home, rediscovering their roles in the great tapestry. Then came the night the weather wisps predicted the deepest frost, the night the great aurora should peak. The forest held its breath. Leora, Tamsin, Fern, and representatives from every hidden clan, rabbits, foxes, owls, even shy moths and industrious beetles, gathered in the clearing beneath the whispering stones. They formed a wide circle on the frost-rimed moss. No grand incantations were needed, only shared intention and deep connection. Leora stood in the center, feeling the hum of the stones beneath her feet, stronger now. She closed her eyes, recalling the deep earth song, the pulse of the roots, the sigh of the wind through the pines, the chatter of the creek, the rustle of fur and feather, the silent strength of stone. She felt the collective hope, the love for the Whisperwood, flowing from every creature present. She poured her own guardian spirit into the circle, a silent plea for balance, for restoration. She raised her hands, palms open to the star-strewn sky. "Remember," she whispered, her voice carrying on the frozen air. "Remember the first snow, remember the gift of stillness, the promise of renewal. remember the harmony. A profound silence descended, deeper than any winter's night. Then high above, a single perfect snowflake spiraled down, catching the starlight. Then another, and another. A gentle, silent snowfall began, blanketing the clearing in pristine white. As the snow touched the whispering stones, they began to glow with a soft, inner light, blue and silver. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the circle. Above them, the sky ignited. Not the pale ghost they had feared, but the most magnificent great aurora anyone could remember. Ribbons of emerald green, deep violet, and shimmering gold unfurled across the heavens, dancing and swirling with silent majesty. They pulsed in time with the hum of the stones, reflecting off the fresh snow, bathing the entire Whisperwood in an ethereal, multicolored glow. The light wasn't just above, it seemed to rise from the forest floor itself, from the stones, from the trees, from the very breath of the creatures gathered. It was the forest's magic, rekindled, singing its joy and balance back into the world. The air lost its thinness, filling with the crisp, clean scent of snow and pine, and an underlying warmth that spoke of deep, restored magic. The creek's song sounded clear and strong even beneath the snow. The weary oak outside the clearing sighed, a sound of profound relief, and a single healthy bud, impossibly, formed on one of its branches, holding the promise of spring within it. Leora lowered her hands, tears of pure joy freezing on her cheeks, reflecting the dancing lights. She looked around the circle. Tamsin's eyes shone with pride. Fern puffed out her chest, her frosty spines glittering. The rabbits twitched their noses in wonder, the owls hooted softly in awe, the moths fluttered delicate wings catching the colored light. They had done it. Not through force but through wisdom remembered, friendship offered, and harmony restored. As the aurora slowly faded with the approaching dawn, leaving the forest bathed in the soft gray light of a snow-covered morning, a profound peace settled over the Whisperwood. The balance was mended, not perfectly, but tenderly with care. Leora knew the work of a guardian was never truly done. It was a constant tending, a listening, a gentle guiding hand. But the deep magic flowed strong again, the seasons whispered their ancient rhythms, and the hidden folk returned to their tasks with renewed purpose and quiet joy. Curled later that morning in her willow root home, listening to the peaceful hush of the snow-laden forest outside and the steady, strong heartbeat of the earth beneath her, Leora felt a warmth that had nothing to do with fire. It was the warmth of connection, of balance restored, of a home cherished and protected, generation after generation. The Whisperwood slept under its blanket of snow, dreaming deep, restorative dreams, its magic a gentle, luminous pulse in the quiet heart of the world. And high above, though unseen by day, the promise of the next aurora, strong and vibrant, hummed patiently within the restored threads of the seasons, waiting for the next frosty night to dance. Story 22. Leo had always been a quiet boy who noticed things others overlooked, the way dew clung to spiderwebs like diamond necklaces, or how the old oak's roots formed secret tunnels beneath the hill. His greatest treasure was a tarnished pocket watch inherited from his grandfather, its hands forever frozen at 3:07. One drizzly afternoon, while tracing its engraved vines, Leo discovered something astonishing. When held against his heartbeat, the watch whirred to life, its face shimmering with constellations instead of numbers. That night, the constellations shifted into a map pointing toward Whisperwood, a forest rumored to swallow wanderers whole. Leo knew he had to follow it. Packing ginger biscuits and a woolen scarf smelling of cinnamon, he slipped into the moonlit world where fireflies pulsed like fallen stars. Deep in the woods, Leo met his first helper, Bramble, a badger whose fur glimmered with mossy patterns. Lost little wayfarer. Bramble rasped, her voice like rustling parchment. The woods rearrange themselves for lonely hearts, but I know the stable paths. She explained that the watch was a star seeker, revealing hidden truths for those pure of intent. their destination, the heartroot tree where all lost things gathered. As dawn painted the sky peach, they encountered Pip, a squirrel with one silver ear and a passion for riddles. "Beware the thicket of echoes," he chattered, juggling acorns. "It mirrors fears until you believe them." Pip joined them, his bushy tail flicking with excitement. The thicket awaited, a foggy maze where gnarled branches whispered Leo's insecurities. "You'll fail, no one needs you." Leo's chest tightened until Bramble nudged his hand. "Listen deeper," she murmured. Beneath the taunts, Leo heard softer echoes, his mother's lullabies, his grandfather's laughter. Focusing on these, he hummed a tune, and the fog dissolved like sugar in tea. At the heartroot tree, a colossal oak with bark like melted amber, they found the forest's creatures arguing. Songbirds, rabbits, and hedgehogs bickered over dwindling starlight berries, their only source of magic. "The berries vanish because we hoard them," cried a finch. "No, because we're unworthy," wept a hare. The Starseekers' constellations now swirled anxiously, reflecting their despair. Leo understood. The watch didn't point to places, but to needs. These creatures needed harmony, not berries. He climbed the heartroot, pressing the Starseeker to its trunk. Visions flooded his mind, a time when creatures shared berries freely, singing as they planted seeds. "The magic fades," Leo called gently, "not from greed, but forgotten joy. Let's rebuild what was lost." Inspired, Pip organized planting teams, Bramble mapped new groves, and the animals shared their last berries as seeds. As laughter returned, starlight berries blossomed like constellations on vines. The heartroot's branches glowed, and Leo's watch chimed softly, its face now showing a smiling crescent moon, the symbol of renewal. Returning home, Leo found his scarf pocket brimming with starlight berries. That evening, he placed one on his windowsill. It glowed warmly, casting stories on the walls, tales of brave badgers, clever squirrels, and the boy who listened with his heart. As sleep embraced him, Leo realized the greatest magic wasn't in finding lost things, but in uncovering the kindness that had always lived within him. And outside, the watch on his nightstand ticked steadily, its hands gently sweeping toward a new dawn. Story 23. The first frost had just begun to lace the window panes of Finn's cottage when the old lantern started humming. It sat on the mantelpiece, a brass and glass relic passed down from his grandmother, usually as silent as the moonstones embedded in its base. But tonight, as the village clocks chimed 10, a soft golden light pulsed within it, casting dancing shadows that made the dried lavender bundles overhead sway as if stirred by an invisible breeze. Finn, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quietness that often left him feeling misplaced, traced a finger over the warm metal. The humming vibrated up his arm, a gentle summons he couldn't ignore. Grandmother had whispered secrets about this lantern before she journeyed beyond the northern mountains. "It doesn't just hold light, Finn," she'd said, her voice like rustling parchment. "It holds feeling. When your heart sings, it glows gold. When sorrow comes, it weeps blue. And when you're lost, it finds paths only the heart can see." Finn had nodded, half believing until now. Tonight, the lantern wasn't just glowing. It was tugging him towards the back door, towards the ancient forest known as the Whispering Woods, its usual boundary of tangled hawthorn looking strangely permeable. A shimmer like heat haze over summer stones hung in the air where the solid hedge should be. Hesitating only a moment, Finn wrapped his thickest woolen scarf around his neck, lifted the humming lantern, and stepped through the shimmer. The air changed instantly. The familiar scent of pine and damp earth deepened, layered with something else, crushed starlight and the faint, sweet tang of unseen blossoms. The Whispering Woods, usually merely creaky and old, now thrummed with a vibrant, hidden life. Moss beneath his boots glowed faintly emerald, and fireflies, larger and brighter than any he'd seen, wove intricate patterns overhead like living constellations. The lantern in his hand flared, its light turning a soft, curious silver, illuminating a path of luminous blue mushrooms winding deeper into the trees. He followed it, the silence of the woods replaced by a symphony of subtle sounds, the chime of dew falling on broad leaves, the rustle of unseen creatures moving with featherlight steps, the distant, melodic gurgle of a hidden stream. The path led him to a clearing where a waterfall cascaded not water, but liquid light, pooling into a basin that shimmered like molten opal. Beside the basin, hunched and trembling, was a creature unlike anything in Finn's storybooks. Roughly the size of a rabbit, it seemed woven from twilight itself fur the deep indigo of a midnight sky, dotted with tiny, flickering points of light like captured stars. Large, luminous eyes, currently wide with fear, reflected the lantern's silver gleam. One of its delicate, bat-like wings was bent at an unnatural angle. "Hello," Finn whispered, his voice swallowed by the vast, enchanted quiet. The creature flinched, scrambling back, a low, distressed chime escaping it. Finn knelt slowly, placing the lantern carefully on the glowing moss. He remembered grandmother's words about the lantern holding feeling. Taking a deep breath, he focused on the warm concern swelling in his chest for this small, injured being. The lantern responded instantly, its light shifting from silver to a gentle, reassuring amber, bathing the creature in its warmth. The trembling slowed. The starry eyes fixed on Finn, then on the lantern, curiosity mingling with fear. "I won't hurt you," Finn murmured, holding out his empty hand, palm up. "My name's Finn. Are you lost too?" The creature tilted its head, then cautiously inched forward, sniffing the air near Finn's fingers. A tiny, cool nose brushed his skin. A series of soft musical notes trilled from it, forming a sound like Lumen. Finn smiled. "Lumen, is that your name?" The creature Lumen chimed a bright affirmative note and nudged the bent wing with its nose, emitting a sad, discordant warble. Finn understood. "Your wings hurt. Can I help?" He recalled the salve his grandmother used on sprained chicken wings, comfrey, and honey. Looking around, he spotted broad comfrey leaves near the light waterfall, and miraculously, a wild beehive humming peacefully in a hollow tree, its honeycomb dripping golden light. Gathering what he needed, he carefully applied the glowing honey to the comfrey poultice. As he gently bound it around Lumen's wing with strips of soft moss, the lantern glowed a steady, healing green. Lumen closed its starry eyes, a purring hum vibrating through its small body. When Finn finished, Lumen stretched, testing the wing. Though still tender, it moved freely. With a joyful burst of chimes that sounded like laughter, Lumen fluttered awkwardly into the air, circling Finn's head before landing softly on his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with cool, star-dusted fur. The lantern pulsed warm gold. An unexpected friendship, kindled in a hidden world. Lumen chirped urgently, pointing a tiny clawed paw deeper into the woods, towards where the canopy seemed denser, the ambient light dimmer. A low, discordant thrum vibrated through the ground, making the glowing moss flicker erratically. "That way?" Finn asked, picking up the lantern. Lumen chimed a worried affirmative. The path beyond the light pool grew narrower, the trees taller and more gnarled. The cheerful fireflies vanished, replaced by faint, wispy lights that darted nervously between the trunks. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like damp stone and forgotten things. The lantern's light dimmed, shifting towards a wary, pale blue. Finn felt a prickle of unease. Lumen pressed closer to his neck, a tiny tremor running through its body. They emerged into a vast, cavernous space beneath the forest, its ceiling lost in shadow. Gigantic, crystalline trees pulsed with a weak, internal light, their roots twisting into intricate lattices across the ground. But the light was sickly, fading. Great patches of the cavern floor were covered in a creeping, velvety darkness that seemed to absorb the luminescence. Standing amidst the fading crystals, radiating despair, were more creatures like Lumen, though larger and their starry pelts dull. One, with streaks of silver in its fur like a wise elder, turned mournful eyes towards them. Lumen chirped a complex, sorrowful melody at the elder. The elder, whom Lumen introduced as Stellara through a series of resonant notes, explained in a voice like wind chimes under duress. This was the Glimmerhold, the heart of the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. The Glimmers were beings of pure starlight and emotion, their very essence tied to the light of the crystals, which drew power from the feelings of all living things in their realm. But a creeping Shadowmire, born from a deep, collective fear of the outside world, fear of being discovered and misunderstood, had taken root. The Glimmers, trying to protect themselves, had walled off their emotions, hiding their joys and sorrows. Starved of the full spectrum of feeling, the crystals were dying. The Shadowmire fed on this suppression, growing stronger. Without the crystals, the entire hidden world and the delicate balance of the Whispering Woods above would fade into nothingness. The lantern in Finn's hand flickered a deep, empathetic indigo. Hope seemed lost. Then, Finn remembered the lantern's reaction to his feelings. He looked at the dull crystals, then at the fearful glimmers huddled together. "The light, it needs your feelings," he said slowly, holding up the lantern. It glowed amber as he spoke with conviction. "All of them, not just the happy ones. My grandmother said the lantern holds all feeling. Maybe the crystals do too." Stellara chimed doubtfully, expressing fear, sadness that was what fed the Shadowmire. But Lumen, perched on Finn's shoulder, chimed bravely. It recalled the warmth of Finn's concern when he'd helped its wing, the lantern's green healing light. It hadn't fed the shadow, it had driven it back, momentarily. Hesitantly, Lumen closed its eyes. A soft, mournful chime escaped it, a melody of the pain in its wing, the fear of the Shadowmire, the sorrow for its fading home. The lantern pulsed a deep, sorrowful blue. But as the note hung in the air, something miraculous happened. A single nearby crystal, dim and gray, flickered. A tiny spark of pure blue light ignited deep within its core. The creeping Shadowmire near it recoiled slightly. A gasp rippled through the gathered glimmers. Finn knelt beside the crystal Lumen had touched. "It's okay," he whispered, not just to Lumen, but to all of them. "Being afraid, being sad, it doesn't make the darkness stronger if you feel it. Hiding it does." He placed his hand on the cool crystal surface. He thought of his own quiet loneliness in the village, the feeling of being unseen. The lantern flared a deep, vulnerable indigo. The crystal responded instantly, a vein of indigo light blooming within it, pushing back the surrounding shadow. Encouraged, a larger glimmer stepped forward. It chimed a complex melody, the fierce joy of flight, the sharp sting of a past loss, the gnawing worry for the future. The lantern became a kaleidoscope: gold, blue, amber, violet, and the crystal it faced erupted in a shower of multicolored sparks. The Shadowmire hissed and retreated, shrinking visibly. One by one, the glimmers approached the crystals. They chimed their fears, their angers, their quiet hopes, their bursts of joy. The cavern filled with a symphony of raw, unfiltered emotion. The lantern blazed like a captured sunrise, its light shifting rapidly, painting the cavern walls in ever-changing hues. Where the light touched, the crystals awoke. Fractals of color exploded within them: ruby reds of courage, emerald greens of healing, sapphire blues of understanding, topaz yellows of hope. The light wasn't just returning, it was multiplying, amplified by the sheer honesty of feeling. The Shadowmire shrieked, a sound like tearing silk, recoiling from the burgeoning light. It writhed, diminished, retreating into the deepest crevices where the revived crystal's light couldn't yet reach. But the heart of the Shadowmire, a pulsating knot of pure darkness clinging to the largest central crystal, resisted. It lashed out, tendrils of cold shadow snaking towards the nearest glimmers, seeking to snuff out their newfound courage. Fear spiked through the cavern again. Finn felt it too, a chilling dread that threatened to freeze his breath. The lantern flickered, its light dimming towards gray. The central crystal groaned, its newly awakened light faltering. Lumen, perched on Finn's shoulder, saw the fear in his friend's eyes, felt the cold shadow reaching. It remembered Finn's quiet kindness, the warmth of the lantern when he'd helped. Bravery wasn't the absence of fear, Lumen realized. It was feeling the fear and acting anyway. With a defiant chime that cut through the gloom like a silver bell, Lumen launched itself from Finn's shoulder, not away from the shadow, but straight towards the heart of the Shadowmire clinging to the central crystal. Its starry fur blazed with pure, determined light. Lumen, no. Finn cried, terror clenching his heart. The lantern plunged into deep, terrified blue. Lumen flew directly into the pulsating darkness. For a heart-stopping moment, its tiny light was swallowed. Finn felt a surge of pure, desperate love for his small friend, love mixed with terror, grief, and a fierce, protective fury. He poured all of it, every raw, tangled feeling, into the lantern, clutching it tight. Lumen. The lantern didn't just glow, it detonated with light. Not a single color, but a blinding, pure white radiance shot through with every hue of the emotional spectrum. It slammed into the central Shadowmire, not just as Lumen's own defiant starlight flared from within the darkness. The Shadowmire didn't just recoil, it shattered. With a soundless implosion, the knot of darkness dissolved into harmless wisps of smoke, instantly banished by the combined, overwhelming power of Finn's raw, unfiltered emotions and Lumen's courageous heart. The central crystal erupted. Light, pure and white and blindingly intense, exploded outwards in a wave. It washed over every crystal in the Glimmerhold, reigniting them with an incandescent brilliance that banished every last trace of shadow. The cavern was transformed. No longer gloomy and dying, it was a breathtaking cathedral of light. The crystals pulsed with vibrant, living colors, their light reflecting and refracting off the cavern walls, filling the space with a dazzling, ever-shifting aurora. The air hummed with pure, resonant energy, warm and alive. Lumen tumbled gently from where the shadow had been, landing softly in Finn's waiting hands. Its starry fur gleamed brighter than ever, completely unharmed. It looked up at Finn, its luminous eyes filled with wonder and affection, and chimed the purest, clearest note of joy Finn had ever heard. The lantern in his other hand glowed with a steady, warm, golden light, pulsing softly in time with his heartbeat. All around the glimmers chimed and fluttered, their forms radiant, their fear replaced by a profound sense of relief and communal joy. Stellara approached, bowing deeply, her chimes forming a melody of profound gratitude. The Shadowmire was gone, banished not by hiding, but by the courageous act of feeling truly and sharing openly. Finn spent timeless moments in the radiant Glimmerhold, bathed in the warm, living light. He learned the Glimmer's songs of gratitude, shared quiet moments of understanding with Lumen perched contentedly on his knee, and felt the cavern's peaceful hum resonate deep within his bones. The lantern glowed a serene, contented gold. Eventually, he knew it was time to return. Stellara led him and Lumen to the edge of the cavern, where a root staircase spiraled upwards, glowing softly. At the top, the shimmering barrier back to the whispering woods awaited. Lumen nuzzled Finn's cheek, its chimes a promise of friendship that transcended worlds. "I'll come back," Finn whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "I promise." The lantern pulsed warm amber. He stepped through the shimmer. Back in the familiar whispering woods, the pre-dawn air was crisp. The hawthorn hedge was solid once more. Looking back, the shimmer was gone, but the warmth of the lantern and the memory of Lumen's starry eyes remained. He walked home through the quiet village, the first pale streaks of dawn painting the sky. The lantern no longer hummed, but glowed with a soft, steady golden light, warm against his chest. He placed it back on the mantelpiece, the moonstones catching the first rays of the rising sun. It looked ordinary again, just an old brass lantern. But Finn knew better. He looked out the window at the waking world. The frost on the panes sparkled like captured starlight. The quiet boy who had felt misplaced now carried a hidden world within him, a world illuminated by the understanding that true light in lanterns, in crystals, in hearts came not from hiding darkness, but from embracing the whole, beautiful, messy spectrum of feeling. He touched the cool glass of the lantern, feeling its gentle warmth beneath his fingertips. He wasn't just Finn anymore. He was the boy who carried starlight, the boy who knew the Whisperwood's deepest secret, the boy whose quiet heart had learned to sing in colors only true friendship and courage could reveal. And as the golden sunlight filled the cottage, warming the old brass lantern on the mantel, Finn knew, with a deep, peaceful certainty, that he was exactly where he belonged. The lantern glowed a soft, contented gold, a silent keeper of secrets and a beacon of the light found only when one dares to feel and to share completely. The world outside seemed brighter, kinder, holding the gentle echo of a friend's chime and the everlasting warmth of a heart transformed. Sleep, when it finally came, was deep and dreamless, wrapped in the quiet comfort of a journey completed and a light that would forever glow within. Story 24. Leo always thought his grandmother's attic was the most magical place in the world. Dust motes danced in the slanted sunlight like tiny fairies, and forgotten treasures whispered stories from generations past. On a rainy Tuesday, while searching for missing chess pieces, Leo discovered a small wooden box tucked beneath a quilted star. Inside lay an ordinary brass compass, its needle still, its glass face cloudy with age. But when Leo brushed his thumb over the cold metal, a shimmering thread of light shot from the needle, weaving a glowing path through the dusty air toward the window. Curiosity bubbling like a warm drink, Leo followed the thread outside. It led him past the sleepy village bakery, where cinnamon-scented steam curled from the chimney, and beyond the cobblestone bridge where minnows darted like silver thoughts. The light guided him into the whispering woods, where ancient oaks hummed low melodies and ferns unfurled like green scrolls. There, beneath a weeping willow with leaves like liquid emerald, he met two unexpected companions. First was Thistle, a badger whose spectacles perched precariously on her snout. She carried a knapsack overflowing with peculiar tools, a feather duster for spiderwebs, a harmonica that played only minor keys, and jars of starlight collected on dewy nights. "Ah," she exclaimed, adjusting her spectacles as the compass light brushed her paw. "The heart's compass, it only awakens for those with kindness in their bones." Her voice rustled like turning pages. "But its magic fades if not replenished by shared hopes." Beside her hovered Pip, a dragonfly with wings like stained glass. Each flutter scattered prismatic dots across the moss. "The needle points to what truly matters," Pip chimed, doing a joyful loop-the-loop. "But it's gone dim, see, it needs stardust and stories to shine bright again." Indeed, the compass light now flickered weakly, like a candle in a draught. For 3 days they journeyed deeper into the woods. The compass led them to a crumbling stone bridge guarded by bramble, a hedgehog tangled in sorrow. "My bridge connected the forest villages," he sniffled, thorns drooping. "But the river washed it away, and now friends forget each other." Leo knelt, compass warm in his palm. "What does your heart wish for, Mr. Bramble?" The hedgehog closed his eyes. To hear laughter crossing the river again. Instantly the compass needle spun, weaving threads of gold into Bramble's fur. Inspired, Thistle sketched plans using glowworm ink while Pip gathered strong spider silk. Together they rebuilt the bridge with singing stones that chimed with every step. Next they found Marina, an elderly frog whose lily-pad pond had turned sickly gray. The water remembers moonlight, she croaked sadly, but pollution clouds its memory. When Leo asked her heart's desire, the compass glowed like captured sunrise. Clean ripples, she whispered. Pip dove deep, using his iridescent wings to gather oily sludge, while Thistle concocted a filter from moon petals and pine resin. Leo scooped algae gently into woven baskets, and soon the pond sparkled, reflecting the sky like liquid sapphire. Marina's joyful splash sent rainbows arcing over the water, and the compass hummed, its light now steady as a heartbeat. But the greatest challenge waited at the Gloomroot Caves. Darkness pooled thick as ink, swallowing all sound and light. My sister wandered in there yesterday, whimpered a young rabbit named Clover, ears trembling. The shadows confuse your eyes and freeze your courage. Leo's hands shook as he stepped forward. The compass flickered wildly, nearly going dark. Force wouldn't conquer this gloom, it needed wisdom. Remembering Thistle's words, Leo sat cross-legged at the cave mouth. Compass, he murmured, show us not the way out, but the way to hope. He placed it in Clover's paws. Think of your sister's laugh. As the rabbit concentrated, the needle spun, weaving threads of soft gold that floated into the blackness like fireflies. Now you, Pip, said Leo. Whisper a happy memory. The dragonfly hummed a tune about catching sunbeams. Thistle added the scent of fresh-baked acorn bread from her harmonica. Layer by layer they wove light from shared joy, not piercing the dark but inviting it to soften. Deep within, a tiny giggle echoed. Clover's sister followed the golden threads home, guided by the warmth of remembered love. As they emerged, dawn painted the sky peach and lavender. Leo's compass now blazed with a serene, unwavering light, its surface etched with delicate patterns reflecting each act of kindness. A bridge, a water droplet, intertwined laughter. It was never about fixing the compass, realized Leo, as Thistle polished her spectacles, smiling. It was about mending what we carry inside. Pip landed on Leo's shoulder, wings shimmering. And now it'll always glow when you need it. Back in the attic weeks later, Leo placed the compass beside his bed. Rain tapped the window like gentle fingers. He no longer saw just brass and glass. He saw Bramble's singing bridge, Marina's crystalline pond, and the golden threads that turned fear into friendship. As he drifted to sleep, the compass pulsed softly, casting dancing stars on the ceiling. It reminded him that the most extraordinary magic blooms not in grand gestures, but in quiet moments where kindness lights the way, and that every ordinary heart holds a compass waiting to awaken. Outside, the whispering woods sighed contentedly, cradling the village in a tapestry of dreams stitched with starlight and hope. Story 25. Story 26. The little village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley embraced by ancient, whispering oaks. Life flowed there like the gentle stream that meandered through its heart, predictable and comforting. And in a cottage draped with climbing ivy lived a young woman named Anya. Anya loved routine. She found immense comfort in the familiar rhythm of her days, tending her small, meticulously organized garden at dawn, baking honey cakes that always smelled precisely the same, and reading by the crackling hearth as dusk painted the sky in familiar shades of lilac and gold. Change for Anya felt like a cold draft slipping under a door, unwelcome and unsettling. Lately, however, the familiar felt thin. The vibrant bluebells she planted each spring seemed paler this year. The honey cakes, though made with the same recipe, tasted slightly flat. Even the comforting crackle of the fire seemed muted. Anya felt a restless stirring within her, a quiet hum of dissatisfaction she couldn't name, yet fiercely resisted. She blamed the unusually cool summer, or perhaps a slight mismeasurement of flower. Anything but the unsettling notion that she might need to change. Her closest friend, Elias, a gentle woodcarver whose workshop smelled perpetually of cedar and patience, noticed her quiet unease. He'd find her staring blankly at her garden, a furrow etched between her brows. "The earth feels different under my hands today, Elias," she confessed one afternoon, her voice barely above a whisper, as she traced the vein of a wilting sunflower leaf. "Like it's holding its breath." Elias, smoothing a curve on a small bird figurine, nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps it's remembering," he said softly. "Or perhaps it's dreaming of what comes next." He didn't press her, simply offered the quiet comfort of his presence and the rhythmic rasp of his carving knife. The subtle disquiet grew. One crisp autumn morning, Anya discovered something extraordinary. Nestled amongst the fading asters, where only plain earth should have been, lay a single seed unlike any she'd ever seen. It was the size of a walnut, but shimmered with a soft, internal light that shifted like captured moonlight on water-pale silver, then cool blue, then the faintest blush of rose. It felt warm to the touch, humming with a quiet, resonant energy that vibrated up her arm. Anya gasped, her heart pounding. This was not part of the routine. This was change, raw and undeniable, blooming right in her sanctuary. Fear warred with fascination. She almost buried it deep, pretending she hadn't seen it. But its gentle warmth pulsed against her palm, insistent. Cautiously, she planted it in the very center of her garden, in the spot where the sunlight lingered longest. "What are you?" she murmured to the soil, her voice trembling. The seed responded, not with words, but with sensation. As Anya watered it, a wave of calm washed over her, like sinking into a sun-warmed bath. When she felt particularly anxious or resistant, the soil around the seed would feel cool and slightly resistant, mirroring her own inner tension. It was as if the seed was a mirror to her soul, reflecting her turmoil and her tentative moments of peace in the very earth it grew in. Days turned into weeks. The seed remained dormant. Anya's frustration grew. She tried everything she knew: precise amounts of water, specific fertilizers, talking to it encouragingly, then pleadingly. Nothing. The shimmer remained hidden beneath the soil, a constant, silent reminder of the unknown. The disquiet within her sharpened, a constant ache beneath her ribs. Her baking became erratic. One batch of honey cakes burnt, another strangely salty. The fire in her hearth seemed to sputter more than crackle. One rainy afternoon, feeling utterly defeated, Anya slumped onto the wooden bench Elias had carved for her, nestled under the protective canopy of a large lilac bush. The rain drummed a soothing rhythm on the leaves above. Elias joined her, holding 2 steaming mugs of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine and meadows. He didn't speak about the seed, just sat beside her, the silence comfortable and deep. "It won't grow," Anya finally whispered, the words catching in her throat. "I've done everything right, everything I know, it's just stuck, like me." Elias sipped his tea, watching the rain bead and slide down a lilac leaf. "Perhaps," he said, his voice as soft as the rain, "it doesn't need you to do anything you already know. Perhaps it needs something different, something you haven't tried yet." He gestured towards the garden. "Look at the oak, Anya. Does it force its leaves to turn gold? Does the stream argue with the stones that shape its path? Change isn't about forcing. It's about allowing, listening, maybe even trusting the unknown a little." His words settled over her like a warm shawl. She looked at her garden, truly looked. She saw the determined curl of a fern unfurling in the damp, the patient strength of the old stone wall bordering her plot, the way the rain nourished the soil without being asked. It wasn't about control. It was about participation, harmony, trust. That night, instead of fretting over seed charts or watering schedules, Anya sat beside the mysterious planting spot. she closed her eyes and simply breathed. She breathed in the cool, damp earth smell, the sweet decay of fallen leaves, the clean scent of rain. She listened to the whisper of the wind through the oaks, the distant hoot of an owl, the steady beat of her own heart. She stopped trying to make the seed grow, and instead just was there with it. She acknowledged her fear of the unknown, the discomfort of feeling adrift, but she didn't push them away. She let them exist like passing clouds in the vast sky of her awareness. And beneath it all, she tentatively touched a spark of curiosity about what the seed might become. A warm pulse radiated from the soil, gentle but distinct. When she opened her eyes, a faint, silvery glow emanated from the spot where the seed lay buried. The next morning, a delicate green shoot, tipped with that same ethereal light, had pierced the soil. Anya's breath caught. It wasn't fear this time, but awe. She didn't rush to water it or measure it. She simply sat nearby, feeling the sun warm her back, and whispered, "Welcome." The plant grew slowly, mirroring Anya's own hesitant steps towards embracing change. When she felt impatient, its leaves would curl slightly. When she spent an afternoon sitting quietly beside it, simply appreciating the sunlight dappling its strange, iridescent leaves, it seemed to stretch taller, its glow deepening. Elias would often join her, carving nearby, his quiet presence a steady anchor. He shared stories of trees that grew around obstacles, adapting their shape without losing their essence, or rivers that changed course but always found the sea. His stories weren't lectures, they were gentle reflections, like moonlight on water. Anya began to experiment, tentatively at first. She added a pinch of a new spice to her honey cake's cardamom, its warm, citrusy scent unfamiliar yet intriguing. To her surprise, the cakes tasted brighter, more complex. She let a patch of wildflowers grow in a corner of her garden she usually kept ruthlessly weeded. Their chaotic beauty brought butterflies and bees, adding a vibrant hum she hadn't known she missed. She even started walking a different path along the stream in the evenings, discovering a hidden glade carpeted with luminous moon moss. Each small step away from rigid routine felt like shedding a heavy, invisible cloak. The plant, now as tall as her knee, began to bud. The buds were tightly furrowed spirals, glowing with that internal, shifting light. One evening, as Anya sat beside it, sharing her quiet fears about the approaching village festival, something she usually avoided due to the crowds and noise, the largest bud began to tremble. Softly, slowly, it unfurled. It wasn't a flower like any in Willowbrook. It was a blossom spun from pure, gentle light. Delicate petals, translucent as dawn mist, shimmered with silver, blue, and the softest rose pink. They pulsed softly, like a heartbeat made visible. A fragrance filled the air, indescribable yet deeply familiar, like the scent of rain on warm stone, the sweetness of the first spring blossom, the comforting warmth of the hearth, and the crisp promise of a new morning, all woven together. It was the scent of peace, of acceptance, of quiet transformation. Anya stared, tears welling in her eyes, not of sadness, but of profound recognition. The light from the blossom bathed her face, warm and gentle. In that luminous glow, she understood. The seed hadn't been dormant because she failed. It had been waiting. Waiting for her to be ready. Waiting for her to stop fighting the current of her own growth and learn to flow with it. The magical plant hadn't transformed her. It had simply reflected the transformation already happening within, giving it form, light, and fragrance. Her struggle with change, her fear of the unknown, her resistance, they were the soil. Her moments of courage, her budding curiosity, her willingness to sit with discomfort, they were the water and sun. And Elias's quiet support. That was the sheltering tree. The blossom's light didn't fade with the dawn. It remained a soft, comforting luminescence in her garden, visible even under the midday sun, a gentle beacon. Anya tended it not with rigid schedules, but with presence and gratitude. She baked honey cakes that were experiments in flavor, some successful, some less so, but all made with joy. Her garden became a tapestry of planned beauty and wild spontaneity. The fire in her hearth crackled with renewed vigor. On the night of the village festival, Anya stood at the edge of the lively green, watching the lanterns sway and hearing the music drift on the cool air. The old fear of the crowd, the noise, the sheer differentness of it prickled. But she took a deep breath, inhaling the scent of wood smoke and spiced cider. She thought of the light bloom in her garden, a symbol of the unknown embraced. Then she felt a gentle hand on her elbow. Elias stood beside her, offering a small, warm honey cake dusted with unfamiliar spices. He didn't say a word, just smiled, his eyes reflecting the lantern light like stars. Anya smiled back, a genuine, peaceful smile. She took the cake, its unfamiliar flavor bursting bright and warm on her tongue. Together they stepped into the swirl of music and laughter, not forcing themselves to be different, but simply allowing themselves to be part of the changing tapestry of life. The gentle glow from her garden, visible even from the green, seemed to pulse softly in the distance, a quiet testament to the beautiful, sometimes challenging, always magical journey of growing into one's own light, nurtured by patience, friendship, and the courage to trust the unfolding. And as the stars blinked awake in the velvety sky above Willowbrook, Anya felt not fear, but a deep, resonant peace, knowing that change, like the bloom in her garden, could be a thing of profound and gentle beauty. She was no longer afraid of the draft under the door. She was learning to welcome the fresh air it brought. Story 27. The nebula known as Silver Spray shimmered like a spilled treasure chest across the velvet blackness of space. Within its gentle glow drifted the Stardust Mender, a small, unassuming vessel on a routine mapping mission. Inside its humming belly, tension crackled almost as loud as the console alerts. Two beings sat in uncomfortable proximity, separated not just by the gulf of species, but by a chasm of mutual misunderstanding. Kaelen from the ocean world of Thalassara resembled a shimmering sculpture carved from living pearl and deep-sea coral. Her skin shifted subtly with her emotions, reflecting the cool blue light of the ship. She breathed through delicate gill frills at her neck, and her large, luminous eyes held the depth of ancient seas. Beside her, hunched over flickering displays, was Rorin. He hailed from the arid, sun-blasted plains of Xerxes VII. His form was sturdy, covered in a hide like sun-baked leather, patterned with geometric swirls of ochre and russet. His eyes, small and dark, were shielded by thick, transparent membranes, and he communicated in a series of clicks, whistles, and low rumbles translated by the ship's system. Their current predicament. A simple navigational error had forced them to land for repairs on a minor, uncharted moon nestled within the nebula's embrace. The moon was a place of stark beauty, vast canyons carved from rose quartz, filled with whispering crystalline sands that chimed softly in the thin air. But the beauty was lost on them. Query, why was primary sensor array not shielded during ion storm? Rorin's translated voice buzzed, devoid of inflection. His clawed finger tapped a schematic accusingly. Kaelen's skin flushed a deeper blue, swirling with frustration. The storm manifested unpredictably, Engineer Rorin. My calculations indicated a safe trajectory. Your insistence on rerouting through the denser nebula particles caused the overload. Her voice was like water over smooth stones, but carried an undeniable chill. Rorin emitted a low, grinding sound from his chest irritation. Denser particles offered faster trajectory, efficiency paramount, Thalassaran caution inefficient. He couldn't understand her need for wide margins of safety, her aversion to risk. To him it felt like weakness, like the clinging water he found so unsettling. Kaelen in turn found Rorin abrasive, his constant focus on speed and utility jarring. His dry, rasping sounds grated on her senses, evolved to hear the subtle songs of currents. His disregard for environmental nuance felt reckless, like the desert winds that scoured his homeworld. They were stranded together in the echoing silence of the canyon, surrounded by singing sands and the distant sigh of stellar winds, yet utterly alone. Their first true challenge came not from the damaged shuttle, but from the moon itself. As the small sun dipped below the canyon rim, plunging them into deep, violet twilight, the temperature plummeted. Rorin, built for extreme heat, began to shiver uncontrollably. His tough hide grew brittle, tiny cracks appearing. He retreated into the shuttle, huddling near the still warm engine core, his clicks taking on a strained, pained quality. Kaelen, however, thrived. The cool air was reminiscent of Thalasara's deeper currents. Seeing Rorin's distress, she felt a pang of something unfamiliar. It wasn't just annoyance, it was concern. Hesitantly, she approached the shuttle hatch. "Engineer Rorin, the cold, it harms you." Rorin managed a weak, affirmative click. Xerxian physiology requires external heat, ambient temperature, critical drop, survival compromised. Without another word, Kaelen retreated. Rorin assumed she was simply seeking her own comfort in the cold. But moments later she returned, carrying a large, flexible pouch filled with a softly glowing, viscous liquid. It was her emergency hydration gel, vital for her aquatic biology in dry environments. "Here," she said, her voice softer now. "This retains thermal energy well. Place it near you." She carefully slid the pouch towards him. The gentle warmth radiating from it was immediately soothing. Rorin stared at the glowing pouch, then at Kaelen. He had seen her sip from similar pouches, knew it was essential to her. Offering it meant sacrificing her own safety margin. His small eyes blinked slowly behind their protective membranes. A low, soft rumble, unlike any sound he'd made before, vibrated in his chest. It wasn't translated, but Kaelen felt its meaning: profound gratitude, tinged with shame for his earlier harshness. The next challenge was more immediate. To repair the primary sensor array, they needed to access a component buried deep within a narrow fissure in the quartz canyon wall. Rorin, with his sturdy build, was too large. Kaelen, slender and flexible, could fit, but the interior was dark, cramped, and crucially, completely dry. Her gill frills fluttered nervously at the thought. I can enter," Kaelen said, her skin paling to a worried gray. "But the aridity, I cannot remain long." Rorin studied the fissure, then Kaelen. He clicked decisively. "Understood. Operation Swift Retrieval. I will provide moisture." He rummaged through the repair kit, finding a portable misting unit typically used for cleaning delicate circuits. He modified it quickly, jury-rigging a hose and nozzle. Ready. Taking a deep, shuddering breath that felt like drawing in sand, Kaelen slipped into the fissure. The darkness pressed in, the air instantly pulling precious moisture from her skin. She moved quickly, her sensitive fingers tracing the conduit until she found the damaged coupling. Outside, she heard a soft hiss. A fine, cool mist sprayed into the fissure around her. It wasn't the enveloping embrace of her ocean, but it was life-giving relief, cutting through the desiccating air. Rorin held the nozzle steady, his own discomfort in the cold forgotten as he focused on maintaining the misting rhythm. "Coupling located," Kaelen called out, her voice tight but clear. "Damaged. Requires sonic calibrator." The calibrator was back in the shuttle. Rorin didn't hesitate. He secured the misting unit, propping it carefully, and dashed back to the shuttle, his movements stiff with cold but driven by urgency. He returned swiftly, passing the delicate tool through the fissure opening. Kaelen's fingers, now slightly slick from the mist, worked with practiced precision. Minutes felt like hours. Finally, coupling replaced, withdrawing. She scrambled out, gasping, her skin dull and slightly wrinkled. Rorin immediately turned the mist onto her directly. The cool spray was a benediction. She sagged with relief, her luminous eyes meeting his shielded ones. No words were needed. The shared effort, the mutual vulnerability offered and accepted, had woven a fragile thread of understanding between them. That night, huddled near the repaired shuttle's heater, which Rorin had managed to coax back to life, filling the small cabin with blessed warmth, they shared their emergency rations. Kaelen sipped reconstituted nutrient-rich water, while Rorin crunched on dense mineral wafers. On Thalassara, Kaelen began, her voice melodic in the warm quiet. We believe currents connect all things. Even the smallest ripple travels far. Your mist, it was a current of life for me in that dry darkness. Rorin processed this, his clicks slower, more thoughtful. On Xerxes, survival demands efficiency, but also community. The dunes shift, burying oases. Only by sharing coordinates, by digging together, do clans survive. He paused, a soft whistle escaping him. Your thermal pouch, it was coordinates in the cold, shared survival. They talked more, not about the mission or the repairs, but about their homes. Kaelen described the bioluminescent forests of her ocean depths, the songs of the leviathan whales that vibrated through the water. Rorin spoke of the vast, silent beauty of the Xerxian plains under twin moons, the intricate sand paintings his people created that told stories of journeys and endurance. They learned that Kaelen's caution was born from a deep respect for the powerful, sometimes unpredictable, forces of her water world. Rorin's efficiency stemmed from a harsh environment where resources were scarce and hesitation could mean death. Their final shared challenge came as they prepared for takeoff. A sudden seismic tremor, likely triggered by their shuttle's landing gear, shifting the delicate quartz sands, caused a section of the canyon wall above them to shear off. Massive slabs of rose quartz tumbled down, heading straight for the Stardust Mender. Impact imminent. Rorin barked, his claws flying over the controls. Engines not primed. Kaelen didn't think. Her instincts, honed in the shifting currents of Thalassara, took over. She saw the trajectory, the pattern of the falling rock. Hard starboard thrusters, now minimal power, she cried, her voice cutting through the alarms. Rorin trusted her. He slammed the thrusters, not with full force, but a precise, sharp burst. The shuttle lurched violently sideways, scraping against the canyon floor with a shower of sparks. The massive slabs crashed down exactly where they had been parked a heartbeat before, shattering into a million singing shards that rained against the hull like crystalline hail. Silence descended, broken only by the frantic beeping of the console and their own ragged breathing. Dust motes danced in the light from the view screen, illuminating their stunned faces. You. Rorin clicked, his voice translator buzzing with static, saw the current. Kaelen, her skin shimmering with the adrenaline rush, managed a weak smile. And you trusted the ripple. Together, they finished the engine priming. This time, their movements were synchronized, a quiet dance of mutual respect and burgeoning trust. Rorin handled the power flow with his precise efficiency, while Kaelen monitored the environmental feedback and structural integrity with her nuanced perception. The Stardust Mender lifted smoothly from the canyon floor, leaving the valley of singing sands and their initial misunderstandings far below. As they soared back into the comforting embrace of the Silver Spray Nebula, the view was breathtaking. Swirls of gas in hues of silver, lavender, and deep blue pulsed with starlight. They sat in companionable silence for a long moment, the shared ordeal having washed away the last vestiges of their initial friction. Navigator Kaelen, Rorin said, his clicks softer, almost melodic through the translator. Proposal: recalibrate course. Avoid dense nebula particles. Prioritize safe trajectory. Kaelen's skin flushed a warm, contented turquoise. Acknowledged, Engineer Rorin. Safe trajectory and perhaps a slight detour. I am detecting an interesting energy signature near the Gamma cluster. Potential for unique mineralogical survey. Might offer efficient data collection. A low, warm rumble vibrated from Rorin's chest. A sound Kaelen was learning meant approval, even amusement. Query: does unique mineral signature possess aesthetic qualities worthy of documentation? Kaelen smiled, a genuine warmth spreading through her. Initial scans suggest remarkable chromatic resonance, very pleasing to perceive. The Stardust Mender banked gently, its engines humming a steady song against the cosmic backdrop. Inside the cozy cockpit, warmed by shared effort and newfound understanding, two beings from worlds as different as water and desert sand had discovered a truth deeper than any nebula. That friendship isn't about being the same, but about learning the unique language of another's heart. It's about offering your water pouch in the cold, misting the dry darkness for another, trusting a ripple in the current, and finding that the most efficient course is sometimes the one navigated together. They weren't just colleagues anymore. They were companions, their unlikely bond forged in the quiet challenges of an uncharted moon, and now carrying them forward, side by side, into the vast, starlit unknown, wrapped in the warm, enduring comfort of a friendship discovered. And the nebula in its silent, shimmering splendor seemed to cradle their small ship, a silent witness to the quiet miracle blooming within its luminous heart. Story 28. The distant hum of the Harmony Hub station's engines always reminded Twinkle of home, not the bustling forests of Verdantia, where bioluminescent moss sang in rainstorms, but the quiet pulse of life beneath bark and leaf. Tonight, as the station's artificial twilight dimmed, the little glimmerling tucked her 6 delicate limbs close, light patterns flickering nervously across her carapace. She'd come seeking stardust seeds to heal her planet's blighted groves, but the vastness of space felt colder than expected. Nearby, a low grinding sound made her antennae quiver. Boulder, a stonekin from the desert wastes of Baroness, shifted his granite-like body on a bench clearly not designed for his weight. Crystalline eyes, like fractured amber, scanned the transit bay with weary suspicion. His mission was simple: find work to buy soil stabilizers before Baroness crumbled entirely. When Twinkle's anxious light patterns reflected off his stony hide, he rumbled, "Stop that flashing, it's distracting." Twinkle dimmed instantly, retreating into shadow. "Apologies, Rockwalker," she chimed softly, her voice like wind through chimes. "Your vibrations unsettle my resonance," Boulder retorted, mistaking her musical speech for mockery. Their first misunderstanding settled like dust between stars. 3 cycles later, catastrophe struck. A meteor shower breached the station's outer shields. Alarms wailed as sections depressurized. Twinkle was cataloging seed samples in the biodome when emergency bulkheads slammed shut, sealing her inside with Boulder, who'd been repairing a malfunctioning atmospheric regulator. Lights flickered and died, plunging them into absolute darkness, thick with the scent of ozone and frightened Earth. Twinkle's bioluminescence flared instinctively soft blues and greens, painting terrified patterns on the walls. "Extinguish that," Boulder boomed, his voice echoing. "It draws attention. I cannot." Twinkle trilled. "Darkness is silence to my kind." A deeper groan shuddered through the floor as support beams strained. Boulder realized the truth: her light was their only guide. "Then shine brighter, small one," he conceded, the gravel in his voice softening. "Show me the fractures above." As Twinkle's glow intensified, revealing cracks snaking across the ceiling, Boulder understood her light wasn't frivolous, it was a language. "That pattern it trembles?" he asked, pointing to her flickering carapace. "Fear," Twinkle whispered, "but also hope." She pulsed a steady, warm gold. Boulder's stony chest vibrated with a low, steady frequency. "Twinkle, felt rather than heard. Solidity, he explained. Stonekin comfort song. Their second misunderstanding dissolved in shared vulnerability. For hours they worked as one. Boulder used his immense strength to brace crumbling structures, guided by Twinkle's light. She navigated them through debris fields, her glow revealing safe paths while Boulder's resonant stomps tested floor integrity. When Twinkle discovered a cluster of stardust seeds, radiant orbs floating in a shattered containment unit, Boulder shielded them from falling girders with his own back, grunting as impacts chipped his hide. Why? Twinkle asked, tending his fractures with healing moss from her pouch. Seeds are fragile, stonekin are not. Boulder's amber eyes softened. Your forest song matters, broken ground, he rumbled, remembering Baroness's dying plains. Steals more than crops, it steals home. Twinkle trilled understanding, realizing his gruffness masked grief for a crumbling world. Later, trapped by a collapsed corridor, Twinkle's light waned from exhaustion. Boulder did something unheard of for Stonekin, he sang. Not with voice, but by striking his arms against his chest in a rhythmic, resonant cadence that vibrated through the metal. My people's strength song, he explained as Twinkle's glow strengthened in response. You share your core harmony, she marveled. Stonekin's songs were sacred, never shared outside kin. You shared your light, Boulder replied simply. Rescue came when Twinkle, remembering Boulder's resonance patterns, pulsed her light against a communication panel in the same frequency. The station's AI, recognizing the Stonekin distress code, pinpointed them. As warmth and light flooded the repaired bay, they stood transformed. Boulder gently cupped the stardust seeds in his craggy hands, their light mingling with Twinkle's glow. These require crystalline soil to bloom, yes, he asked. Twinkle chimed affirmation. Baroness. Boulder's rumble held newfound warmth, has canyons full of star-touched crystals. Stabilize the ground and your seeds could thrive there too. Twinkle's entire body shimmered rainbow hues, astonishment, joy, gratitude. Your soil, my seeds, a shared root, Boulder finished. The final misunderstanding that their needs were separate withered away. Months later, under Baroness's twin moons, fields of luminous flowers pulsed where desolation once reigned. Twinkle danced among them, her light patterns weaving stories of friendship into the petals. Boulder tended the irrigation system, his resonant songs encouraging deep roots. When dust storms threatened, Twinkle's glow guided lost pollinators home, while Boulder's strength anchored protective domes. One evening, as violet twilight deepened, Boulder placed a rough-hewn crystal archway near the largest bloom, a shelter for Twinkle. She responded by weaving bioluminescent vines over it, creating a shared space that hummed with both light and resonance. No words were needed. The archway stood as a testament to darkness navigated, vulnerabilities shared, and two hearts, one beating like a drum, the other singing like a star, finding harmony not in sameness, but in the quiet courage to illuminate each other's path. And as the stars emerged, countless and kind, the desert bloomed with the warm, unshakable certainty that true friendship is the rarest seed of all, one that grows best when tended by different hands, yet rooted in the same, nourishing soil of trust. Story 29. The little village of Bramblewood nestled between whispering pines and meadows dusted with wildflowers. It was a place of quiet rhythms, where seasons turned like the pages of a familiar book. Yet for Finn, a young boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and hair like spun wheat, the gentle predictability of life felt like a cage. Finn was different. He felt things deeply. The sigh of the wind carried stories, the rustle of leaves held secrets, and sometimes, when the moon was full and silver, a strange warmth prickled in his fingertips, making nearby dandelion clocks tremble. This feeling frightened Finn. Any change, felt like stepping off a safe, known path into shadowed woods. He tried to ignore the tingling, burying his hands in his pockets, focusing fiercely on routine, feeding the chickens, sweeping the porch, arranging his collection of smooth river stones just so. He saw the worried glances from his mother, the gentle inquiries from Old Man Hemlock, the village woodcarver. But Finn just shook his head, retreating further into himself, a small boat adrift on a sea he didn't understand. One crisp autumn afternoon, the air thick with the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, Finn's unease peaked. He'd been trying to rake the golden maple leaves in their front garden into neat piles, a task he usually found calming. But the warmth in his hands surged, unbidden. He stared at a pile, frustration bubbling. Why can't things just stay still? He thought fiercely. With a sudden, involuntary clench of his fist, the pile of leaves exploded upwards in a miniature whirlwind, scattering like startled butterflies before raining down messily around him. Finn gasped, tears pricking his eyes like morning dew. He felt foolish and scared. That's when he heard a soft, snuffling sound. From beneath the lilac bush emerged Badger, a stout, kindly creature with wise, dark eyes and fur striped like twilight. Badger was a friend to all who listened, known for his deep knowledge of roots and remedies. Bit of a breeze today, young Finn. Badger rumbled, his voice like stones tumbling in a gentle stream. He nudged a stray leaf with his nose, not looking directly at Finn, offering space. Finn swallowed hard, wiping his cheek. It was me, Badger. I did that. Something's wrong with me. Badger settled onto his haunches, considering the scattered leaves. Wrong, or perhaps different, like the oak tree grows different roots than the willow, yet both belong to the earth. He paused, sniffing the air. That warmth you feel, does it frighten you because it changes things? Finn nodded miserably. Everything changes too fast. The leaves fall, the snow comes, the chicks grow up, and this feeling, it makes things happen I don't want to happen. I just want things to be quiet, still. A lilting voice chimed from above. Stillness is lovely, Finn, but even the deepest pond ripples. Perched on a swaying sunflower stalk was Pip, a tiny, iridescent hummingbird with feathers that shimmered like captured rainbows. Pip was all quick energy and boundless optimism. Change is how we fly, how we grow. Look at me. I couldn't always zip about like this. But your changes made sense. Finn protested. You hatched, you grew wings, you flew. This. He held out his trembling hands. This feels like chaos. Badger nudged Finn's knee gently. Perhaps it only feels chaotic because you resist it, like a river fighting its banks. The magic within you, it's part of your season, Finn. Like autumn paints the leaves, it's trying to paint something new in you. But magic, especially magic tied to life and growth, needs understanding, not fear. Finn looked down at his hands. Growth, it feels like breaking. Sometimes, Badger said softly, a seed must break open for the seedling to reach the sun. Pip zipped down, hovering eye level with Finn. We can't help. Badger knows the deep down earth magic. I know the sky-high joy magic, and Fern. She zipped towards the edge of the garden where a graceful, silent deer with fur, the color of moss and eyes like deep forest pools, stood watching. Fern approached, her steps soundless on the fallen leaves. She lowered her head, her warm breath a soft cloud in the cool air, nudging Finn's shoulder with infinite gentleness. Her presence was a balm, radiating quiet strength and acceptance. So began Finn's gentle apprenticeship in understanding his magic. Under the patient guidance of his friends, he ventured beyond his fear. Badger took him to the Whispering Stones, ancient moss-covered boulders deep in the woods. Sit, Badger instructed. Place your palms flat on the stone. Don't try to do anything. Just listen. Feel the slow, deep pulse of the earth. Your magic is rooted there too. It's not separate. It's part of this great, slow breath. Finn sat, the cool, rough stone beneath his palms. He closed his eyes, focusing past the frantic flutter in his chest. At first, there was only silence. Then gradually he felt it a deep, resonant hum, like the lowest note of a giant cello, vibrating up through the stone into his bones. It was steady, ancient, and profoundly calming. The frantic energy in his hands seemed to settle, aligning with that slow, grounding rhythm. Pip's lessons were full of movement and light. "Feel the wind, Finn," she'd chirp as they stood in a sun-dappled clearing. "It changes direction all the time, but does it break? No, it flows. Let your magic flow with things, not against them. Try moving that fallen leaf over there, but with the breeze, not against it." Finn focused on a single crimson leaf. Instead of forcing it, he imagined the gentle push of the wind, feeling the familiar warmth rise in his hands. He guided it softly, like coaxing a butterfly. The leaf skittered, then lifted, dancing gracefully on an eddy of air before settling a few feet away. A surprised laugh bubbled from Finn. "I did it, without making a mess." Fern's lessons were the quietest, often wordless. She would lead Finn to places of profound natural beauty, a sunlit glade carpeted with bluebells, a hidden spring where crystal-clear water bubbled over smooth pebbles, the base of a giant, ancient oak whose branches seemed to cradle the sky. Fern would simply stand, breathing deeply, her calm presence an invitation. Finn learned to simply be in these places, absorbing the peace, the intricate beauty, the effortless way nature embraced constant change. He watched a spider meticulously repair its dew-torn web, saw how the oak shed its leaves without fear, knowing new buds waited within. In Fern's silent company, Finn began to understand that change wasn't destruction. It was transformation, a necessary part of the world's enduring beauty. Slowly, tentatively, Finn began to experiment. He learned to coax seedlings from the earth with a gentle warmth from his palms, helping Badger in his herb garden. He could guide drifting thistledown to land softly, much to Pip's delight. He discovered a knack for finding lost things, a dropped thimble, a wandering chick, by sensing a faint, warm pulse from the object, like a tiny heartbeat only he could feel. His magic, once a source of terror, became a quiet hum of connection. But the greatest test came with the first hard frost. An unseasonably early freeze swept through Bramblewood, threatening Old Man Hemlock's prized winter bloom, sapling a rare plant with buds promising delicate, frost-resistant flowers that brought cheer in the bleakest months. The old woodcarver was heartbroken as he showed Finn the tiny plant, its leaves already curling and blackening at the edges, its precious buds tightly clenched and shivering. "It's too young," Hemlock sighed, his voice rough with disappointment. "It wasn't ready for this cold. A few more weeks of gentle autumn sun, maybe." He patted Finn's shoulder sadly and shuffled back inside. Finn stood alone in the frost-rimed garden, staring at the suffering sapling. The familiar fear surged, the fear of failure, of making things worse, of not being enough. The cold bit at his cheeks. He thought of the whispering stones, the deep, steady earth pulse. He thought of Pip's flowing wind, Fern's silent strength. He thought of Badger's words, magic tied to life and growth needs understanding, not fear. This wasn't about force. It wasn't about stopping the frost. It was about nurturing life, protecting potential. It was about growth, even in harsh conditions. Kneeling on the cold ground, Finn gently cupped his hands around the fragile sapling, careful not to touch its frozen leaves. He closed his eyes. He didn't push his magic out. Instead, he drew it in, focusing on the deep, grounding hum he'd learned from the stones. He imagined the slow, patient strength of the earth rising through him. He thought of the sun's remembered warmth stored deep within the soil. He thought of the sapling's own tiny, fierce spark of life, refusing to be extinguished. He poured his own wish for its survival into that spark, not a demand, but an offering of warmth and encouragement, a gentle shield against the biting cold. A soft golden light, warm as candle flame but steady as starlight, began to emanate from his cupped hands. It wasn't a blaze, it was a gentle radiance, wrapping the tiny sapling in a cocoon of comforting warmth. Finn held his breath, pouring all his newfound understanding, his acceptance of his own changing nature, into that light. He felt the connection deep and true, like a root finding water. Slowly, miraculously, the blackened edges of the leaves softened. The tight, frozen buds relaxed, then, impossibly, began to unfurl. One delicate, crystalline petal peeked out, then another, glowing with an inner luminescence that mirrored the light from Finn's hands. The winter bloom wasn't just surviving, it was blooming, radiant and resilient, its fragrance a promise of life persisting sweet and sharp, like frozen honey. Finn slowly lowered his hands. The golden light faded, but the warmth lingered in his chest, a profound sense of peace replacing the old fear. He looked at the transformed sapling, then at his own hands. They felt steady, capable, no longer alien, but an extension of his deepest self. The magic wasn't something separate he struggled with. It was him, his care, his connection, his willingness to grow. Word spread through Bramblewood about the winter bloom that bloomed in the frost, saved by Finn's gentle touch. But Finn didn't seek praise. He found his place tending the village gardens, especially the delicate plants, his magic a quiet song of encouragement and protection. He still felt the seasons turn, the constant flux of life, but now he moved with it, like a leaf on the wind Pip loved, or a root delving deeper with Badger's guidance, finding strength in Fern's quiet spaces. One twilight, as fireflies began their dance and the scent of wood smoke and damp earth filled the air, Finn sat on his porch with Badger, Pip, and Fern nearby. He held a mug of warm cider, watching the stars emerge one by one in the violet sky. He thought about the scared boy who hated change. "I thought the magic was changing me into something else," he said softly, the words carried on the cool evening breeze. "But it wasn't. It was helping me find the part of me that was always there, the part that grows." Badger rumbled contentedly. Like the forest after a fire, young sapling, the strength was always in the roots, waiting for the sun. Pip zipped close, her wings a blur of rainbow light. "And now you shine your own sun." Fern simply leaned her warm flank against Finn's leg, her deep, peaceful breath a silent affirmation. Finn smiled, a genuine, peaceful smile that reached his storm-cloud eyes, now reflecting the starlight. He felt the familiar warmth in his hands, not as a frightening surge, but as a comforting ember, a connection to the living, breathing, ever-changing world he was now an integral, cherished part of. He was no longer afraid of the seasons turning. He understood he was part of their beautiful, necessary dance, his own unique magic a quiet thread woven into Bramblewood's enduring, cozy tapestry. He sipped his cider, the warmth spreading through him, a perfect echo of the peace that now resided deep within his own, wonderfully transformed heart. The crackle of the fireplace inside seemed to whisper its approval, and the world, in all its changing glory, felt like home. And as the moon rose, casting a silver quilt over the slumbering village, Finn knew his own growth, like the winter bloom, was just beginning, promising seasons of quiet strength and gentle radiance yet to come. The scent of cinnamon and apples drifted on the air, mingling with the faint perfume of the miraculous frost bloom, a lullaby for the night. Story 30. The village of Meadowhaven nestled in a valley where the hills cupped the sky like gentle hands. Thatched cottages, draped in ivy and climbing roses, clustered around a cobblestone square where lanterns glowed like captured fireflies at dusk. The air always carried the scent of wild thyme, sun-warmed earth, and the faint, comforting sweetness of honeysuckle. For generations, life flowed as peacefully as the silver stream that sparkled along the village edge. But lately whispers rustled through the chimneys, and under the doors whispers of small, strange things that unsettled the cozy rhythm. it began with the morning dew. Every dawn, the village woke to find intricate patterns traced upon every window pane, delicate spirals, interlocking circles, and shimmering frost-like designs that vanished with the first true rays of the sun. No brush, no hand could create such fleeting beauty. Then the village clock, a sturdy oak-cased marvel perched above the bakery, began chiming not just the hours, but snippets of forgotten lullabies at odd moments. A chime for hush-a-bye, don't you cry at noon, or sweet dreams under moonbeams in the late afternoon. Lastly, the warm, golden light inside the lanterns in the square would sometimes flicker and change, casting brief, soft shadows that looked like dancing rabbits or fluttering birds before settling back to normal. Young Cora, with eyes as bright as polished river stones and a mind that loved puzzles, noticed these things most keenly. She'd press her nose against her own dew-patterned window each morning, tracing the cold glass. "Who makes these?" she'd murmur to her tabby cat, Whiskers, who merely blinked. One misty morning, watching the dew patterns shimmer and fade, Cora decided it was a mystery needing solving. Not a scary one, but a curious puzzle, like finding a lost button or figuring out why the bluebirds nested in the old willow tree. Her first thought was to visit old Hemlock. He lived in a cottage at the edge of the Whispering Woods, its walls covered in moss and its chimney puffing smoke that smelled faintly of cinnamon and pine needles. Old Hemlock wasn't truly old, but wisdom seemed to settle on him like the dust motes dancing in his sunbeam-filled workshop. He carved beautiful things from wood animals that looked ready to leap, flowers that seemed to bloom, and little guardian spirits for children's windowsills. He was also known to understand the quieter languages of the world. Master Hemlock. Cora called softly, pushing open the creaking, vine-draped gate. The air here hummed with the sound of bees in the lavender patch. The carver looked up from a piece of honey-colored wood, taking the shape of a badger. His eyes, the color of twilight, crinkled at the corners. "Cora, come in, child, the kettle's just singing. What brings you through the morning mist?" Cora settled onto a stool padded with a worn velvet cushion. She described the dew patterns, the singing clock, and the dancing lantern shadows. "It feels like a message," she finished, sipping the fragrant chamomile tea he offered. "But I can't read it." Old Hemlock stroked his beard, carved with tiny spirals much like the dew patterns. "Messages often are, especially in Meadowhaven. The world speaks, Cora, but not always in words we know. Look for connections, what ties the dew, the chimes, and the lights." Cora thought hard. "They all happen outside, and they're all beautiful, but fleeting." "Good," Hemlock nodded. "And they involve things touched by air, by light, by the very breath of the world. Perhaps something delicate needs attention, something easily missed." He rose and rummaged on a high shelf cluttered with intriguing bottles and curious stones. He returned with a small, smooth disk of amber, warm to the touch. "This is sunstone. Hold it up to the light, or look through it when the strange things happen. It might help you see what others overlook." Thanking him, Cora tucked the warm amber disk into her pocket. She spent the day observing. She sat by the silver stream, watching sunlight dance on the water, sunstone held ready. Nothing unusual. She listened intently near the clock tower as the hour chimed normally. Disappointment flickered. As dusk painted the sky peach and lavender, she sat on a bench in the square, watching the lanterns flicker to life. Whiskers curled purring in her lap. Then it happened. The warm light in the lantern nearest her flickered wildly. Shadows leaped across the cobblestones, not rabbits or birds this time, but a distinct shape. A tiny, perfect, shimmering moth, its wings outlined in dancing light. It fluttered once, twice, then vanished as the light steadied. Cora gasped. She fumbled for the sunstone and held it up just as another lantern nearby flickered. Through the amber lens, the shadow wasn't just a moth. It pulsed with faint, intricate patterns of light within the shadow itself, like veins of gold. And the shape, it matched the delicate spirals of the morning dew. Suddenly, the clock tower chimed. Not the hour. It was a soft, clear sequence of notes that sounded like a tiny, melancholic sigh. Cora lifted the sunstone towards the sound. Through the amber she saw not just the clock, but the air around it shimmering with faint, silvery dust motes swirling in time with the chime, forming miniature versions of the dew patterns before dissolving. The dew, the chimes, the lights, they're all connected. Cora whispered to Whiskers. And they all show the same patterns, but why? Remembering old Hemlock's words about something delicate needing attention, Cora looked around the peaceful square. Everything seemed fine. The flowers bloomed, the stream chuckled, people chatted softly. Then her eyes fell on the cluster of moon-petal flowers blooming near the old stone well. Moon-petals were Meadowhaven's pride, their large, silvery white blossoms glowing softly at night, attracting gentle night moths. But these flowers looked tired. Their glow was dimmer than usual, their petals slightly drooped. Had anyone else noticed? Probably not, they were still beautiful, just a little less so. Cora approached the moon petals. She gently touched a petal. It felt thin, fragile. She bent closer. That's when she saw them. Tiny, almost invisible tracks in the soft earth around the roots. They looked like the delicate footprints of a very small bird, but finer. And clustered near the stems were minuscule flakes, like shimmering dust. Cora lifted the sunstone and peered through it at the dust. It wasn't dust. It was scaled dust, the kind shed by moth wings. And the tracks, through the amber lens, they glowed faintly silver. The glimmer moths. Cora breathed. Meadowhaven was home to the rare, shy glimmer moths. Tiny as a child's thumbnail, their wings were dusted with light-catching particles that made them seem like flying stars. They pollinated the moon petals, and the moon petals, in turn, provided the moths with their only source of nectar. It was a perfect, quiet harmony, easily overlooked. But the moths were so shy, few villagers ever saw them. Cora realized the strange occurrences were their distress signal. The dew patterns. Moth wings brushing against the cold glass before dawn, leaving traces of their luminous scales. The clock chimes. Perhaps the moths, disturbed, fluttering near the clock mechanism or the bell ropes, their delicate wing beats somehow triggering the chimes. The lantern shadows. Moths drawn to the light, their frantic flight casting the shapes. The patterns were their signature, their silent language. But why were they distressed? Cora looked again at the drooping moon petals. Through the sunstone, she saw something else. Fine, almost invisible threads, like spider silk but thinner and catching the fading light, were subtly woven around the flower stems and leaves, hindering their growth. Cobwebs, she muttered. But these looked different. They seemed sticky and slightly iridescent. Remembering old Hemlock's connection to the woods, Cora carefully gathered a few strands on a leaf and hurried back to his cottage as twilight deepened. Master Hemlock, look, she burst in, holding out the leaf. Hemlock took the leaf, his expression grave. He examined the threads under a magnifying lens lit by a candle. Ah, he sighed, a sound like wind through dry leaves. Not spider silk, Cora, gossamer bindweed, a creeping vine, rare and usually harmless, but this is a magical strain. It feeds not on soil, but on moonlight absorbed by plants like the moon petals. It's slowly choking them, stealing their light and strength. No wonder the glimmer moths are frantic, their food source is fading, and the sticky threads trap them. But how do we stop it? Cora asked, her heart pounding with concern for the tiny moths and their flowers. The bindweed is subtle, Hemlock said. Pulling it would likely harm the moon petals. Its roots will be deep, feeding off the same moon-touched ley line that nourishes this whole valley. We need something gentle, precise, and perhaps a little moonlit magic of our own." He smiled faintly. "I know just the helpers." He led Cora into his garden, bathed now in the soft silver light of the rising moon. He took a small, carved wooden flute from his pocket and played 3 clear, pure notes that hung in the still air like drops of mercury. Moments later, soft rustlings came from the flower beds. 3 lumina rabbits hopped into view. No larger than Cora's hand, their fur was the soft gray of twilight, and their eyes glowed with a gentle, warm light. They were shy creatures, guardians of moon-touched gardens, known for their ability to untangle the most delicate roots without harm. Hemlock knelt, speaking softly in a language of rustles and hums that Cora felt more than heard. He showed them the leaf with the gossamer bindweed threads. The rabbits twitched their noses, their glowing eyes fixed on the threads. Then, with a soft thump of agreement, they bounded silently towards the village square, Cora and Hemlock following quietly. Under the moon's gentle gaze, the lumina rabbits set to work around the moon-petal patch. Their tiny paws moved with incredible delicacy. They didn't pull, they nudged. They traced the invisible threads with their glowing noses, and wherever they touched, the sticky gossamer bindweed seemed to shrivel and dissolve into harmless moonbeams. They burrowed gently near the roots, their warm light loosening the bindweed's hold without disturbing the moon petals. Cora watched, mesmerized, as the rabbits worked, their soft glow mingling with the silver light of the flowers. As the last threads vanished, a faint, collective sigh seemed to ripple through the night air. The moon petals visibly perked up, their silvery glow brightening, pulsing softly like captured starlight. Then, from the shadows beneath the leaves, tiny lights emerged. Dozens of glimmer moths fluttered into the air. They were breathtaking wings shimmering with iridescent dust, creating trails of soft light as they danced joyously around the revitalized flowers. They swirled around Cora in a silent, shimmering thank you, their wings brushing her cheeks with cool, sparkling dust. A few flitted towards the clock tower, but this time their flight was calm, peaceful. The clock remained silent, keeping perfect time. The next morning, Cora rushed to her window. The dew was back, but instead of intricate patterns, it was just simple, beautiful droplets catching the sunrise, pure and clear. The strange occurrences had stopped. Meadowhaven's gentle rhythm was restored. That evening, the village gathered in the square as usual. The lanterns glowed a steady, warm gold. The clock chimed the hour with its familiar, reassuring tone. And the moon petals bloomed brighter than ever, surrounded by a soft halo of dancing glimmer moths, tiny stars moving to a silent, contented song. Old Hemlock placed a gentle hand on Cora's shoulder. "You listened, Cora," he said softly, his voice as warm as the lantern light. "You saw the small things, the quiet voices. You understood that even the tiniest harmony needs care." He handed her a small carving, a perfect lumina rabbit, its wooden fur seeming to hold a soft inner light. For the guardian of Meadowhaven's little wonders. Cora held the carving, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. She looked at the peaceful square, the glowing flowers, the shimmering moths, and the faces of her neighbors, lit by gentle light. The mystery hadn't been frightening, it had been a reminder. A reminder that magic wasn't always grand spells, but often the quiet, interconnected life humming just beneath the surface, needing only a kind heart and watchful eyes to keep its delicate balance. And as she curled up that night, whiskers purring beside her and the wooden rabbit glowing softly on her bedside table, Cora drifted into dreams filled with shimmering wings, gentle moonlight, and the deep, comforting peace of a village where even the smallest voices were heard. The silver stream chuckled outside her window, a soothing lullaby for a mystery gently solved, and a world kept cozy by kindness and care. Story 31. Leo had always noticed the peculiar shimmer at the edge of Maplewood Meadow, where the wildflowers nodded sleepily in the twilight. It appeared only when the first evening star blinked awake, a ripple in the air, like heat rising from summer pavement, except cooler and tinged with the scent of rain-kissed pine. One velvet-soft evening, as crickets hummed their twilight symphony, Leo stepped through that shimmering curtain and found himself in the glimmering glade. The air here tasted of honey and cool stone. Trees with bark like woven silver cradled lantern fruit that glowed with soft amber light, casting dancing shadows on moss so thick it felt like velvet underfoot. Above, leaves shimmered with dewdrops that refracted moonlight into rainbow prisms, painting the forest floor in ever-shifting colors. But the true marvel was the sound, a gentle, melodic hum that seemed to rise from the earth itself, vibrating in Leo's bones like a lullaby. As Leo wandered and chanted, a cluster of tiny creatures fluttered down from a lantern fruit tree. They resembled dandelion seeds with wings, each no larger than Leo's thumb, bodies pulsing with soft blue light. Lumen wings, one chimed in a voice like tinkling bells. We guide wanderers through the glade, but beware the whisper pools, they show truths that can startle the unprepared. Leo's first challenge came at the Crystal Creek, where water flowed clear as glass over smooth rainbow stones. The stepping stones across it shifted and wobbled like soap bubbles. "Trust your feet, not your fears," sang the lumen wings. Leo took a breath, focusing on the cool, solid sensation of each stone beneath his soles, rather than the dizzying swirl of colors below. With careful steps he crossed, heart pounding not with fear but exhilaration. Deeper in the glade, Leo encountered the whisper pools, mirror-still waters reflecting not his face, but flashes of moments where he'd hesitated, turning back from a high tree branch, staying silent when he had a kind word to share. The visions shimmered, and the water's surface grew cold. "Courage isn't the absence of fear," murmured a lumen wing, alighting on his shoulder. "It's choosing to move forward anyway." Leo knelt, touched the water, and whispered, "I'm learning." The pool warmed instantly, reflecting his smile instead. Suddenly, a distressed chirping echoed from a thicket of moon-petaled flowers. A young mossling, a creature shaped like a hedgehog but made of living emerald moss, was tangled in thorny vines, its eyes wide with panic. The thorns tightened when Leo approached. Remembering the lumen wing's wisdom, Leo hummed the glade's grounding melody, his voice steady and warm. The vines loosened, soothed by the sound. Gently he freed the mossling, who nuzzled his hand before scampering off with a grateful squeak. The mossling returned moments later with its family, bearing a gift, a petal from the heartbloom tree, glowing with soft golden light. For kindness, they rustled in unison. The petal floated ahead, lighting a path to the glade's heart, a meadow where thousands of lumen wings swirled in constellations above a tree with roots like liquid starlight. The great hum, the source of the glade's song, resonated from its trunk. "Every explorer brings a piece of their heart here," the tree's voice echoed, not in words but in feelings that settled in Leo's chest like sunlight. You listened when the pools whispered, steadied yourself when the stones trembled, and freed a friend with a song. Courage is simply love in action, love for discovery, for others, for your own growing spirit. As dawn tinged the horizon peach and lavender, the shimmering curtain reappeared. Leo stepped back into Maplewood Meadow, the heartbloom petal now a warm golden stone in his pocket. The glimmering glade hadn't changed him. It had revealed the bravery he always carried, quiet as a heartbeat, bright as a lantern fruit's glow. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the meadow's crickets seemed to hum the glade's melody, a gentle reminder that wonder waits just beyond the familiar, and every kind step makes the unknown feel like home. Story 32. Story 32. The little village of Meadows rests nestled between rolling hills that turned gold in autumn and emerald in spring. But lately a creeping grayness had begun to dull the colors, a quiet gloom that made flowers droop and villagers sigh without remembering why. Young Benji, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart curious as a sparrow, noticed it most in his grandmother's cottage. Her laughter, once bright as clinking china, had grown thin and distant. One rainy afternoon, while rummaging in the attic's cobwebbed corners, Benji found a forgotten wooden box. Inside lay a pair of spectacles with lenses like frosted sea glass, their silver frames cool to the touch. When he wiped away the dust, tiny constellations seemed to swirl inside the glass. On impulse, Benji slipped them onto his nose. The attic transformed. Dust motes became drifting stars, the old oak trunk glowed with honeyed light, and the rain tapping the roof now sounded like 1,000 tiny harps. But most astonishing was the teapot on the shelf, a plain blue ceramic pot Grandma used every morning. Through the spectacles it pulsed with soft, cobalt radiance. Benji lifted it, and warmth spread through his palms like a friendly handshake. A whisper tickled his ear, "Seek the moon petal where shadows weep." Grandma stirred in her armchair downstairs. "Benji," she called, her voice frail as dried petals. The grayness, it's stealing her memories, Benji realized with a pang. Clutching the teapot, he knew he must find the moon petal. His journey began at dawn, guided by the teapot's gentle hum. Beyond the village, the whispering woods stood ancient and watchful. Beneath a gnarled hawthorn, Benji met Fig, a hedgehog whose quills shimmered like dewdrops when touched by the teapot's light. "Lost little traveler?" Fig asked, his voice a soft rustle. "Only if lost means seeking magic flowers," Benji replied. Fig's nose twitched. "Ah, moon petals grow near the sighing caves, but the path is tangled and the gloom thickens there. I'll guide you, I know every root and stone." For hours they trekked, the teapot's glow pushing back the gray mist that muffled birdsong. In a clearing they found Thistle, an elderly owl nested in a hollow birch. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and her eyes held maps of forgotten skies. "Moon petals, you say?" Thistle hooted mournfully. "They bloom where moonlight first touched the earth, but the caves, they weep with loneliness. Even stars avoid them now." When Benji offered her a sip of chamomile tea from the teapot, Thistle's wings shimmered. "I remember the way," she murmured. "Follow my flight." The woods grew denser, shadows deepening into velvet black. The air tasted of cold stone and unshed tears. At the mouth of the sighing caves, the gloom coiled like smoke, and the teapot's light flickered weakly. "This sadness, it's alive," Benji whispered. Inside the cave, walls glistened with mineral tears, and in the center stood a creature woven from twilight, a shade with eyes like hollow wells. It didn't attack, it simply quivered, radiating icy sorrow that made Fig curl into a ball and Thistle's feathers droop. Benji's spectacles revealed the truth. The shade wasn't menacing, it was lonely. Forgotten by the world, its isolation had bled into the land as gloom. Force would only deepen its sorrow. Wisdom, Benji sensed, needed kindness. He knelt, placing the teapot on the ground. "Grandma says tea warms the coldest days," he said softly. Pouring steaming jasmine tea into a cup, he pushed it toward the shade. The creature hesitated, then bent, sipping slowly. Where tea touched its form, tiny stars sparked. Benji hummed Grandma's lullaby, the one about silver moons and friendly winds. Fig uncurled, adding his low, purring hum, while Thistle harmonized with a gentle warble. The cave filled with sound and steam. The shade's darkness softened, revealing a core of fragile light. "You remember me," it sighed, its voice like wind through reeds. "Everyone deserves to be remembered," Benji said. With a trembling finger, the shade pointed to a crevice where a single flower glowed, a moon petal, its petals like captured moonlight. As Benji plucked it, the shade dissolved into 1,000 fireflies, bathing the cave in gold. The gloom lifted instantly, as if a curtain had been drawn. journeying home, the woods sang. Colors blazed, crimson leaves, emerald moss, sapphire streams. Fig trotted beside Benji, chattering about beetle feasts, while Thistle soared ahead, her wings scattering stardust. In Grandma's cottage, Benji brewed moonpetal tea in the blue pot. With each sip, roses returned to her cheeks, and her laughter bubbled up, clear and bright. "Why, Benji," she gasped, hugging him. "I dreamed of a lonely shadow, and then I heard singing." The spectacles now rested on Benji's windowsill, their magic dormant but their lesson alive, that even the deepest sorrows soften when met with warmth. Villagers found their joy returning, gardens blooming fiercely as if making up for lost time. On starry nights, Benji, Grandma, Fig, and Thistle sipped tea together, watching fireflies dance, reminders that kindness, like moonlight, could heal the darkest places. And in the gentle steam rising from the blue teapot, new stories always began to glow. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded, it was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined great-aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. "And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes." "The cup of echoes," Ben breathed. "Indeed," Thistle nodded gravely. "It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now, it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home." But his small shoulders slumped. The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever. Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. The great echo, what is it? How can it fade? It's the heart song of the glen, Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song, but the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer. Well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening. Ben understood the unspoken plea. Can I help? Can I go there through the cup? Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping. Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben. The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. We need to follow the fading song to its source, Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends. Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found? Both, perhaps, Zephyr, Thistle chuckled. This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it. Zephyr buzzed excitedly. Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy. She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. I can guide you. Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain. His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. We seek the source of the silence, Moss, Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones. Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come. The journey through the Whispering Glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet, the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. "Go away." Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. "Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe." He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. "See, told you, all boom and no listen." Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. "Grumble, old friend," he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. "The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks." Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. "Silence is solid, safe." Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. "The stones are strong," he murmured, echoing Moss. "They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song." He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. "Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts." Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the Glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the Glen, the kindness of Thistle, Zephyr, and Moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering Glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the Glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben, the Glen remembers, we all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep, "Thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing Glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. The world beyond Thistle's familiar burrow was usually painted in the comforting greens and browns of the sun-dappled meadow. But tonight, drawn by the unusually large silver moon hanging low in the velvet sky, the little rabbit felt a peculiar tug in his chest. A whisper on the cool night breeze seemed to call him towards the edge of the ancient whispering woods, a place his elders spoke of in hushed tones, filled with unseen wonders and moonlit secrets. Taking a deep breath, his soft white fur ruffled by the night air, Thistle hopped forward, his heart a tiny drum against his ribs. The moment he crossed the mossy threshold beneath the first towering, ancient oak, the air changed. It grew cooler, sweeter, carrying the scent of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something else entirely, like starlight made into perfume. The familiar chirping of crickets faded, replaced by a gentle, chiming sound, as if thousands of tiny crystal bells were swaying in an unfelt breeze. Looking up, Thistle gasped. High in the branches, glowing softly like captured moonlight, were clusters of luminous, bell-shaped flowers. They chimed softly as they moved, casting shifting patterns of silver light on the forest floor below. This was the Glimmerwood. The path ahead was carpeted not with leaves, but with soft, bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a gentle green light beneath his paws, guiding him deeper. Strange mushrooms like tiny lanterns dotted the undergrowth, casting warm amber and violet glows. Curiosity, warm and bright, began to outpace Thistle's initial nervous flutters. He hadn't gone far when a soft, blue light flickered near a cluster of giant, glowing toadstools. It zipped closer, resolving into a creature no bigger than Thistle's paw. It had delicate, translucent wings like spun glass, and a body that glowed with an internal, shifting blue luminescence. Its large, kind eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. "Lost your way, little traveler," it chimed in a voice like tiny bells, surprisingly clear despite its size. I'm just exploring," Thistle replied, his voice a little shaky. "It's so beautiful here. What are you?" "I am a glimmerfly," it hummed, doing a little loop in the air. "We tend the moon petals and light the paths for those who wander kindly. You seem kind. Would you like to see the heart of the Glimmerwood? Few venture so far." The invitation sent a fresh thrill through Thistle, mixed with a prickle of apprehension. The heart of the Glimmerwood. It sounded vast and unknown. But the Glimmerfly's gentle light and kind eyes felt reassuring. "Yes, please," he said, his courage finding its voice. Their journey led them deeper. They crossed a bridge woven from living, glowing vines that hummed softly beneath their feet. They passed a clearing where tall, slender reeds swayed, playing hauntingly beautiful melodies as the night wind passed through their hollow stalks the singing reeds. Thistle paused, mesmerized, feeling the music vibrate gently in his own chest. The path eventually opened into a breathtaking vista. Before them lay a vast, perfectly circular pool, its surface mirror-still and reflecting the star-strewn sky above with impossible clarity. But the stars weren't just reflected, they seemed to dance within the water itself, swirling slowly. Around the pool grew the largest, most radiant moon petals Thistle had ever seen, their chime song a deep, resonant harmony that filled the air. This was the Starlight Pool, the heart of the Glimmerwood. As Thistle approached the water's edge, awestruck, the surface rippled. Not from wind, but from beneath. Smooth, obsidian-black stones rose silently, arranging themselves in a perfect stepping-stone path across the shimmering expanse. They led to a small, moss-covered island in the very center, where a single ancient tree stood, its bark shimmering with embedded flecks of starlight. "The Starlight Keeper awaits," the Glimmerfly chimed softly. "But only those who walk with quiet courage and a gentle heart can cross the path of reflection." Thistle looked at the smooth, dark stones floating on the star-filled water. They looked slippery. The distance seemed suddenly vast. What if he fell? What if the stars swallowed him? His earlier apprehensions swelled. He glanced back towards the familiar path, the pull of his safe, warm burrow strong. But then he looked at the Glimmerfly hovering patiently, its light steady and calm. He remembered the wonder of the chiming flowers, the beauty of the singing reeds, the kindness in the little creature's eyes. This place wasn't scary, it was magical. It asked only for respect and a brave heart. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Thistle placed one cautious paw onto the first stone. It felt warm and solid beneath his pad. Step by careful step, focusing only on the next stone and the gentle glow of his tiny guide, he made his way across the path of reflection. He didn't rush, he moved with quiet confidence, his small frame steady. The stars swirled beneath him, beautiful and vast, but no longer frightening. Reaching the island, Thistle found himself before the ancient starlight tree. Its gnarled roots cradled a being formed of shifting constellations, points of light, connected by threads of pure starlight, vaguely rabbit-shaped but vast and ancient. Its eyes were swirling nebulae, kind and infinitely deep. "Welcome, small one," the keeper's voice resonated, not in the air, but within Thistle's own mind, warm and comforting like sunlight on fur. "You walk the path with courage born not of fierceness, but of wonder and trust. That is a rare and precious strength." The keeper didn't offer grand treasures or powerful secrets. Instead, it gently nudged a smooth, ordinary-looking pebble resting among its roots with a tendril of starlight. The pebble rolled towards Thistle. As he picked it up, it felt warm and hummed faintly. Instantly, a wave of profound peace washed over him, a deep sense of belonging not just to his meadow burrow, but to the vast, starlit night itself. He understood, without words, that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to step forward with kindness and curiosity anyway. And that true exploration often leads you back to yourself, carrying a little piece of the wonder you found. "Carry this warmth," the keeper's voice echoed softly. "It is the memory of the Glimmerwood's heart, and the knowledge that you carry your own light within." The journey back felt different. The Glimmerfly guided him, but Thistle felt he knew the luminous path. The chiming flowers seemed to chime a little sweeter for him, the singing reeds played a softer melody. He felt lighter, braver, filled with the quiet warmth of the pebble in his paw and the keeper's words in his heart. As he stepped out of the whispering woods, the first pale hints of dawn were lightening the eastern sky. The giant silver moon was setting, casting long, soft shadows. He looked back once at the Glimmerwood, now seeming like an ordinary, though deeply peaceful, forest in the pre-dawn light. Had it all been a dream? But the warm, humming pebble nestled safely in his paw was real. Thistle hopped back towards his burrow, the familiar sense of clover and warm earth welcoming him. He didn't feel smaller for returning, he felt larger inside. He had seen the stars dance in water, walked on light, and spoken with constellations. He had faced the unknown with a quiet heart and discovered that courage was simply the willingness to follow wonder, one careful step at a time. Curling up in his soft nest of dried grass, the humming pebble tucked close, Thistle closed his eyes. The gentle chime of the moon petals echoed softly in his memory, a lullaby of starlight and courage, promising that even the smallest creature, filled with kindness and curiosity, could find magic in the velvet dark and carry its comforting warmth home. Sleep wrapped around him as gently as the Glimmerwood's light, deep, peaceful, and filled with the quiet joy of a journey beautifully made. Story 44. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. Disturbance, Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune. He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field, it looks sad. Dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind soughed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the Vale's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm. Pip flitted nervously. Can we sing to it, make it happy again? Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. Not force, Theo murmured, understanding dawning. Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together. It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful. More content. more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. Story 45. Once upon a time, in a far-flung corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, there existed a peculiar planet known as Luminara. Luminara glowed with a gentle, ethereal light, its surface a shimmering tapestry of luminescent forests and crystalline lakes. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust flowers, and the gentle hum of life resonated through every leaf and stone. On this planet, a young being named Nyx lived. Nyx was a Luminian, a creature of light and air, with skin that shimmered like the morning dew, and eyes that glowed softly like the moonlit seas. Nyx was as curious as they were kind, always eager to explore and learn about the universe beyond their radiant home. One day, as Nyx wandered through the glowing groves, a strange object fell from the sky, creating a gentle ripple through the air and a soft thud upon the ground. Nyx approached cautiously, their heart fluttering with both excitement and apprehension. The object, sleek and metallic, was a small spacecraft, and from its door emerged a being unlike any Nyx had ever seen. This newcomer was Ryle, a traveler from the distant and shadowy planet of Tenebrae. Ryle's form was cloaked in shades of deep indigo, and their eyes gleamed like twin stars in the night. They were a Tenebran, beings known for their wisdom and their connection to the shadows that cradled their world. Nyx and Ryle stared at each other, each a mystery to the other. The Luminarian saw the Tenebran as a figure of dark mystery, while Ryle viewed Nyx as a dazzling apparition of light. For a moment, they stood in silence, the air between them buzzing with the potential of new beginnings. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Nyx's bright gestures and melodic voice seemed incomprehensible to Ryle, who was used to the quiet, subtle language of shadows. Likewise, Ryle's whispered words and gentle, flowing movements were a puzzle to Nyx, accustomed to the vibrant expressions of their own kind. Despite these challenges, a shared determination to understand each other slowly began to build a bridge between them. With patience and creativity, they found common ground in the universal language of kindness and curiosity. Nyx showed Ryle the wonders of Luminara, the way the stardust flowers opened to the moonlight, the soft glow of the firefly-like creatures that danced through the night. Ryle, in turn, shared stories of Tenebrae, tales of shadowed valleys and skies filled with swirling nebulae. As they explored the planet together, they encountered many challenges. In the deep woods, where the light was dim and the path uncertain, they relied on each other. Nyx's glowing presence illuminated the way, while Ryle's keen senses guided them through the hidden dangers of the forest floor. One evening, as they sat by a gentle stream that sparkled under the twin moons, Nyx asked Ryle about their journey. Ryle explained that they had been seeking a place where light and shadow could coexist, a world where differences were celebrated rather than feared. Nyx listened intently, their heart warmed by the Tenebran's dream. It was then that Ryle shared a secret, a device they carried that could harness light and shadow, a tool meant to bring balance and harmony. However, It had been damaged during their landing. Without hesitation, Nyx offered to help repair it, using the luminescent energy that flowed through everything on Luminera. Together, they worked through the night, their efforts illuminated by the gentle glow of stardust. As dawn broke, the device flickered to life, casting a harmonious blend of light and shadow across the clearing. In that moment, they realized the true strength of their friendship, the ability to embrace their differences and create something beautiful together. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Nyx and Ryle stood side by side, their bonds stronger than ever. They had discovered that friendship was not about being the same, but about appreciating and supporting each other despite their differences. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ryle prepared to continue their journey, but not without a promise to return. Nyx watched as the Tenebran spacecraft lifted into the sky, a trail of light and shadow intertwined in its wake. And so, under the vast, starlit expanse of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, proving that even in the most unexpected of places, light and shadow could dance together in perfect harmony. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Once in a village hugged by hills that turned amber at sunset, there lived a girl with a cloak the color of moss after rain. Her name was Layla, and she carried curiosity in her pockets like pebbles, always collecting questions, often wandering beyond the cobblestone paths to seek answers. One evening, as she watched the last light bleed into twilight, she noticed something peculiar, a trail of silver fireflies darting into the forest where the trees grew so close together, their branches knitted like clasped hands. The fireflies pulsed in a rhythm as though breathing. Leela's boots crunched over fallen pine needles as she followed, her breath making little clouds in the chill air. Soon the ordinary oaks and birches gave way to trees she'd never seen, slim trunks glowing faintly blue, leaves that chimed like wind chimes when brushed. The fireflies led her to an archway of ivy, where roots curled into the shape of a doorway, and beyond it lay the whispering woods. Here the air smelled of caramelized maple and distant thunderstorms. Moss cushioned every step, and bioluminescent flowers bloomed in teacup-sized hollows, casting pools of violet and gold. But the true marvel was the sound the trees hummed. Not with wind, but with actual melodies, low, resonant notes that made Layla's bones feel warm. A stream zigzagged through the clearing, its water sparkling as though liquid starlight had been poured into it. "You've arrived just in time," said a voice like rustling parchment. Leela turned to find a hedgehog sitting upright on a toadstool, spectacles balanced on its snout. It held a tiny ledger in one paw. "The midnight market closes when the moon touches the western pines. Best hurry, dear." Before she could ask what a midnight market was, the hedgehog gestured with a quill toward a path lined with floating lanterns shaped like lilies. Leela hurried forward, her cloak snagging on brambles that unraveled politely to let her pass. The trees parted and she gasped. Spread before her was a clearing bustling with creatures and stalls. A badger in a waistcoat sold jars of moonlight jam. A family of rabbits peddled cloaks woven from dandelion fluff. Fireflies strung between branches formed glowing banners that read, "Barter with wonder, pay with kindness." The market thrummed with soft laughter and the clink of teacups, and everywhere the scent of cinnamon and fresh rain hung in the air. But as Leela wandered, marveling at baskets of cloudberries and mirrors that showed your reflection as a child, she noticed the lanterns dimming. The moon slid lower. The hedgehog had warned her, the market was vanishing. Stalls dissolved into mist, creatures tipped their hats and faded into the trees. Panic fluttered in Leela's chest. How would she find her way back? Lost, little one. A tortoise emerged from the shadows, its shell etched with constellations. Its eyes gleamed like twin moons. The woods shift when the market ends. To leave, you must follow the river's song, but beware the hollow fog. It drinks courage. The river. Leela knelt. But there are dozens of streams here. The tortoise blinked slowly. Ah, but only one sings in a voice only the lost can hear. Listen with your feet, not your ears. As the last stall vanished, Leela stood alone in sudden darkness. The friendly bioluminescence had died. Now the woods felt velvet black and immense. She closed her eyes, trembling. The tortoise's riddle echoed, "Listen with your feet." She stepped forward, boots sinking into cool moss. Another step. Then another. A faint vibration traveled up her soles, a hum deeper than the tree's melodies. There. She inched toward it, arms outstretched, until her fingers brushed cold, singing water. The river. But as she waded in, silver currents tugging her knees, a fog rolled in, thick and iridescent like oil on water. It whispered in her mind, "What if you're wrong? What if the river drowns you? What if the path never ends?" Her breath quickened. The water seemed deeper suddenly, the current fierce. Then she remembered the market's banner, "Barter with wonder, pay with kindness." "I'll trade you a story," she said aloud, voice shaking. "For safe passage." The fog rippled. Whether from curiosity or amusement, it slowed. So Leela told it about the village baker who'd once mistaken salt for sugar and invented pretzel cakes. She described the time she'd tamed a feral kitten with patience and fish scraps. Her words spun into the mist, and slowly the fog thinned, revealing stepping stones she hadn't seen before. "Thank you," she whispered, hopping from stone to stone. The fog dissipated, and the river's song grew sweeter, leading her to a shore where willows dipped their branches into the water. There, beneath a tree hung with glass baubles that chimed in the breeze, sat a creature Leela could scarcely believe, a bear made of stardust. Its fur shifted like the northern lights, and its paws left glowing prints on the moss. Around its neck hung a pendant shaped like a key. "You've journeyed wisely," the bear rumbled, its voice a symphony of distant thunder and falling snow. "Many reach the market, but few brave the fog. What do you seek?" Leela hesitated. I don't know. I just wanted to see what was here." The bear's laugh shook dewdrops from the leaves. "Ah, the best reason of all. Curiosity is a compass that leads to marvels." It plucked the pendant from its neck and placed it in her palm. The key shimmered, warm as a heartbeat. "This is for remembering." Remembering what? But the bear was already walking away, dissolving into a swirl of stardust. "That courage isn't the absence of fear," its voice echoed. "It's the choice to wonder louder than you worry." The key pulsed gently. Leela clutched it, turned, and found herself standing at the forest's edge, dawn pinkening the sky. The ordinary trees looked different now. She could have sworn she saw a blue glow in their roots. When she returned home, villagers asked where she'd been. "Exploring," she said simply. That night, she placed the key on her windowsill. Moonlight struck it, casting constellations onto her walls, a map of the whispering woods, the river's winding path, and one tiny, glowing bear. Years later, when children begged for stories, Leela told them of a market that trades in kindness, fog that fears laughter, and a bear who taught her that the bravest hearts are those that stay tender enough to marvel. She showed them the key, now strung on a ribbon around her neck. "But does it unlock anything?" a child always asked. Leela would smile. "Oh yes, but not chests or doors. It unlocks the part of you that knows how to wander and how to come home. And if on certain nights you peeked through her cottage window, you'd see her gazing at the forest, the key glowing softly, as if answering a call only it could hear. The woods never looked the same to her again. They weren't unknown anymore, just a friend waiting to whisper new secrets when the world was quiet and the fireflies danced. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Misty Wood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed. feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Ela often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Story 74. Story 75. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honey-colored rays of sun cling to the horizon like shy children reluctant to bed, there exists a cobblestone path behind old Mrs. Willowby's rhododendron bushes that wasn't there yesterday. This is where we find our protagonist, a girl with a lantern of curiosity always lit behind her eyes, standing at the edge of what sensible folk called the ordinary woods. But the stones beneath her boots shimmered like dragonfly wings, and the air carried the faintest whisper of a melody no earthly instrument could play. The girl, let's call her Mira, stepped onto the path. At once, the world softened around the edges. Trees stretched taller, their bark patterned with silvery spirals that pulsed gently, as if breathing. The ground became springy with moss the color of limes dipped in moonlight, and fireflies the size of apricots bobbed lazily, their light shifting between gold and violet. It was the Glimmerwood, though Mira didn't know its name yet. All she knew was the scent of cinnamon and rain, and the feeling that the very air was welcoming her. Her first companion appeared as she crossed a bridge made of interwoven roots, arching over a stream where the water sang in glassy notes. A creature no taller than her knee perched on the rail, its fur a cascade of autumn leaves, crimson maple, amber oak, russet elm, all rustling softly even without wind. It had eyes like twin hearth fires, and a tail that flickered like a candle flame. "You're the leaf ox," Mira breathed, recalling a half-forgotten tale her grandmother once told. The creature inclined its head, leaves chiming like distant bells. "And you're the girl who's forgotten her mittens," it replied, voice crackling pleasantly. Mira looked down at her hands, suddenly aware of the evening chill. Before she could speak, the leaf ox shook itself, sending a single golden leaf spinning into her palms. It grew warm, soft as rabbit fur, and shaped itself into perfect mittens. Every wanderer needs protection, said the leaf ox. Even from small discomforts, follow the singing stones when the path forks, and mind the ink-bloom flowers, their dreadful gossips. With that it dissolved into a swirl of leaves, scattering into the darkening wood. Mira walked on, the mittens humming with gentle warmth. Soon the path split around a hillock crowned with flowers whose petals were deepest indigo, their centers glowing like bottled starlight. As she approached, they began to quiver. She's wearing fox gifts, one bloom trilled. No hat, though, sighed another. Her ears must be chilly. Do you think she knows about the thistle key? Piped a third. Mira knelt. What's a thistle key? The flowers stilled. Then in unison they turned toward a nearby oak, where a single silver thistle hung from a low branch, its surface etched with tiny, swirling symbols. Opens the chamber of whispers, the largest flower confided. But it's ever so tricky to reach, the ivy argues with strangers. True enough, the oak's trunk was wrapped in thick ivy, each leaf edged in copper. As Mira reached for the thistle, the vines shifted like a nest of snakes, hissing, no admittance, no bare ears. Remembering the flower's chatter, Mira untied her scarf, patterned with embroidered owls, and fashioned it into a makeshift hat. The ivy rustled approvingly and parted. The thistle key fit snugly in her palm. At the hill's peak, she found a door carved into the side of an ancient stump, no taller than her shoulder. The key slid into a knot hole, and with a sound like a sighing cello, the door opened. Inside, the chamber of whispers was neither large nor small, but exactly the size of a held breath. Floating orbs of light drifted like dandelion seeds, each containing a voice, some laughing, some murmuring, one reciting a recipe for mushroom pie. In the center sat a stone basin filled with liquid moonlight. Look inward, the chamber seemed to whisper. Mira gazed into the basin. The moonlight rippled, showing not her reflection, but a winding path through a valley of crystalline trees, their branches chiming in an unfelt breeze. At the valley's heart stood a tower woven from living vines where something glimmered, a figurine of a fox, a thistle, and a flower, all forged in gleaming silver. The vision faded, leaving the taste of peppermint on her tongue. A map, she realized. The basin's moonlight had imprinted the route onto her mind, crisp as ink on parchment. The journey through the Crystal Valley tested her in gentle ways. Narrow bridges of frozen mist required careful steps. A river of liquid amber demanded she trade a story. She told of the time she'd helped a baby crow learn to fly for passage on a lily pad boat. She met a hedgehog knitting socks from spider silk, who gifted her a pair for the stones ahead. They're fond of ticklish toes, and a family of moths who mended a tear in her coat with threads pulled from dawn's first light. At the vine tower, Mira found the figurine, but also a surprise. The leaf ox waited beside it, along with the ink-bloom flowers, now tucked into tiny flower pots carried by chipmunks and the moth family. Every guardian of the Glimmerwood comes to greet those who pass the valley, the leaf ox explained. The silver totem is yours, but it asks a question first. Will you keep our secrets? Mira hesitated. I'll share the wonder, but not the paths. Some magic needs quiet to grow. The totem glowed, warm in her hands. As it did, the Glimmerwood itself seemed to hum in approval. The leaf ox nudged her elbow. Come, dawn's approaching, time for wanderers to return. They walked back together, the creatures sharing tales of the wood, how the stars dip down to drink from the singing stream, how the northern lights are actually the ghosts of forgotten songs. At the cobblestone path's end, the leaf ox pressed a paw to Mira's chest. Carry the glimmer here, and when the world feels too heavy. It plucked a maple seed from its tail, now a perfect, tiny whirligig. Plant this where shadows gather. It'll remember the light. Mira stepped back into her world as the first birds began their morning chorus. In her pocket, the silver totem nestled close, and in her heart, the certainty that wonder never truly leaves us. It waits in the corners of our gaze, patient as moonlight. That night, she planted the seed by her window box. It grew into a sapling with leaves that glowed softly when she hummed, and though no one else ever found the cobblestone path again, Mira knew it was there. And sometimes, on the edge of sleep, she'd hear a familiar crackle of autumn leaves, and know her friends in the Glimmerwood were wishing her sweet dreams. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The Sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep, rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. The Keeper of Twilight Lights. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that whispered secrets through its pine needles, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 starlit nights. Her favorite hour came when the sun dipped below the horizon and the world turned the soft purple of bruised plums, a time she called the in-between. It was during this twilight that Leela would wander the edge of the woods, collecting pebbles smooth as owl eggs and listening to the crickets hum their evening hymns. One dusk, as the last amber streaks of sunlight clung to the clouds, Leela noticed something glimmering beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Kneeling, she brushed away loam and moss to reveal a lantern unlike any she'd seen. Its glass panels were etched with symbols resembling swirling constellations, and within it burned not a candle, but a cluster of tiny lights that pulsed like fireflies trapped in amber. When she lifted it, the ground trembled faintly, and a path materialized before her, a ribbon of silver moss winding deep into the forest. The air grew sweeter as she followed the trail, carrying notes of honeysuckle and distant campfires. Shadows stretched long and playful, and the trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling in approval. At the path's end stood a gate woven from ivy and twilight, guarded by a fox with fur like smoldering embers. His eyes, twin pools of liquid gold, blinked slowly. "You found the Lantern of Vales," he said, his voice a rumble of distant thunder. "It chooses who may enter the gloaming." Leela's breath caught. The gloaming. "A realm that exists in the breath between day and night," the fox replied. "But its light is fading. The northern vault, where all forgotten radiance is stored, has been sealed. Without it, the gloaming will crumble into eternal shadow." He nudged the lantern with his nose, and the symbols on its surface began to rotate. "You must reignite the vault, but beware. The path is watched by the Shade Weaver, who fears light more than anything." The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, led Leela through the gate. The gloaming unfolded like a watercolor painting, rivers of liquid starlight, meadows where flowers chimed like glass bells, and trees with bark that shimmered like fish scales. But as they journeyed north, Leela noticed cracks in the earth and patches where the sky had frayed into void. Long ago, Ember explained, the gloaming's light was replenished by memories, laughter trapped in soap bubbles, the glow of a child's first snowfall, the warm haze of a grandmother's story. But humans began to hoard their joy, locking it away in hearts grown heavy with worry. The vault's guardian, the keeper, vanished, and the door sealed itself. Leela tightened her grip on the lantern. How do we open it? With a thread of shared light, said Ember. But the Shade Weaver will try to unravel it. As if summoned, the air grew cold. A figure emerged from the trees, a woman with a dress of swirling smoke and a face that shifted like mist. Little thief, she hissed. You cannot mend what is broken. Light burns, it fades. Better to let the dark claim it gently. Leela's pulse quickened, but Ember stepped forward, his tail bristling. You mistake kindness for weakness, Weaver. There is strength in what lasts, even a little while. The Shade Weaver lunged, her fingers clawed and cold. Leela swung the lantern, and its light flared, painting the forest in hues of topaz and rose. The Weaver recoiled, screaming, and melted into the shadows. Quickly, Ember urged. She'll return. They reached the northern vault at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the gloaming, a slow blush of peach light bleeding through the trees. The vault was a towering arch of ice and iron, its surface etched with scenes of children dancing, lovers whispering, and elders smiling under cherry blossom trees. At its center was a keyhole shaped like a teardrop. Leela raised the lantern, but nothing happened. What's wrong? Ember's ears flattened. The key is a memory, one you must give freely. Leela closed her eyes. She thought of her father teaching her to whistle with an acorn cap, of her mother braiding daisies into her hair, of the time the village had gathered to relight the midsummer bonfire after a storm. Each memory tugged at her heart, bright and aching. The lantern's lights swirled faster, then streamed toward the keyhole, weaving into a luminous thread. The vault door groaned open, releasing a cascade of light that flowed like syrup, golden, honeyed, alive. It seeped into the cracked earth, mending the gloaming's wounds. The Shade Weaver's scream echoed one last time before dissolving into a sigh. Ember nuzzled Leela's hand. You've done it, Keeper. But I'm not. You are now, the lantern chose you. It will always return when the gloaming needs tending. Leela stepped back through the ivy gate at twilight's edge, the lantern dimming to a soft glow. The village lay unchanged, but she felt different, fuller, as if she'd swallowed a piece of the moon. That night, as she drifted to sleep, she glimpsed Ember in her window, winking like a stray ember before vanishing into the dark. Years later, when storms raged or winters bit deep, villagers would murmur of a girl seen wandering the forest edge, a lantern in hand, its light painting the trees in colors no mortal fire could conjure. They spoke of shadows that parted for her, of flowers blooming in her footsteps, and of a fox with eyes like melted gold trailing silently behind. Layla grew married, grew old, but the lantern never left her. On her last evening, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, the air turned sweet with honeysuckle, and Ember appeared, young as ever. "Ready, Keeper?" he asked. She smiled, her face creased like a well-loved map. "Always." The lantern's light enveloped them, and together they stepped into the gloaming, where the sky was forever the color of remembered joy, and the stars sang lullabies only the brave of heart could hear. And so, the village tales say, if you stand very still at the in-between hour, you might glimpse a trail of silver moss, or hear the faint chime of glass flowers. But you must look with eyes unclouded by haste, and a heart light enough to carry memories, both bitter and sweet, like fireflies in a jar. For the gloaming endures, tended by those who understand that light, no matter how fragile, grows brighter when shared. The amber grove of whispering stones. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into twilight like silvery thread, there lived a girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm-soaked earth. Her hands always bore traces of charcoal from sketching ferns on parchment, her voice rarely rose above the rustle of falling leaves, and her greatest secret lived buried beneath the roots of a lightning-struck oak, a smooth amber stone that hummed when the moon waxed full. The stone's first song. Leela discovered the stone on an afternoon crisp as freshly pressed linen, while gathering kindling near the forest's edge. The air smelled of pine resin and distant snow, and her boots sank into moss so thick it whispered secrets with every step. Beneath the oak's gnarled roots, where shadows pooled like spilled ink, the amber glimmered. When she touched it, warmth bloomed in her palm, and a sound like distant wind chimes trembled in her ears. That night, beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, the stone pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. Dreams came vivid and strange, a grove of trees with bark like polished bronze, their branches heavy with translucent fruits that chimed when the breeze stirred them. A voice, neither old nor young, wove through the melody, "Find the gate where shadows dance twice." 2. The locked path. For weeks, Leela traced the forest's hidden veins, stone clutched in her pocket. It glowed faintly near a brook where water sang over black stones, brighter still where fox tracks vanished into ferns. Yet the gate eluded her until the first frost, when she noticed something peculiar at the base of the village's oldest maple. At precisely noon, the tree's shadow split into two distinct silhouettes, one pointing north, the other east, before merging again. Heart drumming, Leela followed the eastern shadow to a mossy boulder half buried in ivy. The stone's hum sharpened. Pressing it to the rock, she watched as ivy shivered, revealing a door no taller than her shoulder, carved with symbols of crescent moons and winding vines. 3. The Grove of Echoes. Beyond the door lay a world spun from gold and green. The amber grove stretched before her, trees arching into a canopy that filtered sunlight into honeyed pools. Fruits hung like crystalline bells, their chimes harmonizing with the rustle of creatures she sensed more than saw, shimmering moths with wings like stained glass, a deer whose antlers dripped with dewdrop pearls. And there, beneath the grandest tree, stood a fox with fur the color of embers, one forepaw raised mid-step. "You've brought the keystone," the fox said, voice like dry leaves skittering over stone. "But it's grown quiet, hasn't it?" Leela started. The stone's hum had dimmed since her first touch. "The grove's heart weakens," the fox continued, tail flicking toward the tree, where amber sap oozed sluggishly from a crack. "Long ago your kind and mine tended it together, but fear grew thick as thistles, and your people forgot." 4. The Fracture. The fox, called Fen, revealed the grove's magic thrived on shared stories, laughter exchanged between creature and human, secrets whispered to the wind. But generations passed, villagers had begun fearing the forest's oddities, lights that bobbed without fire, voices in empty glades. The grove's guardian, a role Fen had inherited reluctantly, could no longer sustain it alone. The keystone, Leela's amber gem, was meant to bridge worlds, but its power faded without trust. "You're trembling," Fen observed as Leela eyed, a spider weaving silver thread between branches. "I'm not brave," she admitted, charcoal-stained fingers tightening around the stone. "What if I fail?" Fen's laugh was a soft huff. "Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's listening to what scares you and stepping forward anyway." V. The Weaving. Fen taught Leela to read the grove's ailments, a patch of wilted ferns marked where a badger's grief had gone unacknowledged, a stagnant pond reflected unresolved quarrels among village children. Together they mended what they could, Leela sketching riddles in the soil to cheer the badger, Fen delivering acorn caps filled with honey to soothe the children. Yet the keystone's glow remained frail. "It needs a human heart rekindling kinship," Fen said, watching Leela scatter seeds for sparrows. "But you doubt your own voice." It was true. Leela hid her sketches, spoke little at village gatherings, and hadn't told a soul about the grove. 6. The storm. Disaster struck on a night when the wind howled like a widowed wolf. Leela awoke to the stone burning against her chest. In the grove, trees shuddered, their chiming fruits muted. Fen crouched beneath the guardian tree, fur bristling. The fractures spreading if the sap stops flowing by dawn. Leela didn't need the rest. The crack had widened, sap now a sluggish trickle. How do we fix it? The grove needs a song only a human can give, one that stirs remembrance in your people. Panic clawed Leela's throat. I don't know how to. Fen nudged her hand with a cold nose. You've been gathering stories in your sketches, let them speak. 7. The unfurling. They raced to the village as the first raindrops fell. Leela's cottage glowed with hearthlight, her parents fretting over scattered papers, her sketches of the grove, Fen, the luminous fruits. Where have you been? Her mother cried. For a heartbeat, Leela faltered. Then the stone pulsed warmly against her skin. I found something, she whispered. Something beautiful. One by one she laid out her drawings, the fox with ember fur, trees that chimed dewdrop antlers. Her voice strengthened as she spoke of the grove's history, of shared guardianship, of Fen's quiet wisdom. Neighbors gathered, drawn by the commotion. A child pointed at Fen, who'd slipped in unseen, and gasped, the fox from the pictures. To Leela's shock, old Farmer Bren knelt, calloused hand outstretched to Fen. My granddad told tales of forest guardians. I thought they were just fireside fancy. 8. The mending. Dawn approached. Villagers followed Leela and Fen into the grove, breath catching at its fading splendor. Leela placed the keystone into the guardian tree's crack. Nothing happened. The song, Fen urged. Her mouth dry, Leela began humming a lullaby her mother once sang. One voice joined hers, then another, until the grove swelled with melody, human voices blending with chiming fruits, rustling leaves, Fen's low croon. The keystone blazed gold. Sap surged, sealing the fracture as light cascaded through the branches. 9. The after. The grove didn't vanish from human memory again. Children left ribbons for the moths, elders shared tales with the badgers, and Leela's sketches adorned every cottage. Fen remained a flicker at the forest's edge, though he now permitted the occasional ear scratch. As for Leela, her hands still bore charcoal smudges, but her voice carried new strength. She'd learned that wonder grows when tended by many hearts, and that quiet souls often hear the deepest magic. On winter evenings, if you walk by the lightning-struck oak, you might glimpse amber light filtering through the roots. It's said the keystone still hums there, a lullaby for both worlds, gentle and enduring as the first thaw after a long frost. In a village hugged by hills that turned violet at dusk, there lived a girl named Leela, with a map drawn in starlight ink on her palms. Not the kind you could see, mind you, the kind that tingled when the wind carried secrets from the east. It was this invisible compass that led her one twilight to the edge of the Crystal Vale woods, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies. The rules here were simple, whispered the rustling leaves. Wonder softly, listen deeply, and never hurry the shadows. Layla's first step sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her boots. Above, branches wove a canopy of living stained glass, leaves of amber and tourmaline filtering the moonlight into pools of liquid gold. She paused when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A fox with fur the color of autumn's last flame sat primly on a root, tail curled around a tiny lantern made of dandelion fluff. Lost little wanderer, it asked, its voice like the creak of a rocking chair. When Leela shook her head, the fox chuckled, a sound like falling acorns. Ah, found then, follow the lichens' laughter. It's having a particularly giggly night. The lichen, it turned out, did indeed giggle, a sound like chimes submerged in honey. It glowed faintly along a path strewn with petals that dissolved into mist when touched. Deeper into the woods, Leela encountered a brook where the water flowed upward, defying gravity with the enthusiasm of a child's soap bubble. Its surface rippled with half-formed shapes, a crown of feathers here, a dancing teapot there. Kneeling to drink, she found the water tasted of questions she'd never thought to ask. "What's north of north?" it burbled. Before she could answer, a hedgehog made of moss and twigs trundled up, balancing 3 starberries on its spiky back. "Trade you," it squeaked, nodding at the hair ribbon Leela had tied around her wrist. She hesitated. The ribbon was her last gift from Gran, but placed it in the hedgehog's twig claw. The starberries burst on her tongue, each a different flavor: courage, curiosity, and the exact warmth of a hug held too long. The woods thickened, trees now arching like the ribs of some slumbering giant. Here, the challenges grew gentler but stranger. A bridge of spider silk demanded she whisper a secret before crossing. "I still sleep with my socks on," she confessed. The bridge purred. A glade of clockwork butterflies tested her patience, landing on her nose until she stood statue still for 7 full minutes. "Time isn't a river here," chimed the largest butterfly, its wings ticking. "It's a puddle, splashable." Leela's laughter startled a cloud of bioluminescent moths into swirling around her, their wings painting temporary constellations on the dark. It was near the heart of the woods that she met the only creature taller than a sapling, a willow tree with bark like crumpled parchment, its branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. At its base sat a round door no bigger than a teapot. "Ah," crooned the tree, though its mouth, if it had one, remained hidden. The map-handed child, "We've been waiting." The door swung open to reveal not a space, but a sound. The low, resonant hum of a cello played underwater. "To pass," murmured the willow, "you must give what the woods already gave you." Leela knelt, mind circling the riddle. The starberries. The moth light. Then she noticed her hands. The star map was gone from her palms. In its place shimmered 3 symbols: a fox's lantern, a hedgehog's starberry, a butterfly's wing. She pressed her palms to the tree's roots. The symbols sank into the bark, and the willow shuddered with delight. "Clever seedling, you didn't keep the gifts, you let them change you." The tree split down the middle, revealing a chamber where the air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility. Inside, the source of the wood's magic hung suspended, a single pulsing petal from the first flower, its edges fraying into stardust. Around it orbited creatures Leela could only glimpse sideways: a fish with cloud fins, a cat made of hourglass sand. "Take a thread," whispered the petal's light. "Mend what's fraying." Her fingers trembled as she plucked a silver thread from the petal's glow. Instinctively, she wove it through the hole in her pocket, the one she'd gotten climbing the old oak last spring. The thread dissolved and the pocket sang. A soft, contented hum, as if grateful to be whole. When Leela stepped back into the woods, dawn hovered like a held breath. The fox waited, lantern dimmed. "Well," it asked. She opened her mended pocket. Out fluttered all she'd gathered: a lichen chuckle, a sip of upward-flowing brook, the memory of starberry courage. The fox nodded. "Good, now you know, the real magic isn't in keeping, but in letting the wonder through." The journey home was shorter, though no less wondrous. Gravity remembered itself, the brook flowed downstream, and the hedgehog waved with a twig now tied with Leela's ribbon. As she crossed the tree line, the Crystal Vale woods sighed behind her, not in farewell, but in patient waiting. In her pocket the mended thread hummed, and when she finally curled into bed, she dreamed not of adventures, but of a willow tree whispering to new seeds. And then the girl understood: courage isn't a flame to clutch, but a lantern to share. Pass it on, little rootlings, pass it on. Years later, villagers would swear they sometimes saw a grown woman with starlight in her braid, leaving starberries on windowsills, or mending torn kite strings with invisible thread. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, dear listener, imagine Leela asleep, her palm resting open on the quilt, and in its center, a single crystal petal glowing softly, a nightlight for dreams yet to come. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat. Chimneys puffed curls of wood smoke into the crisp autumn air, and the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg drifted from every window. Yet for 7 mornings, a peculiar chill had settled over the hearths and hearts of the villagers. Overnight, without fail, every loaf of bread, every muffin, and every crumbly scone turned as hard and dry as river stones. Not a single bite remained soft. Young Clara, whose bakery windows glowed golden at dawn, noticed something stranger still. Each morning, a perfect circle of dewdrops shimmered on her flour-dusted work table, a tiny, glittering halo where no water ought to be. Like fairy tears, she murmured, tracing the damp ring with her finger. When she mentioned it to old Master Hemlock, the village's retired stargazer, his bushy silver eyebrows knitted together. "Do where dew shouldn't fall, that's no ordinary mischief," he said, stirring honey into his chamomile tea. "Nature leaves clues for those who look gently, Clara. Watch the small things." That night Clara stayed hidden behind her flour sacks, lantern dimmed. Moonlight spilled through the bakery window, painting silver stripes on the wooden floor. Just as the clock tower chimed midnight, a soft rustling came from the rafters. Down fluttered a dozen creatures no larger than acorns, their bodies woven from dried moss and milkweed fluff, wings like spun maple seeds. They hummed a melancholy tune as they landed near Clara's prized rosemary loaf. Where their tiny feet touched the crust, the bread instantly hardened and cracked. One mosskin brushed a dewdrop from its eyes, a tear that rolled onto the table, forming the very circle Clara had found. Her heart ached at their sorrow. Quiet as a falling leaf, she followed them at dawn's first blush, past the whispering creek and into the mosswood. There, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, she discovered their home, a village of lichen-capped toadstools, now brittle and crumbling. The once gurgling spring that fed their glen had dwindled to a muddy trickle. "Our roots thirst," whispered the eldest mosskin, its voice like wind through reeds. "When we weep, the world dries with us." Clara rushed to Master Hemlock. Together they traced the stream uphill, finding its source blocked by a landslide of smooth, dark stones. "Observe," Hemlock murmured, tapping a stone with his walking stick. It rang hollow. Clara pressed her ear to it and gasped. A faint, rhythmic thumping echoed within like a tiny heartbeat. "Thunder eggs," Hemlock exclaimed. "Geodes sleeping deep in the earth. The landslide must have woken them, and their thirst is mighty. They've drunk the stream dry." The solution came in a flash of kindness. Clara gathered every villager to bake not bread, but honey-sweetened clay, a paste of river mud, wildflower nectar, and crushed quartz for sparkle. They sculpted dozens of hollow spheres, thin as eggshells, and carried them to the landslide. As the moskins sang their softest lullabies, the villagers nestled the clay orbs against the thunder eggs. The geodes, enchanted by the sweetness and song, eagerly drank the clay's moisture. Slowly, gloriously, water began seeping around them, rejoining the stream in a joyful babble. That night, Bramble Hollow's bread stayed pillow soft. And on Clara's windowsill, the moskins left a thank-you gift, a miniature loaf woven from dewy spider silk and edible moonbeams, forever fresh, forever sweet, a reminder that even the smallest tears, when heard with a gentle heart, can water the deepest wonders. As Master Hemlock would say, sipping his tea by the fire, the world whispers its mysteries, but only kindness turns them into song. And so the moskins' lullabies drifted through the woods once more, now bright as spring rain, weaving peace into every dream. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. The lantern light trembled in the crisp autumn air as Milo paused at the edge of the Whisperwood, his breath making little clouds that danced with the falling maple leaves. He'd followed the peculiar map etched into the old library desk, the one that only appeared when moonlight struck the wood at precisely 8:03 p.m., and now stood before a path paved not with stones, but with luminous mushrooms arranged in spiral patterns. Their caps glowed softly in hues of periwinkle and primrose, casting long shadows that seemed to beckon with wiggling fingers of light. The forest exhaled a melody as he stepped onto the mushroom path. Not music exactly, but the creak of ancient trees swaying in conversation, the rustle of ferns unfurling silver fronds, and somewhere distant, the liquid chuckle of water over smooth stones. Milo's boots sank into moss so thick and springy it felt like walking on grandmother's feather quilt, each step releasing the scent of rain-soaked earth and something sweeter, vanilla, honeycomb. That made his stomach rumble despite the butterflies flapping within it. He nearly tripped over the first creature, a hedgehog no larger than his palm, its quills shimmering like polished hematite. It blinked up at him with eyes like molten amber, tiny paws clutching a bundle of acorns wrapped in cobweb thread. "Mind the step," it piped in a voice like wind through reeds, gesturing with its snout toward a root that had indeed begun to rise from the path. Milo crouched, fascinated, as the root reshaped itself into a small archway threaded with bioluminescent lichen. "Thank you," he whispered, but the hedgehog had already vanished, leaving behind a single acorn tied with golden thread. Milo pocketed it carefully, the shell warm against his fingers. Deeper into the wood, the air grew thicker with magic, not the scary sort from storybooks, but the kind that made his sweater sleeves tingle as if full of static. He paused by a brook where the water flowed upward, droplets catching starlight as they defied gravity to water clusters of upside-down violets growing on the underside of a granite shelf. It was there he met Lila, a fox whose fur shifted colors like oil on water, her tail tipped with what appeared to be actual stardust. "You're here for the moonlight market," she stated more than asked, patting circles around him. When Milo nodded, too awestruck to form words, she nosed a birch leaf into his hand. Trade this at the third stall, and don't pet the willow cats. They shed prophecies, and you're not ready for those. The market materialized as he crossed a bridge of woven ferns, lanterns blooming to life one by one like fireflies answering a summons. Stalls lined the clearing, tended by creatures both familiar and fantastical. An owl with books nested in its feathers haggling with a frog wearing a waistcoat, a badger stirring a cauldron of soup that smelled like every good memory Milo had ever tasted. At the third stall, a towering moth with antennae like crystal chandeliers accepted his birch leaf gravely, exchanging it for a compass whose needle pointed not north, but toward needed truths. The challenges came gently, as the forest tested not his might, but his heart. He helped reunite a lost moonbeam with its constellation, discovering the beam was actually a mischievous rabbit made of solidified light. He soothed a weeping sapling by humming the lullaby his mother sang when thunderstorms rattled their farmhouse windows. When faced with a stone door carved with riddles, he realized the answers weren't words but actions, sharing his last walnut cookie with a trio of pebble mice, offering his scarf to a shivering cluster of glowworms. In the grove at the wood's heart, Milo found the source of the map's promise, a tree older than time, its bark etched with stories that shifted as he tilted his head. The roots cradled a pool where the water showed not reflections but possibilities, himself teaching the hedgehog to knit with spider silk, reading poetry to the upside-down violets, learning the language of rain from Leela. As he gazed, the compass grew warm in his hand, its needle spinning wildly before settling on his own chest. "You've always known the way home," murmured the tree, though its leaves didn't move. Adventure isn't about finding new places, but seeing with new eyes. The return journey felt shorter yet richer, the forest now waving farewell with branches heavy with ripe persimmons, the path offering up a perfect heart-shaped stone that fit snugly in his palm. When Milo emerged from the Whisperwood, dawn pinkening the sky like the inside of a seashell, he found the strange acorn from the hedgehog had sprouted in his pocket, a tiny sapling with leaves that chimed when the wind stirred them. He planted it by his bedroom window, where on quiet nights, if he presses his ear to the trunk, he can hear distant fox laughter and the splash of upward-flowing streams. The compass lives on his desk, needle quivering whenever he faces a choice, pointing steadfastly toward kindness. And sometimes, when the moon hits his window at precisely 8:03, the sapling's shadow casts a new map on his wall, but that, as they say, is a story for another night. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stretched moss-draped limbs towards a sky perpetually dappled with starlight, the boundaries between the seen and unseen thinned like morning mist. Here, beneath a canopy of emerald and gold, lived creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest's magic. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth, pine resin, and the faint, sweet perfume of moon-kissed night-blooming jasmine. Sunlight, when it filtered through, painted shifting patterns on the forest floor, warm as honey on the skin. In the hollow root of a grandfather oak, a small rabbit named Sorrel nestled her young kits. Their fur was the soft gray of twilight clouds, and their eyes held the wide wonder of the forest itself. Sorrel's own eyes, deep and knowing, held the quiet wisdom passed down from her mother and her mother before her. "Listen, little ones," she murmured, her voice a soft rustle like dry leaves. "The forest breathes, each rustle, each sigh of the wind, each drop of dew is part of a great song. We are its keepers." Nearby, perched on a branch veiled in velvet moss, a bright-eyed finch named Finch tuned his song. His melody wasn't just sound, it was a shimmering thread of light, visible only to those who truly belonged. It danced in the air, weaving with the scent of wild thyme crushed under delicate paws, and the cool, clean taste of the crystal stream that chuckled over smooth stones. Finch sang the sunrise, the gentle rain, and the promise of ripening berries, a chronicle of the forest's rhythm. High above, in the uppermost branches where sunlight was strongest, lived Thistle, a squirrel whose fur held the fiery hues of autumn. His movements were quick and sure, his paws expertly navigating the intricate lattice of branches. He collected stories whispered by the wind and secrets held in the rings of ancient trees. "The Heartstone sleeps deep," he would chatter to Finch, his voice like pebbles tumbling in a brook. "But its dreams are the seasons. When it stirs, the magic flows." The Heartstone was the forest's secret core, a luminous crystal buried deep beneath the oldest oak, pulsing with the slow, steady rhythm of the earth itself. It was the source of the Whisperwood's magic, the wellspring that tied the lives of all its creatures to the turning seasons and the subtle shifts in weather. Its energy manifested as the luminescent glow on fireflies, the sudden bloom of flowers overnight, and the gentle guidance of breezes that always seemed to lead lost creatures home. Balance was everything. Too much sun without rain or frost before its time, and the delicate harmony could fray. One crisp evening, as the first blush of autumn painted the maple leaves crimson and gold, a creeping chill descended unlike any Sorrel remembered. It wasn't the gentle, expected coolness of approaching fall, but a sharp, unnatural frost that bit deep. It painted the ferns silver and brittle, silenced Finch's luminous song mid-note, and made the stream's chuckle turn to a sluggish groan. Thistle, scampering down, found Sorrel huddled close to her shivering kits, her breath puffing white in the unnaturally cold air. "Thistle," Sorrel whispered, her voice tight with worry, "this frost, it feels wrong, it bites too deep too soon. The Heartstone's rhythm, it feels faint." Finch fluttered down, his usual bright energy dimmed. "The song is fading," he peeped mournfully. "The light threads are thin and cold." A deep, resonant voice, like stones grinding slowly together, echoed through the roots. It was Old Oak, the ancient tree who had witnessed countless seasons. "The frost comes from beyond the Whisperwood," he rumbled, his leaves trembling despite the lack of wind. "A sickness in the wider world, a chill born of broken balance far away. It seeks to numb the Heartstone, to silence the forest's song." Fear, cold and sharp as the frost itself, prickled through them. But Sorrel remembered her mother's tales. "The Heartstone's strength is ours," she said, her voice gaining strength. "Its magic flows through every root, every leaf, every creature. We are its song." Thistle's eyes sparkled with determination. "We need to remind the Heartstone of its own warmth. We need to sing the forest back to life." He recalled the stories, how the collective warmth and harmony of the creatures could bolster the stone's power. Finch took flight, his small chest puffing out. "I will sing the sun," he declared. He flew to the highest branch, braving the biting air. He poured his heart into a melody, not of light threads now, but of pure, desperate sound, a song of golden warmth, of dappled sunlight on moss, of the drowsy heat of summer afternoons. It was thin against the pervasive cold, but it was a start. Sorrel nudged her kits gently. "Come, little ones, think of the warmest burrow, the softest moss, the sweetest clover." Together they closed their eyes and focused. A soft, gentle warmth began to radiate from their small bodies, not fire, but the comforting heat of shared life, like the sun-warmed earth. They pressed close to Old Oak's massive roots, where the connection to the deep earth was strongest. Thistle didn't sing, he moved. He darted through the frost-laden branches, shaking loose clumps of snow, revealing resilient green leaves beneath. He gathered dried moss in the last warm autumn leaves, carrying them down to pile near Sorrel and her kits, adding their stored, earthy warmth to the growing pool. He chattered instructions to the field mice and the shy voles who peeked from their holes, encouraging them to stir, to move, to generate their own small warmth. "Remember the turning," Sorrel murmured to her kits, her voice a steady anchor. "Remember the spring rains, the scent of wet earth waking. Remember the summer sun, generous and golden. Remember the gentle fade into autumn's rest. This frost is not part of the true cycle. The Heartstone knows the true rhythm. Help it remember." Finch's song grew stronger, joined now by the tentative chirps of other birds roused by his courage. A wood thrush added a rich, mellow note, a wren a bright trill. The combined melody wove through the cold air, a tapestry of sound yearning for warmth. The warmth radiating from Sorrel, her kits, and the small creatures gathered grew more tangible. It wasn't a roaring fire, but a deep, pervasive glow, like the first hint of dawn, spreading outwards from old oak's roots. Deep below, the faint pulse of the heartstone seemed to hesitate, then strengthen. A tremor ran through the earth, subtle as a sigh. Where the creature's combined warmth touched the frost-laden ground, tiny beads of water appeared, sparkling like diamond dust. The brittle silver coating on the ferns began to soften, revealing vibrant green beneath. The stream's groan lessened, replaced by a tentative trickle. High above, a single shaft of actual weak autumn sunlight pierced the heavy gray clouds, striking the forest floor where they gathered. It felt like a benediction. Finch's song sword now threaded again with faint, shimmering light. Thistle whooped, scampering up to catch the sunbeam on his fur. Sorrel nuzzled her kits, their shivering finally easing. The unnatural biting edge of the frost melted away, leaving behind the crisp, clean chill of a true autumn morning. The frost that remained was delicate, beautiful, adorning spiderwebs like lace, and dusting fallen leaves without harming them. The heartstone's pulse settled back into its deep, steady rhythm, stronger now, resonating through the roots and into the bones of every creature. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, the scent of damp earth and pine resin returning, rich and comforting. Old Oak's voice rumbled again, warm and deep as the earth itself. You see, little ones, the magic isn't just in the stone. It lives in the harmony of all who call the Whisperwood home. When we remember our connection, when we share our warmth and our song, the forest endures. Balance is not stillness. It is the constant, gentle dance of giving and receiving, of singing and listening. Remember this wisdom as it was remembered for you. As the true autumn day unfolded, crisp and golden, Sorrel watched her kits explore the renewed forest, their tiny paws leaving prints in the softened earth. Finch sang a song of gratitude, the light threads dancing strong and clear. Thistle scampered, gathering nuts beneath a properly frost-touched oak. The stream chuckled merrily once more. The Whisperwood stood, ancient and resilient, its hidden life vibrant beneath the dappled light. The creatures had woven their small strengths together, a tapestry of warmth and song against the unnatural chill, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the generations. They had touched the Heartstone's magic, not as separate beings, but as part of the forest's living, breathing whole. And as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky, a profound peace settled over the woods, deep and comforting as a well-loved blanket, whispering that all was well, all was in balance, and the forest's gentle song would play on through the long, safe night. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny, twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place. Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface. a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things. Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow Tree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, almost as if the very light itself is being drained away. Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. The whispering wood and the lantern of Lumina. The sun had begun its descent beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. The village of Brambleton nestled comfortably in the valley, surrounded by rolling hills and the dense, ancient forest known as the Whispering Wood. It was a place of legend, where tales of magic and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. In the heart of the village, a small cottage exuded warmth and welcome. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the scent of lavender from the garden, inviting all who passed by to linger a moment longer. Inside, by the flickering light of a crackling fireplace, sat a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, a reflection of the adventurous soul that resided within her. Lila had always been drawn to the whispering wood, its secrets whispering to her through the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds. The villagers often spoke of a magical artifact hidden within its depths, the Lantern of Lumina. Legend had it that this lantern possessed the power to illuminate the truth, revealing hidden paths and unseen wonders. On this evening, as the fire danced and shadows played across the walls, Lila's grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, shared stories of the lantern. "It is said," she began, her voice a soothing melody, "that the Lantern of Lumina was forged from the first light of dawn, capturing the essence of hope and truth. Many have sought it, yet few have ventured beyond the familiar trails." Lila leaned closer, captivated by the tale. "What does it look like, Grandmama?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and determination. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother replied, "it is said to be a simple lantern, yet when it is lit, its light is like no other, a soft, gentle glow that warms the heart and guides the lost." Lila's imagination soared, picturing the lantern's glow illuminating the darkened paths of the whispering wood. As the fire crackled and the evening deepened, she made a quiet vow to herself. She would find the Lantern of Lumina and discover its secrets. The following morning dawned crisp and clear, the air carrying the scent of pine and earth. Lila set out with a small satchel, filled with provisions and a map her grandmother had drawn, a map detailing what little was known of the forest's hidden trails. Her heart brimmed with excitement and a hint of apprehension. The path into the whispering wood was dappled with sunlight, the trees towering above like ancient guardians. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest began to hum with life. The chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a woodpecker, and the whisper of leaves created a symphony that accompanied her every step. As Lila walked, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of the forest. The ground was carpeted with moss, soft and springy beneath her feet. Ferns unfurled their fronds in elegant spirals, and wildflowers added splashes of color to the verdant landscape. She paused to admire a particularly beautiful cluster of bluebells, their delicate fragrance filling the air. It was then that Lila noticed a small creature watching her, a fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox tilted its head as if inviting her to follow. Intrigued, Lila stepped closer, and the fox turned, leading her off the well-trodden path and into the heart of the forest. The journey led Lila through winding trails and across babbling brooks, each step taking her deeper into the unknown. She followed the fox through sun-dappled glades and shadowed hollows, her senses alive with the magic of the forest. As they journeyed, Lila felt a connection with the whispering wood, as if the forest itself was guiding her. She paused to rest by a crystal-clear stream, its waters singing a gentle lullaby. The fox sat by her side, its presence comforting and familiar. "Thank you," Lila whispered, reaching out to gently stroke the fox's soft fur. The fox regarded her with a knowing gaze, as if understanding her every word. With renewed determination, Lila continued her journey, the fox ever by her side. The forest seemed to embrace her, its secrets whispering on the breeze. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila felt a sense of anticipation building within her. It was then that she saw it, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from a clearing ahead. Her heart quickened as she approached, the fox leading the way. In the center of the clearing stood the Lantern of Lumina, its gentle light casting a warm, inviting glow. Lila's breath caught in her throat as she reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal of the lantern. The light within flickered and danced, illuminating the clearing with a soft, golden radiance. In that moment, Lila understood the true power of the lantern. It was not merely a guide through the forest, but a beacon of hope and truth. As she held the lantern, Lila felt a profound sense of peace and clarity. The forest around her seemed to come alive, its beauty and wonder revealed in the lantern's glow. She realized that the journey had changed her, opening her heart to the magic of the world and the wisdom within. With the lantern in hand, Lila made her way back through the forest, the fox at her side. Her journey had taught her the value of friendship and trust, and the importance of listening to the whispers of the world. As she emerged from the whispering wood, the village of Brambleton came into view, the lantern's light guiding her home. Lila's heart swelled with gratitude, knowing that she had discovered more than just a magical artifact. She had found a deeper connection to the world and a newfound sense of purpose. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, their faces alight with curiosity and wonder. Lila shared her story, the lantern's gentle glow illuminating the hopes and dreams of all who gathered around. And so, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, Lila sat by the fireplace once more, the lantern's glow casting a warm, comforting light. She closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest carried on the evening breeze, and drifted into a peaceful, contented sleep. The journey had come full circle, and with it, Lila had found her place within the timeless tapestry of the Whispering Wood. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. In the heart of the forest, the fox watched over the clearing, its eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the tale of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, courage, and the magic that resides within us all. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the story whispered on the breeze, a lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of all who listened. In the quiet of the night, the lantern's light flickered gently, casting its glow across the village, a beacon of warmth and peace. Its story became a cherished memory, passed down through generations, a reminder that the magic of the world is always within reach for those who dare to seek it. And so, with the whisper of the wind and the glow of the lantern, the story of Lila and the Whispering Wood continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. the story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. the lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whisper, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle. There lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade gingersnap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. Ah, the flowers, he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways. Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. The petal weaver? How fascinating. But why would this spirit visit our village? Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all. Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver. With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways. The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze. "Come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds. The call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone streets curved like a contented cat's tail, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs wore caps of moss, and gardens where sunflowers turned their faces to greet passers-by. Yet that autumn an oddness settled over the village, soft as cobweb, persistent as the tick of a clock. Teapots brewed chamomile without fire, quilts rearranged themselves into peculiar patterns overnight, and the village's single-clock tower began chiming 13 times at midnight. "It's the work of the willow wind," declared old Mrs. Nettle, stirring her lavender honey tea with a cinnamon stick. "The same breeze that carries dandelion wishes. It's gotten curious about our doings." But 12-year-old Finn, whose freckles seemed to multiply when he was puzzled, noticed something the adults hadn't: tiny silver footprints, no larger than buttonholes, glimmering on windowsills. His best friend Mira, whose braids were forever coming undone, found strands of thread-thin moonlight caught in the branches of the ancient oak near the square. Together, they resolved to unravel the mystery. Their first clue came from the reclusive clockmaker, Mr. Thimble, who lived in a crooked tower at the village edge. His workshop smelled of oiled gears and gingerbread, and his spectacles magnified his eyes to owl-like proportions. 13 chimes, you say? He adjusted a pocket watch that ticked backward. Time isn't broken, it's being borrowed. Look for what's between the ticks. Guided by Mr. Thimble's riddle, Finn and Mira spent moonlit hours tracing the silvery footprints. They led to the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and fireflies pulsed in code. There, beneath a toadstool umbrella, they found a creature no taller than a teacup, a sprite with moth-wing ears and a cloak woven from starlight. She'd been quietly borrowing village items to fix a problem of her own. Her colony's moonstone, source of their magic, had cracked, scattering shards across Willowbrook. The teapots brewed alone to soothe the anxious earth. The quilt's patterns were maps to lost shards. The extra chime was a plea for help. But why not just ask? Mira whispered, offering the sprite a thimbleful of blackberry syrup. The sprite, whose name was Lumina, fluttered her wings in shame. Moonstone cracks bring silence to our kind. We forgot how to speak your words. Finn, recalling Mr. Thimble's advice about between the ticks, realized the solution. They must listen not with ears, but with patience. For 3 days, the children and villagers followed the strange occurrences like breadcrumbs. A quilt's embroidered rabbit led to a moonstone shard buried in the carrot patch. A spontaneously knitted scarf pointed to a fragment lodged in a magpie's nest. As each shard returned to Lumina, her voice grew clearer, and the odd happenings gently ceased, except the clock tower, which now chimed 14 times, adding a note that sounded like laughter. On the final night, the village gathered under the clock tower as Lumina's colony emerged from the woods, riding on hedgehogs and crickets. With the restored moonstone, they spun a new kind of magic, a bridge of glowing cobweb between their world and Willowbrook. Now sprites help find lost mittens in exchange for sugar dust. The clock tower tells jokes at noon, and every 13th cookie baked vanishes, only to reappear as crumbs spelling thank you. Years later, when Mira's little brother worries about strange rustlings in the attic, she smiles. Listen closely, she says, tucking him under a quilt stitched with constellations. Sometimes mysteries are just friends waiting to be found. And as the clock chimes 14, they both swear they hear a tiny, sugar-sweet giggle riding the willow wind. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. I am the Keeper of Waters. You have come seeking change, have you not? Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. I suppose I have, she replied, her voice barely a whisper, but I do not know what it is that I seek. The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing, it said. It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self. As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Vale. In a village nestled between silver birch forests and meadows of twilight blue flax, there lived a girl named Layla, whose hands could mend anything broken. Her fingers, quick as minnows, wove splintered chair legs back together, patched torn quilts with threads spun from dandelion fluff, and even fixed the cracked music box old Mrs. Bramble kept above her fireplace. But Leela's true gift lay in listening, not just to people's words, but to the secret language of creaking floorboards, sighing tea kettles, and the way the wind hummed through the chimney at dusk. One evening, as the last amber light bled from the sky, Leela discovered a peculiar object half buried in the roots of the ancient oak behind her cottage. It was a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with filigree patterns that seemed to shift like living vines under her touch. When she pressed the clasp, it sprang open to reveal not a portrait, but a tiny prism that cast rainbows on her palms. A voice, soft as moth wings, whispered from it, "Seek the vale where shadows dance, and mend the tear in twilight's trance." The hidden path. Guided by the locket's prism, which glowed brighter when she faced north, Leela packed a satchel with gingerbread stars, a jar of firefly light, and her grandmother's woolen cloak. The forest deepened around her, birches giving way to pines that murmured in harmonies older than time. Just as the first stars pricked the sky, she stumbled upon a stone archway veiled in ivy. Through it she glimpsed a world where trees bore lantern-like fruits glowing peach and lavender, and streams trickled upward into floating ponds. "You're late," said a dry, crackling voice. A fox with fur like smoldering embers sat atop a toadstool, tail flicking impatiently. "I've been waiting since the third chime of the twilight bells." "Waiting for me." Leela blinked. Obviously, you've got the whispering locket, haven't you? That means you're the mender. The fox hopped down, revealing a crooked left paw wrapped in cobweb bandages. Name's Ember, and before you ask, no, I didn't get caught in a trap. I tripped over a particularly melodramatic weeping willow root. Ember explained that the moonlit Vale, a realm where dreams took physical form, was fraying at the edges. The night spinners, those are the spiders who weave moonlight into silk, say the tears getting bigger. If it isn't mended, the Vale will dissolve into chaos, and you're the only one who can fix it, apparently. The fractured realm. The Vale was both breathtaking and unsettling. Meadows of stardust clover dissolved into patches of void, where colors leaked away like water down a drain. They passed a hill where clockwork songbirds looped the same 3 notes endlessly, their gears rusted, and a lake where reflections showed not faces but memories, a baker laughing as she burnt her first loaf, a child tenderly bandaging a sparrow's wing. The tear's influence, Ember muttered. It warps everything it touches. Their first test came at the Bridge of Whispers, a fragile span of crystallized mist. As Leela stepped onto it, the locket flared, and the bridge solidified beneath her feet. Halfway across, shadowy figures materialized, a boy with her eyes and smile, a woman humming a lullaby Leela felt she'd known in infancy. Stay, they crooned. Stay, and we'll be a family again. Leela's breath hitched. Her parents had vanished when she was 4, leaving only a lullaby fragment in her memory. The shadows stretched their arms toward her, their edges blurring into the abyss below. Ember nipped her sleeve. They're just echoes, the tear preys on longing. Steeling herself, Leela focused on the locket's warmth. I choose what's real, she said firmly. The shadows shattered like glass, and the bridge carried them safely across. The night spinner's request. In a grove of diamond-barked trees, they found the night spinners, enormous spiders with abdomens like opal marbles, their legs moving in hypnotic patterns as they spun strands of liquid moonlight. Their leader, Aurelia, descended on a silk thread, her 8 eyes gleaming sorrowfully. The tear began as a pinprick, she said, pointing to the eastern horizon where a jagged rift pulsed like an infected wound. It feeds on loneliness, grows stronger with every unspoken grief. We've tried to weave patches, but the threads unravel. She gestured to a tapestry nearby, a beautiful landscape fraying at the center. Only a mender can heal it permanently. To repair the tear, Leela needed 3 things. A feather from the stormbird nesting in the peaks of Sorrowspire, a teardrop from the solitary river guardian, and a thread from the very first loom of the Vale. But beware, Aurelia warned. The tear will try to turn your own heart against you. The stormbird's gift. Sorrowspire's cliffs were sheer and icy, the wind howling like a wounded beast. The stormbird, a colossal creature with crackling violet feathers and eyes like lightning, screeched at their approach. Leave, it thundered. My chicks need me. Leela noticed the nest beneath the bird, 3 chicks, their wings clipped by glowing chains. The tear's corruption had manifested here as fear, trapping the stormbird in endless protectiveness. You're hurting them by staying so close, Leela called over the gale. They can't learn to fly if you never let go. The stormbird reared back, but Ember added, she's a mender. She knows about these things. With a shuddering cry, the bird allowed Leela to snap the chains. As the chicks soared into the clouds, their joyful cries melting the frost, the stormbird plucked a feather. You've mended more than you know, it rumbled. The river guardian's sorrow. The river was a serpentine ribbon of mercury, its surface reflecting Leela's face as an old woman, then a toddler, then a stranger. The guardian emerged, a translucent figure with waterweed hair and a crown of broken promises. Why should I help you? She hissed. No one stays, everyone leaves. Leela sat at the water's edge. I lost people too, but holding on to the hurt just makes it heavier. She opened the locket, showing the guardian her own reflection, not as a victim of abandonment, but as a girl surrounded by friends, Ember stealing a honey cake, the Stormbird's chicks perched on her shoulders. The guardian's rigid posture softened. A single teardrop crystallized in her palm. "You've shown me a different current," she murmured. The first loom. Deep in the Vale's heart lay the first loom, a massive frame of interlocking roots. But guarding it was a figure Leela never expected, a shadowy mirror image of herself, eyes cold and hands clawed. "You'll fail," the shadow sneered. "You're just a lonely girl playing hero." Leela's chest tightened. The shadow voiced every doubt she'd buried, the fear that she'd never find her family, that she wasn't truly needed. But then she noticed something. The shadow had no locket. "You're right," Leela said quietly. "I am lonely sometimes, but that's why I understand the Vale's pain, and why I have to try." She reached out, not in anger, but pity. The shadow shrieked and dissolved, leaving behind a shimmering thread. Mending the tear. At the rift's edge, chaos reigned. Time looped and stuttered, a butterfly became a caterpillar mid-flight. Leela combined the feather, teardrop, and thread into a needle. As she stitched, memories flooded her, not just her own, but the Vale's. A child's first laugh echoing through the trees, a spider's pride in her first web, the Stormbird's awe at her chick's first flight. The tear fought back. Visions of her parents beckoned, their faces blurring. "Come with us," they urged. But Leela whispered, "I'll always love you. But my story isn't yours anymore." With a final pull, the rift sealed, leaving a scar that glittered like a constellation. Homecoming. The Vale blossomed. Meadows sprouted flowers that chimed when touched. The river sang lullabies. Aurelia wove Leela a cloak of moonlight silk, while the Stormbird gifted her a feather that would always guide her home. At the stone archway, Ember pressed his nose to her hand. "You'll visit right. I've gotten used to your terrible sense of direction." Leela laughed. "Always." Back in her cottage, she hung the locket by her window. Some nights when the moon was full, she'd wake to find a fox-shaped shadow darting through the garden, or a feather glowing on her pillow. And though her parents' absence still ached, it no longer gnawed, for she'd learned that love could take many forms, and that every mending, no matter how small, wove the world a little closer together. As the village slept, the locket's prism cast rainbows across the walls, and if one listened closely, they might hear the faintest whisper of a fox's chuckle, or the distant hum of a loom spinning starlight into silk. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lyra quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lyra was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lyra for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Lyra by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lyra standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lyra perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. "I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide." Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. "We make a good team, don't we?" Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end.